And what is up, beautiful people? How is it going? Oh, we got the hands, jazz hands to start off.
Jazz hands.
Yeah, we are here. I'm here with Corey right now. Jodi will join us in a second. She's busy being TropicalFishCo or something, probably. You know. Are you gonna put something in your name like Amano Corey Amano Co? Like I feel like all
No,
it's so funny.
so
Like all the tropical fish people have it like in their name.
so I have a business name and I will eventually start using the business name.
Okay, got it.
So that's why it's like people are like, "Man, your name is so boring." And I'm like, "It'll get there. It'll get there."
I'm just saying it's like a clan tag is what I've been saying. Like TropicalFishCo, it's like a clan tag. You know?
Well, see, not everything I'm working with is tropical, so that's the problem. It's like
Yeah.
not everything I'm working with is freshwater. Case in point, anything that's green on my screen right now is saltwater.
Okay. And Corey was talking to me in the Discord about using the lav, so I got a lav clip on today just for fun. So if you hate the audio, it's her fault.
Oh,
I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. Bob said, "In my tanks, no, in my tanks fan club. No cults of personality here. Okay, we gotta be the isopod agenda fish addict, club. Let's take the responsibility off of me. Once you start saying that stuff, then once you guys start going crazy in the chat, they're going, the in my tanks. No. It's not, all responsibility for me gone."
well, I mean, I'm already trying to take some of it off of you.
And I appreciate that, man. I do.
Strategically placed swag.
Couple fish said in my tank stream about stream tanks on my day off. Let's freaking go. Let's go. I hope you have a good day today, man. Let's get it. I'm definitely gonna, when we're talking today, there's definitely some fish room chore stuff I'll do as well. Cause, well, you tell the people what you're doing there.
So, as people have probably seen in some of the Discord chats, I'm breeding Amano shrimp. What you probably saw on the stream last time was I had a bunch of tanks. I like how I'm waving my hands like you can see them. I had a bunch of tanks right here above that you can't see. I had a bunch of tanks with adult Amanos in them, and I've been working with a local friend of mine who's also a saltwater geek to test various different things about raising Amanos. Her Amanos had a huge explosion of babies, so probably like 2 or 3 females went over a period of a week. So I got a bunch of her larvae. These are the same larvae that you saw, Nick, in person when you were at the Guapa thing. And they were only about a week or so out from starting to transition into the last larval phase, where they go from floaty little plankton that every fish in the world wants to eat to an actual miniature shrimp. And that change, when they're acting like a little miniature shrimp, is when they need to go from saltwater to freshwater. So this is saltwater, this is freshwater, and what I'm doing is I'm transferring them over, and they are stupid hardy at this phase, so I'm literally just I have a 3 mil dropper that I cut the end off of, so it's very, very blunt and open, so that I can easily kind of suck them up and transfer them.
Nice.
This is a super tedious process, though, so I figured I'd do it while we're on stream.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. No, that's why I kind of like doing the egg picking and stuff. I'll probably try and collect some eggs from my egg scatterers while we talk too, and just getting on the vibes, cause we gotta get this breeding up, man. Come on, the pressure's on.
Yeah.
The pressure is on.
So I'm not gonna get it where I can get these to show up on screen. I don't think. A little bit.
Actually, 1 second. I can enhance. Give me a sec.
It's my Logitech going like you're like way in my
Yeah, but when I make it kind of larger,
range.
So are the shrimp like?
Are these... Go to the top of the screen. Yeah, nearer my finger is. Yeah, so that would be those little dark things, like over where like.
That's way more
so
color than I
they're.
expected.
Yeah, let's see if
They look like
down here
Daphne.
Yeah, so they're like really long, stringy Daphne at this point. So, Yeah, it's a pain in the butt. They're only about 4 millimeters long at this age. So the thing to realize, and you can zoom back. There we go. Like
Oh,
you
can you
don't need to
stop? You're
stare at
just
my
like
stomach the
Ross.
whole
I
time.
need to stop producing me. I could produce. Oh my gosh.
Don't
You're here
don't look
reading
at
the
my stomach, man.
chat. You're here. Okay, cut the
No,
camera
I have that
3.
part blocked off.
Oh my
I have that
god.
part blocked off. So the problem with these guys though is like they like baby Neocaridina are like way bigger than this because they do their whole larva stage in like in the egg. So the better way to think about shrimp is that actually all shrimp are saltwater and then some just kind of skipped it.
Right.
And then
Okay.
it kind of explains like why these guys are so tiny. They have tiny eggs. That's your first clue that they're probably amphidromus is they have a lot of tiny eggs compared to like a Neocaridina. And then your next clue is that they don't come out as tiny little shrimp. They come out as these weird little alien like things.
There you go. Aliens. I mean,
Yep.
that's what it's all about, man. We want the weird stuff.
Yeah.
Alien, that sounds perfect to me.
Yeah, it's just getting them into saltwater and then getting them out of saltwater is like these are the business tricks that have to be worked out is the process of doing this transition because this is me experimenting and seeing them at this stage in mass a large amount for the first time because most of my experiments have not gotten this far because I was testing a couple things to the limit
Right.
and lost. Um, so I'm doing this by hand, and
So,
I can't do this
is it kind of
sustainably by
like
hand as a business.
basically like you have a process where I know I can get Amano shrimp to adults this way, but right now part of what you're doing is also like you're trying new methods for higher amounts. So then you have some where like, okay, this totally didn't work. You know what I mean? Like
Oh,
you,
well, I've also just made stupid mistakes.
right?
One of the things about saltwater that you don't think about, because this is one of those like do as I say, not as I do. When saltwater evaporates, the salt concentration gets higher. Like the salt doesn't evaporate, just the water out of it. So I had let one of my initial batches, I let too much water evaporate, and I didn't draw a line on the side to refill the water, and I
Mm-mm-mm.
ended up over saliniating my babies until they died.
Damn,
So that was unfortunate.
that does sound
Oh,
unfortunate.
I know what's going on.
That's what I like with my brine shrimp colony, which is booming, by the way. Like I'm
Hmm.
excited to be a cool one of the cool kids. Like if you look up brine shrimp colonies, you'll find like a forum post of some, experienced person's like, yeah, it's easy. Just throw some brine shrimp in a container
Oh
and
yeah.
you know what I mean. But then like the average person you talk to, they're like culture brine shrimp. Like so, I'm excited to be like the only, one of the few under 60 people that are like, yeah, brine shrimp colony. Let's go, easy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, because people, there's just like, oh my gosh, there's so many more in here than I thought there were. Um, there's just like this kind of step that is such a barrier to people. Like I know I was watching a video recently about somebody who's also trying Amano who, I mean, as you can see, my saltwater is green because I use phytoplankton.
right.
And it was just kind of crazy how phytoplankton is such a huge barrier for most people. And it's the same
Mm,
thing in freshwater. Freshwater phytoplankton, we call it green water. Um, it's a huge barrier. Like it's the only way that I keep Daphnia moena alive in the very small containers I use because it also like eats the nutrients as the Daphnia are producing it.
yeah.
But that's actually a bigger barrier for most people with Daphnia is just keeping green water alive. And
Interesting.
once you get into a groove, it's not that bad. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I have this 20 long that's green now, and it's basically about to give
mhm.
me the freedom to try more stuff um, like this. Although I think that we might see more like casual people get into it because I don't know if you've seen, but Corey from Aquarium Co-op, he's been getting into
Mhm.
Daphnia. So I was listening to the In the Mome, and there he was talking about like cholera, like how it's better than spirulina, and like some of the stuff that we when we were reading that some of those Daphnia
Ah,
papers came up.
yeah, but
Um,
they're not really better. They're different.
I mean, listen, you're kind of like you're you like to be all technical about things. You're so picky about these kind of things, but I'm just saying that it
Yeah.
maybe it'll start being more accessible, like people because really green water isn't that hard, but I think it's a mental barrier more than anything. And then it is a
Yeah.
space issue too. You know what I mean? Not everyone can just
space,
leave
you
a jug
usually
outside. It might be cold. It might have a lot of animals that get in. You know, you might not have that much yard space.
it might take over your bathroom.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's
Also,
like taking over my bathtub.
Captain did ask what Fido, if it was saltwater Fido, which it sounds like it is.
This is Tetrasomus.
Okay.
So with Amano shrimp, if you're gonna do, and this is part of the reason that I was calling out, just saying like, spirulina versus chlorella isn't really isn't the real conversation. Tetrasoma is Captain's aware of. There's many strains. I think there's like 12 or 13 that are standard just in the hobby, not even in aquaculture.
Right.
And there is no one magical strain of algae that will do everything that you need to do. They have the same needs that we do. They need a balanced diet, and they need variety in their diet. So Tetraselmis alone like these guys were only raised on Tetraselmis. You can raise Amano shrimp through the larva stage with just Tetraselmis, but you're only going to get about 20% of the batch actually surviving. So there's clearly something that's like missing for them with this. How did you get on the side, you little snot? Seriously?
Hey, look who finally decided to show up.
I'm not supposed to look at the chat. Oh, okay.
I mean, you can look at the chat, but I'm talking about what just happened in the call. So.
Okay. Well, I also wasn't looking at that because I got yelled at. There we go.
There we go.
Oh, seriously, how did this one just get in like right here?
Oh man. Yo, what's up, Jodi?
Why is the camera not working?
The camera's on. We see your shoulder.
The camera's working.
Oh. Well, I don't see anything on my screen, so that's cool.
You don't need to see it.
We're not saying anything. It's fine.
Whatever. All right. Well, you get me while I'm working, so.
That's why I was hoping that we get the warehouse thing, because now it's like all the people who are waiting with bated breath for TropicalFishCo, this is like their exclusive stare at your concrete floor.
I know. Hold on.
Yeah, you stare at the concrete floor. You stare at like where I normally have my keyboard.
Which cart is she using? What's the food cart brand?
The food cart brand? It's from Harbor Freight.
Okay, Harbor Freight. Let's Uline
Franklin.
Betrayal?
For this, yeah, it's a lot cheaper. Then we discovered Menards has the same damn carts for another $30-40 less. So
Nice.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah,
Jeremy
is
B
what
said
it is.
the shed. Yeah, this is the shed for sure.
This is the shed.
yeah. See, people, when you're
That was
starting
what
a
we called
business,
it.
when you're starting a business, you can't go straight to like Uline quality stuff unless it's something that you know is going to break if you don't buy that quality.
I mean, we do have some Uline stuff. A lot of it was Uline stuff, like not shipping materials. We went with TSK, I guess. But bags are Uline. So.
Right. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm fixing something with the visual, so don't yell at me. Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine.
I'm just doing something. Don't worry about it. What are you working on today, Jodi? Just feeding stuff?
I already fed stuff. I was going around doing medications earlier, turning tanks back on so they can flush for the day and then get dosed again at night. And gotta disperse some filters because we were just gonna go with air stones, but taking video and stuff is really crappy if you've got a bunch of floaty bits in the tanks. So I hit up Aquarium Co-op to wholesale some sponge filters, and for all you naysayers out there, they came in cheaper and gave me 3 air stones.
There you go.
To go with it.
Shout out to them.
Yeah, I mean, they did really well. That was really awesome of them. Zenzo called and was like, "Hey, you're gonna want these air stones instead of having to worry about cleaning the air collars all the time." So
wait, I thought you said the naysayers. That's exactly the main thing I've been complaining about is the air collars. So hold on a second.
Yeah.
Vindication. But no, that's awesome. That's awesome.
yeah. Well, they said in an application like this where there's I don't remember exactly how he put it, but they included the air stones for free.
Take it all in.
Yeah,
I am not. I don't want to be cleaning air collars every week, and they know that.
Yeah, no way. There's no way.
I mean, I
So
don't
they
wanna
did
clean
they did an
anything
awesome
ever.
thing. We were just gonna do
Regulation.
box filters, and I was going to get them from Gemco,
Mhm.
but their price still, was not as low as Aquarium Co-op's wholesale, and that did not include shipping. Where I actually got free shipping on all these, so that was
Let's
cool.
go. Well, sounds like
Yeah,
you got the hookup for sure.
got a deal. Yeah. So thank you to Corey and team Candy for putting up with my questions. And I don't think Candy ever sleeps.
I don't think so. She really seems on top of everything customer service related.
She is. Candy's amazing.
Yeah, it is a bummer to hear about the air collars, though.
Come on, man. You don't need them when you got the air stones. Let's go. You got the
I know,
hookup.
but that was like the cool thing about the update. But
Well, maybe there'll be a 2.0, I'm sure.
Probably.
2.0. Then we'll be good.
I have never, like in my fish room using them, I've never had to clean the air collars out. And for all my loach tanks, I don't take the mulm out, and I have some hard ass water.
You do.
Mhm.
So I have not,
Well, there you
I have
go.
not had to clean the air collars on my co-op filters.
Well,
I'll say this though, the fine filters clog. Like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
got to clean the sponges a lot more regularly. I mean, with any other fine filter.
Right. I
But-
mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, we can just add it to another data point of Jodi's perfect life, man. Her sponge filters never clog.
Perfect.
She's got all the loaches.
Hey, I am slowly replacing all my Higer filters in my fish room
You
because
got
those
the,
suckers don't stay on the glass,
Yeah. Oh my
and they're
god.
pissing me off.
The dual ones.
Those air collars, yeah,
Those are trash.
those are the worst air collars I've ever seen
Those
in
are
my
trash.
life.
I'm with you.
Oh, are
Yeah.
those the ones with like the round filters that like branch like that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
I
that's
had
a huge
my
no
friend,
for me. I'm
my
done
friend
with
tried
them.
to get me into them, and I tried 3 different models, and they all not from or 3 different brands, and that style just does not work for me.
Yeah, I see like a
I
lot
know
of
some-
shrimp people
yeah.
getting them, and I'm just like, whatever, man.
Nope, not gonna happen.
But I do want to go in on a Swiss tropical group order sometime soon because I like these cubes quite a bit. I like these cubes.
Oh yeah, and like to be fair, I don't think there's any way there could be like a price break good enough because it's a very different company than Aquarium Co-op. They don't have the same options to have like that level of wholesale and be able to set up Jodi quite the same way.
Well, come on, man. Come on, Swiss tropicals. Let's get to it.
More people, more people gotta buy.
Let's get more sponges. Come on. I want to have like
Yeah.
20 different sponge brands in here. That would be great. Like instead of collecting fish, we just collect like sponge filters.
Collect sponges.
Yeah.
I'll give you some Higers.
No, well, hold on a second. I said sponges, not landfill material. Okay.
So if you're gonna do that, I don't even know how many sponges there are that you can really collect. There's not that. What ATI is the other brand that's worth its salt. Other than that, like
It's novelty. I mean,
there's not a.
I can just put it on the shelf. Like, it's fine.
Well, if you're gonna do that, get one of the giant ones from Aquarium Co-op if you want
You
novelty.
know what? I just might.
I do want one.
I just might if the price
Just
is
for
right.
shiggles.
Yeah. Why not? Come on. So Jodi, listen. As
Yeah.
much as I love sponge filters, like, we got to talk about some loaches right now, okay? Because
Okay.
I have a serious problem. Okay. I have a serious problem. I'm getting
You're
the itch.
void of loaches in your life.
Yes.
That's what your problem
I
is.
have only one Hillstream Loach right now, and I'm starting to recover from the trauma of my last failure, and I'm looking to try
Yeah.
again. You know, I'm ready.
Okay.
It's like I'm ready for love again. You know, like
You're ready for love again. In that case, I'm always ready for love. Give me all the loaches.
that. You know what? That's what one of the bullet points is: how to deal with lust for loaches. And I feel like my translation for that is like, okay, there is the obvious interpretation where it's like, okay, how to deal with not buying all the loaches. I don't know if you could give the best advice on that because you seem to have failed on that front. But
This
You
is
also
not the
put
chat
in
for
there
that.
resident addict, so I think that pretty much
Yes.
sums it up.
But how do you, another way to look at it is, how do you decide which rare, expensive, hard to get loach to get? Like, which is like you're lusting after it, and which one is actually gonna be worth it? You know what I mean? Like, 'cause the Gastromyzon, the lepidogaster.
I see, I like, I buy.
Oh my god.
You're not gonna get like good advice about that.
No,
topic
I'm
from
just
the two
gonna
of
tell
us.
you,
Like,
buy the damn thing. I mean,
yeah.
be kind to your wallet if you can, because they're not cheap. At least a lot aren't. But
Yeah.
What about the
some
lepidogaster? Where can I? How about that? Where
lepidogasters.
can I buy these? That's part of the problem too.
So if I really wanted to bring some in on import, but the insane amount that they charge for them would mean an even more insane amount that I would have to sell them for,
No.
which makes me really sad.
No. This is coming from the
Yeah.
Hephaestus fiend. That's got to be bad.
Yeah. I couldn't justify it at this time. So
At
like
this
it would
time.
have really hurt my feelings to at this time. So, you know, I have, I don't know, 15, 20 of them myself
Jesus.
that I bought. And so here's hoping that I will get some babies
Please.
eventually.
That's got to be a cool tank. 15 to 20 of them.
Well, so I have 5 that are like almost, I mean, they're pretty mature, but as of right now, my fish room is kind of on hold except for the loaches that easily breed.
Right.
Just because I'm out here and about the only thing I'm managing to get done is water changes inside. So I'm not actively trying a whole lot down in my fish room at the moment. So pretty soon I will be able to get back in there and go to town with some things. But I have some tanks that I need to set up so they're a little bit more favorable for loach inhabitants.
Yo, okay, I think a couple fish is asking the right question. Okay, fine. Which ones can we buy? Okay, which ones can
you buy?
What are the cool loaches that we could buy?
The ones, as soon as our website goes live, I have Craystons, which is not incredibly rare, but you don't see it very often being sold. I also have Tenocephalus, which again is not super rare, but you don't always see it being sold, so I grabbed them.
Right.
I have, I just found out the red devils are not Zabrinus, they are Russelus. So Gastromyzon, Russelus, red devil.
Myzon, Rustless, red devil. Okay.
Are you going to make like little articles on your websites for some of this stuff, since you have like the awesome knowledge? Be the American version of Aquarium Glacier with the articles.
Wouldn't that be nice? So I'm not a very skilled writer, but
I'll help you.
Deal. Deal. But anyway, those are finishing out a little bit of treatment, and then they'll be able to be listed as soon as I feel they're ready to go.
Okay, the red devils. All right, so those are the first one that like my wallet will look at me like, bro, please, not again, please.
Yeah.
But that's a cool one, for sure. How many of those do you have?
I was very bummed. What?
I said, how many of the red devils?
15.
15? Okay, so a couple people will be able
14 or 15.
Snatch a few.
Yeah. Yep. I was really bummed. We ordered what was supposed to be Viriosis, and none of them came in as Viriosis. I got a smorgasbord of contaminants, which is also very cool because you get a lot of cool stuff that way that you never see in the hobby either.
Like Hillstream contaminants or just random?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, they're all Hillstream Loaches.
Okay.
So I'm still working with somebody else to go through and identify all of them.
Wow.
But I know there's some hypergastromyzons in there. There are some, I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but there's some neat ones in there.
Some of the
So as
coolest
soon as I
fish
get
are
all the IDs figured out, I can list those.
Interesting.
yeah, some of the coolest fish that are going to be some of the coolest projects that will probably come through Tropical Fish Co. are going to be contaminants, and it's going to be
I
really
know,
cool
I'm
to
so
see them.
excited.
Just order stuff for the contaminants. Like you pretend
Yeah.
that you want
Pretty
the
much.
actual stuff, but you want the random.
I mean,
things.
and we have your lineolatas here.
Okay.
So I have adult lineolatas, lots of males and females.
You're so cute.
So those will be listed, and if anybody wants request pairs, I will make sure you get pairs.
Nice. That's uncommon.
Wow. Requesting pairs of the Hillstreams. That's different.
Yeah.
That's different, man.
Well, you want males, females, you want babies. Not everybody knows how to ID or sex loaches, which fortunately lineolatas are some of the easiest. Like most of the Swellias are super easy.
Right.
You know, they have their distinct shoulders. I mean, they certain shapes. I'm not very good with terminology, so I like to put it in easy terms.
Yeah, that works for me.
So, yeah, I'll grab a camera here in a minute, and we'll just look at the tank.
Hey. Has there been any
Is there?
surprise?
There is one on the glass.
Oh, there you go.
What's that?
I was gonna say, has there been any surprises bringing loaches in so far? Where you're like, oh, I didn't expect this,
Whoops.
or do you feel like
My
you're
bad.
pretty prepared for the experience?
I definitely feel like there's an oh shit, something doesn't look good, kind of feel to it.
Right.
Realistically, I knew that there would be issues importing things, but I think until you see it in person, you don't really realize all the issues.
Wow.
Some come in looking like crap. Some come in looking great, and then a week later, they're like, oh yeah, hey, I'm sick.
Yeah.
So it's one of those is what it is. How do I flip my camera around here?
There should be one of those.
Because I don't want you to see my mug.
Arrow. There we go.
Are you looking at me or a tank? Because I can't
Looking
tell.
at the tank.
Tank.
Okay.
Tank. Fish tank. Fish tank. Fish tank.
So this right here is a female. And you can see how, like, her nose, it's more broad and it kind of fades into her pectorals here.
Yeah, aim it left a little bit if you can. Okay, yeah, there we go.
The other left?
Yeah.
Or that left?
There we go.
Okay. So it's more of a smooth transition. That is a female. Let me see. I wish I had another one on the glass. And it's not always that easy. Some females do seem to have a little bit of a shoulder, like it's not perfect on every one. But if I can find a male, I will show you.
All right. Well, no, I see that transition is very smooth for sure. A couple fish said earlier, Red Devil isn't from the same place as Russelus, but Russelus is its closest described in characteristics. Maybe that means something to you. I'm not that deep in the loach lore.
Talking with a couple different people, they had said that it is Gastromyzon CF Russelus.
Gotcha.
That is the hard thing about loach IDs.
Yo,
It's just
Aqua Unk in the chat just said, is that Tropical Fish Co. setup? If it is, damn, eat your heart out, everyone. What up, Funk?
Yep, that is our setup. So,
but the loach IDs.
I was hoping to get a male on the glass there, but at least belly side. It's kind of hard to see him on the back side of the tank.
Yeah, that was a pretty clear female though, so that was a good example.
Yeah. So males will have a much more distinct shoulder, if you will. Gastromyzons, I can't sex for anything, so don't ask me for those. But Swellias I can do for you.
Yeah, a couple fish said Loach ID is cheeks. That's what it seems like.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it seems like. Also,
Yep.
apparently it's Aquafunk's birthday. Happy birthday, Aquafunk.
Every day is Aquafunk's birthday. Didn't you know that?
Is that really, is that a thing? Is that what it is?
Yep.
Oh my gosh, man.
Yep.
Every day is lollipop and birthday. Okay, I got it.
Yep. Lollipops and birthdays.
Brandon got fish from Jesse today, and Brandon's getting all these fish in. What you up to, Brandon?
Nice. So
Jodi's
I
a
don't know.
member
Can
of
you
the
see
Hillstream Mafia? They hunt down
this
the
one in
beggars.
here?
Let's see.
Yeah, that's why we got to get them up on like websites and reference stuff, because this information kind of gets passed between a couple of people who really know their stuff, and then we never see it again.
Gastromyzon, that's one of them.
Yeah, this is a Gastromyzon. This is Praestons. Also known as the chocolate sucker loach for common name fans.
Let's go. Food name.
Yep.
We're winning.
So can you see it okay? Like, how do I get... I want to see what I'm looking at on my phone here. But all I see is, like, my logo.
Oh, maybe try tapping on the center thing where your name is. You should be able to see what you're seeing. Featherfish.
No worky.
Okay. Well, right now we're seeing your feet.
Nothing. Yeah. Don't judge. I'm in slippers.
I mean,
Perks of not being
Perks
in
of being the
public.
boss.
yeah, it's a shed. Come on, man. It's just a shed. It's fine.
Yeah.
Featherfin said,
I'll walk down to not a loach, but
he said, hey, it's that one Hillstream lady I keep hearing about. There you go.
yeah.
Yep.
So
Hey, the
these
more people
guys,
buy these from her, the more she can bring in even cooler, more expensive stuff.
we have Cinabdella. Dang it.
Come on.
Aw.
Tubulus.
The noodles.
Sorry.
They're Lanata, aren't they?
No.
Oh, yeah,
Oh.
we're getting a good view
These
of
are
them
new
right now.
tribes.
Look at those pearly dots.
Yeah,
um,
dwarf white spot.
oh, so cute. I'm trying to remember what
And
they
they're
were.
charging at you.
Longitubulus, I believe.
Yeah.
They're charging. Look at that. They're like, bro.
I know.
What's
They know
up?
I'm the food lady.
Okay. Not just known for Hillstreams. You're the food lady too, okay?
Yeah, I'm the food lady.
We're building a strong resume here.
Yeah, I don't have their name handy, but these guys are super cool. So if you
Yeah,
were
they
looking
are.
at some of the other places that were doing dwarf spiny eels, this is a different species of Chinese spiny eel, and they're super cute. And there's
They
been
are.
videos of them eating worms, which is the other thing that wild caughts don't always do. But these guys are definitely chowing down on food from the videos
Not
that you
today.
guys were sharing.
Yeah. They seem like they're eating well.
Yeah.
UPS just got on stream.
Hey.
Thank you, UPS.
Okay, hang on. Don't mind my mess.
Yeah, you got it. No worries. No worries.
Son of a biscuit. How do I flip my camera now? I'm technologically
Son
inclined.
of a biscuit. I haven't heard that one in a while.
Uninclined.
Put them in the newt tank. What? Newts and eels? That doesn't sound right. That don't sound quite right.
That would not end well.
Yeah, I don't
There.
like that.
Does that get you back to tanks,
Warehouse.
or are you looking at a big white door?
Working at warehouse. Tanks.
Thanks.
Fish tank.
Cool. Sweet.
I don't kind of want those. Just not sure where to put those. Okay, so you really want them, Cheryl? Would you? Okay, I see. Can noodles be with
Yeah.
angels?
Oh, yeah.
Oscar says.
Aren't
I'll
they
let
different
Corey
temperatures?
answer that.
I'm inclined to say different temperatures. And I don't particularly like the idea of a spiny eel in with some of the cichlids, because cichlids are mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even some of them when they aren't paired. and also your eels would be more inclined to hide with some of them. I don't remember what temperatures these were at, but I think they were able to be kept at room temperature.
Okay.
They are at roughly 75 in here.
Okay, so they're a little bit warmer.
And they can
And-
tolerate high pH and high hardness.
Davo said, "I'm pretty sure I need some of those white spot eels." Yeah, people like these eels, man. That's what I'm seeing.
I know. I'm gonna have one.
What did you say the Latin name was again?
Only one?
Well, actually, my daughter has it.
It's
Longitubulus, Cinabella
Yeah.
longitubulus.
Okay. Longitubulus.
long.
What a name.
Yeah, so it was broken off from sinensis in 2024 because it turned out they were noticing that a bunch of the variability in the species they were applying it to the biogeography of the area and realized that they're both definitely the same species. So sinensis used to be the only genus or the only species in the genus. And then they realized, nope, there's just two somewhat similar looking ones. They're from completely different river drainages though.
Wow, fantastic. It's not confusing at all.
Yeah. Yeah, it's that.
Like
So
what?
that's going to be a huge problem with the loaches too, because they're coming out of some of the same areas, and there's no real reason evolutionary wise to have a species that they look somewhat similar. And if you don't know what river drainage they come out of, you're like, well, it could be this one or it could be that one. And there's still a ton of work ichthyology wise that needs to be done in a lot of the areas these are coming out of.
Right.
Let's see. Captain asked Jodi, how do you plan to transition from your current sponges to the new co-op sponges?
I don't actually have any sponges. They're just air stones right now.
Okay.
So I don't have to really do anything. All I have to do is attach the new air stone and stick it in the sponge.
There you
Easy
go.
peasy.
There you go. How's the aquaponics system working out?
Pretty good. I'll walk you over by it here in a minute.
No rush.
Plants are growing.
You got work to do, man.
What are you
Don't let
gonna do with all those plants when they start overgrowing that area?
Probably. Well, eventually it was the plan to sell houseplants, and we can either sell them potted or we can sell them rooted in water.
Sounds like a plan.
I'm gonna start a water change here real quick.
I mean, because who doesn't want something already rooted in
Right.
water? Makes it a
Just
lot
add-
easier. I mean, I know things transition pretty easy, especially your pothos and your monsteras. Like, there was really no issues with those. Some of the peace lilies were little divas, and the spider plants were divas about transitioning. But for them, like 90% of everything did fine. Minimal loss.
So, speaking of compatibility of tank mates, I want to talk about some biotope ideas for hill streams. Like, not only like the different setups for different hill streams, like the environments they're in, because I know some of them have some different ones. But like, what are the fish that are actually found with hill streams that maybe we didn't know come from the same general area? So I can be like, hey, I got hill streams, but this is also a biotope tank. Really, I'm telling you.
So my plan, I got a 125, and my plan was to keep the Gentiaea sinensis and the Zaccoplatypus together.
Oh, that's the fish that Jesse was saying. Just
And yeah,
The ones that look like trout.
yeah.
God, they're
those
so
like
cool.
lower fins.
And they're so like they're so underrated. When they're small, you know, they're drab. They don't have a lot to them. They're not very colorful, but a mature male, holy buckets. It's just beautiful.
I think that can be said about a lot of like
Yeah.
some of the really, really good fish. It's just be patient and you're missing out on some stunners.
Yeah. Agreed.
I mean, that's pretty much like,
The Zaccos are a cool looking one, though.
So, yeah. So what you should have is a couple of fish up here sometime, because he is definitely better at biotopes than I.
We gotta get ourselves trained up So we can then, when I do talk to him about some
Yeah, I
biotopes,
told you, I'm an
see?
addict, not an expert.
No. I think
I am
that the
learning as I
Zappos
go.
is a cool pick. Listen, it
So
was
there's
funny
It
that
is.
you
there's a
said
couple
that.
of others that I would toss in there.
What would you toss in there?
So the thing that goes really well with loaches are gobies.
Yes, gobies.
And
If you're gonna
I
have a
don't know why I
Hillstream
didn't
tank,
think of that. I do have some Cephodons
are there stephidons
downstairs with mine.
Stevedon,
where the hill streams are found?
depends on how far up the river, I think. So
Yeah.
part of the interesting part is that when you get into the amphidroma stuff, some of those go really, really, really far upriver
Mhm.
and are absolutely occurring with a bunch of these hill streams. And they kind of specialize in some of these hill stream areas. So it's, I guess a better question is, are you going for like 100% biotope? Or are you going for a group of fish that are from a general region that are going to thrive all in the same tank? So when you got these big giant cobbles that make your loaches happy, your stevedons, there's a whole set of gobies, rhinogobius, and a couple of the sictos that Cypterus, um,
God, they're so
and like two others that start the same way and end differently, that are just absolutely wonderful. They're colorful. They're always out. They're always they get along really, really well with the loaches. So unlike the spiny eels, you don't have to worry about them eating some of their roommates, that kind of thing. Um, and I think if you were, as long as you're careful about the larger predator species, like some of the spiny eels and some of the larger rhinogobius, there's also a whole bunch of Danios
Yeah.
that
Okay.
are smaller. Like, so if you can't fit the Zacos, there's smaller fast water fish that we may not have a lot of the Chinese species options, but we've got a number of similar enough Danios that I think they would just be like, we are just not taking advantage of Danios in a fast water tank enough. Like,
Yeah.
I've got pearls and I want to have them in a Hillstream tank just because they are a fast water fish. They're always zooming everywhere and they just absolutely would love some of that stuff.
That's a good point because I've been the orange fin like I really want to put the orange fins in a faster tank because they're just so fun. Like and it just seems like a fast water tank with the Daniels. I bet that's probably I bet one of the reasons why some fish it's harder to get like, or you could improve the passive breeding of them is I bet we're missing like some flow. Because I noticed with the Procatopus, the fries seem to really like swimming in the flow. I bet it kind of helps them stay alive, like hiding in the
Yeah,
in the flow. You know what I mean? By like the
and
hair
there was
algae plumes.
Yeah, they probably want a little bit more flow. Like they're kind of living the easy life. It's not very natural to them, or this is like dry season stuff to them when the water level's low. I think the other thing is that like I can send you the link if you wanted to show the photo on the screen.
Sure.
But we were talking a little bit. It's going to take me a second to find it without
Okay.
spilling Amanos everywhere. There was that lab tank that I showed you that was like the zebrafish, like it's a beach where they're going up very, very shallow.
Yeah.
So it was a larger tank with like a, I'm trying to do this on the camera when it's angled.
And that's we were talking about like fry like hiding in the shallows or like where they're laying it. Man,
Well, these zebra danios, so these are like lab zebra danios. These are the same ones that have been like for 50 years, a model organism. So these are probably hybrid line danios for forever knows how long. These are not they're enough different from the wild ones coming in from India that we know that we probably mixed some stuff together. But they really like to like the parrots will just go up right up where that water line is as long as there's enough space, and that's where they're laying eggs. So I think we miss out on some of these pockets where fish really like to lay eggs. The spiny eels, not the Cynobdellas, I couldn't, there's no information on breeding them, but some of the other spiny eels really like to find clusters of like roots or floating like water hyacinth, and that's where they're laying their roots. or they're laying in the roots. That's where they're laying their eggs.
Mm-hmm.
So let me see if I can find that.
Yeah, and we got some biotope suggestions in here. Yeah, the rhino vius from Feather Films mentioned those. A couple fish said he had some in his Thai biotope. Also, weird cicerid catfish, danios, and barbs. So it looks like we're on the right track here. We're on the right track here.
Yeah, a lot
Yeah.
of the barbs seem a little bit slower water, but I think it's because we're not getting those like torpedo-shaped faster barbs.
Okay. And just for my mental image, like, what area of the world, like, are you picturing in here? Like, is there, like, you know what I mean? Like, what is, like, the river or something in your head where you're like, this is...
So the hill streams that I'm used to talking about are like southern China, Taiwan, and then it's like there's a bunch of rivers in Southeast Asia which go into a whole bunch of other different biotopes. But like when I'm thinking like Hillstream Loaches, I'm thinking usually the slightly cooler watered, the really classic ones seem to be like because Taiwan's basically like a mountain sticking out of the water, so most of their stuff is like they don't have a lot of stuff that isn't Hillstream.
Right.
When they have fresh water. So you get a lot of that high elevation, and a lot of that continues into southern China because that's effectively like the same kind of area that stuff comes from.
Because one of the areas that I like, Borneo, is one that I've thought about, like, because you could do wild bettas, you know, you could do...
But that's not Hillstream.
I think there isn't there a Borneo sucker loach or something?
There is, but like I think that's when we have to be careful about.
Oh, gosh.
So
Here we
Like
go.
technically,
you're gonna
you could group a lot of things under Borneo sucker loach.
Are you gonna
yeah,
gatekeep the word Hillstream? Is that what is about to happen?
No, it's kind of a mixed thing because are you talking about Hillstream like the place where they live,
right?
Which as a biogeographer to me is like you're looking at like very fast water, often like very little plant life. It's mostly large cobbles and sand. So Hillstream as like a tank. So you would think of that as like a tank setup, right? And the hill streams occur all over the world. U.S. like most of our native fish are Hillstream fish. I would consider them because they like if you look at the Zaco and like the picture of the Zaco that you have up there, I've got a
giant minnow.
Yeah,
is what it looks like.
Most of our minnows, like there's a couple of minnows that actually, like one of the chubs, I think actually looks very, very similar to that and gets to a similar size.
And I think that's actually, it's just a fancy pale chub is all it is. That's what it breaks down to.
Yeah. So it's kind of like that's a biotope or like that's a type of style of stream that a lot of these guys live in. The Borneo Hillstream loaches, while they are genetically within the same genus or family as other hardcore Hillstream loaches, they don't have the same high oxygen and high water flow requirements.
So you are gatekeeping the word Hillstream, huh?
Well, no, it's confusing as hell. I would love to gatekeep it, but I can't because people have already kind of misused it.
But there's sucker loaches in Borneo. There are sucker loaches.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
But they're not.
Like that
they may
family.
Not be in what we think of as the Hillstream.
Yeah.
There's like fast flow.
They're gonna find a spot that has a bunch of rocks, and they're gonna hang out there because they're very good at those smooth surfaces. And those exposed rock areas totally exist in parts of Borneo. It's just not like Borneo, and Borneo is very mountainous, so there are definitely areas like that, but it's not going to be quite the same as, like, also they're going to be warmer water. They're going to be a little bit more flexible about certain conditions that, like, some of the hill streams that we kind of see show up in photos sometimes are these, like, rare Chinese species that are, like, very clearly high demand, must be highly oxygenated, must have high flow, must have like nothing in the water kind of stuff. And a Borneo hill stream is going to be like, well, I want softer water, possibly even like being able to handle black water. The flow is not as important. The oxygenation isn't as important. Like Soelia lineata, yeah. They can be bred in a 10-gallon tank with a sponge filter. Like they're much more.
I mean,
flexible.
I've got mine in a 20 high. I have a pair of adults, and I've gotten, I don't know, 150 fry out of them now.
Yeah, so
And they're
they're
just
not
in a
as
20 tall with an air stone and a sponge filter.
yeah. So those guys are very similar to what like a lot of the Borneo loaches would be. But then you get
Yep.
into like why are they so easy compared to like some of the Gastromyzon that are like cooler water, harder water, high oxygenation, must have like water pumps going on them and all that kind of stuff for some of those species. Like don't even try them without that for some of those. And some of the what is it, the horse face loaches? I'm not even going to try and
Those are
pronounce.
so cool.
I love
They're
those.
they're very yeah, but I think they're also like cooler water, high oxygen, I think.
Yeah, I
And they
mean,
and they want to
but
bury
to
in sand.
achieve high oxygen, you don't have to have high flow either, which
Yeah.
is nice. I
Interesting.
mean,
Interesting.
Venturi. They're awesome.
hmm
That's something I'd like to learn more about. Like, how much, if you do 2 air stones, like, does that achieve a high enough dissolved oxygen to satisfy most things? Like, I mean, what is it that
I
Uh
suppose it probably depends on the size of your tank, the height of your tank.
and a Venturi is going to be much better at getting your dissolved oxygen a lot higher without necessarily disturbing like the top of your tank a lot because the Venturi
what's a
is
Venturi?
um it's actually in that Higer tank that you reviewed. They actually had a Venturi. It's often where you get a power filter and it seems like it has that tube coming off of it
Yeah,
that you have to have out of the water. It sucks in air. And what it's doing is it's actually a way to, as your tube of water is usually like coming out of a filter or a power head, it's a way that you actually have something usually perpendicular that is a very narrow funnel that actually sucks in air because of the water flowing through. And venturis are typically what are used in aquaculture to increase oxygenation
Gotcha.
after they've gone through
Gotcha.
filtration and stuff.
Gotcha.
So air stones are cool, but like if you're trying to get like the most bang for your buck, like a something with a venturi attachment, or like if you already have a power head in there, get one with a venturi attachment or a power filter and just add a venturi attachment to it.
I like the
So
name. It just sounds fancy. Yes, I have a Venturi.
yeah,
Yes,
well,
Venturi.
yeah, but if I have all sponge filters, I can't do that, so I'm gonna throw in another air
Right.
stone.
Okay.
Right.
Shout out, what's up, Johnny? How's it going? Jacob, I saw you come in here. How's it going, man? Flower with horns, aloha. How's it going? I see that a couple fish said Venturi doesn't have to be powered, which is easier to maintain and pay for. Wait, how does that?
Yep,
Interesting. Okay. Is this
it's
like
it's
an attachment?
physics. Yeah, it's attachments, it's physics. You don't have to have it anything that has water flowing through it, so you're not paying for extra energy to go through. Power heads are where you see them the most often, but anything that flows water, like in theory, my jet lifters, I could add I could add a Venturi to that.
Interesting. Chris
I kind
posted
of a moot point at that one.
Chris posted a bunch of Biotope inspo stuff in the Discord. I put some of it on the screen. We got a Central Vietnam torrent, Soelia country, Soelia lineata. We got stone loaches, other riffle loaches. Let's see, man.
I wonder if that's also where some of those raccoon shrimp are coming from, because the other thing that we didn't actually talk about is all of the places where these hill streams are have shrimp.
Ooh, that's a good.
Yep.
Oh, that's a good point. Oh man,
Hmm.
shrimp people, where you at? Let's go. This is your moment.
I keep Neos and
Crystals,
Amanos with all my
yeah.
Hillstreams.
Amanos are technically, even with my hard ass version of Hillstream, they're Hillstream.
Yeah.
It's actually required almost for a lot of the Amphidroma stuff. They must have a good flow of water. So in some of the Borneo streams where you would find Borneo suckers, you wouldn't find a lot of Amphidroma stuff because they don't have enough flow. It's very fascinating how some of that works. So Hillstream kind of has become a common name for a whole group of taxonomic group of fish, but
Okay, so now Hillstream, I
yeah.
should stop thinking of it as being the loaches that they look like stingrays. I should start thinking of it as like the fast flowing water. Like lots of things could be a Hillstream. It doesn't have to be a loach situation.
Oh yeah, like we've got Hillstream, like there's whole different sections of the loach family. We've got whole sections of gobies and shrimp and snails and um in the U.S., that's where a lot of the crayfish are. Like, we got a whole bunch of stuff. So it's just kind of like, are you talking about the common name of the flat little stingray loaches,
Right.
or are you talking about like the actual like geography of the stream?
When will common names stop getting me in trouble, man? This is crazy. Come on.
When you stop using common names?
I mean,
Yep.
but Hillstream Loach, like, come on. Come on. It's a cool name.
Well, so originally it was meant for any loach that actually came from Hillstream, but the problem is we branched out over time and found some of their relatives in easier, slower water, and that common name kind of stuck
Jodi, what are you going to do
because
about
people
this?
don't like
She's trying to stop the Hillstream magic.
those names are so complicated. Like, they're scientific names. I understand why people want to call them Hillstream loaches. I can't spell them, much less pronounce them with some of
Oh
these
yeah.
names.
Yeah.
That
Oh
it
my
is.
gosh.
It's hard. I mean,
Like, I don't like, as much as I like joke about like don't use common names. I understand with Hillstream any of the Hillstream loaches, like those names are because a lot of them are also based on, they're either described by or based on names of people who, they're not English names. So like you start getting like whether they're of like Russian descent or Chinese descent or any of the like Vietnamese, like you've got all these different languages that are being used to make some of these common names. It's not just Latin anymore. So if it was Latin, cool, I would probably be able to pronounce it. But that's not a hard and fast rule. That's a very like welcome
good
back to the
point.
like the 1700s.
So like there are some, not all these like technical names are Latin. Like there's other languages in there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and hill streams is when you start seeing that like hardcore and you're just like, there's some Z's and some Y's and not enough vowels, and I'm gonna need
God,
to
yeah.
have somebody who actually practices the language that was coming from to actually like teach me how to say that so that I don't,
Right.
and it's not even about embarrassing yourself. Like I don't want to like be rude to
Right.
to
Well,
some of the people
yeah,
I was like named after.
that's where I'm at with it. You know, I ask a lot of times how to pronounce something, and then I still can't freaking get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My mouth does not move in that way. I will have to learn how to like having some coworkers that were actually Chinese and how we see their names spelled versus how like it's pronounced. And honestly, like some of them, like one of my coworkers was like how I heard it and how I would spell it versus how it was actually spelled. It's just a translation what is it? Phononics.
Phonetics.
Phonetics. There we go.
Hey,
God,
there we go. What kind of scientist are
wonderful
you?
migraine
I,
drugs.
I can get some things.
I'm a zooted. I'm a very zooted
It's
out
worked for
scientist
me.
right now.
Uh,
Migraine meds.
for instance, like this person in the chat that just said you didn't want to be disrespectful. I understand. Usually, I just try and pronounce their name, but now you're like, don't be disrespectful and mispronounce people's names. Dog.
No. So it's the same thing as
See you
you
later,
like when
Jacob.
you meet somebody. You're like, hey, I know I'm gonna pronounce this wrong, so I'm gonna try, and then if you can teach me how to say it correctly. Like for me, that was always a like how you're showing respect to a person. Is like, no, I want you to actually teach me how to pronounce it correctly because I feel like that's me showing you respect. So try your best and just be like, hey, I'm not really sure I'm pronouncing it correctly. I'm going to try my best. And if anybody actually knows how it's supposed to be pronounced, cool, please let me know. Send it to me in a voice file. I will try my best. But once my brain goes Stevedon, I'm always going to call them that. And even though it really should be Stiffadon, I'm just like, nope, Steve, Adon. I don't know why.
Yep.
Geek Boy said if I could pronounce
Tomato,
less than
tomato.
half of the scientific names, I might use them more.
Write them down and put them on the tank.
Yep.
That's how I
There you
learned
go.
because I see it every time I see the fish.
Yeah, that does make sense, doesn't it?
Yep. Meanwhile, I do have pretty much common names here. And it's really only for one reason, and it's so we don't get like nobody gets confused when pulling fish to sell.
Right. Well, yeah, you definitely don't want that. Come on, man. You have to start yelling at employees.
Nope.
Okay,
No,
let's
it's
see. Geek Boy said Corridorus Narcissus is my favorite name of all time.
I still want to know the naming scheme behind that one and I know it's not its common name, but I'm still gonna call it a transvestite cichlid.
Oh, yeah, the Nanochromis
Transvestite.
transvestite. Yo, people are so scared to say that. I'm like, guys, come on. Come on. It's a
It
You
is
don't
a
have to
fish.
be.
fish name.
We know it's a fish.
Yeah, somebody had fun with that genus name, and just take it with a sense of humor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that. Like, don't their names, man. Don't take it that seriously.
Yeah. I mean, although it
Because
is
let
funny,
me tell
because
you.
some of the names, the meanings of the names are kind of crude. Like, what's the strange penis slide bearer one? What is it,
Oh yeah,
Xenophallus, I think?
yeah,
Yeah.
something like that. Something phallus.
I think.
I mean, it is an accurate description, but also just like, okay, now I have to say phallus constantly.
Yeah. I mean, listen, it is what it is.
What would you give it for a common name?
I don't remember what the first part of the name is. Like, I vaguely know what he's talking about, but I
think
don't
it
do
is
live bears
I
that
think
much.
it is like Xenophallus. I think that is what it is. I think they call it the strange penis fish or something.
Well, we know the scientists do, but like, what did the average person call them?
I don't know if it's one of those. I don't know how if it's one of those that's like common enough where it has like a normal person common name. I have no idea. I don't know what the live bearer people be up to. They're different. They're different.
Yeah, but that would definitely be like a very like a lot of the names, if they're not named after a person or a place or something, they're supposed to be descriptive about the animal. Like Aratus usually means golden, golden or yellow. But so it's just like scientifically that's accurate, but then some scientists often like they either are like, yeah, that's a description. I'm just gonna say it with confidence, or you know,
That's the key. Say it with confidence.
Yeah.
You can
yep,
get away with a lot by saying it with confidence.
Flowers.
say it with confidence and have a sense of humor about it.
Flowers with horns said that cichlid is named that because the female is colorful, not the male. Yep, that is what I recall.
That's kind of true about like a lot of the West African cichlids,
I
isn't
know
it? Like,
any crib basically.
yeah, I mean, it's just, and I think they're like I grew up loving cribs. Like, I never had them, but like they're so gorgeous. And then
You never had them. Come on, man.
no, I rarely had actual fish because I mostly had frogs. And then I was not about to have a cichlid in most of the tanks that I did have.
Right.
But they're one of those things that where they're just like so pretty. And so many of those West African cichlids are just so pretty. We're kind of missing out
Yeah, I'm trying to be
on
like
not seeing as many of them.
a crib person. I love cribs, so I might have to commit to the crib lifestyle.
They're easy, they're pretty, they're bold. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, they do
Or
breed
you
like
want-
rabbits.
Yeah.
That can be a problem, but you know, just do they do well if you just had like females together or something?
I haven't tried that. I probably wouldn't do just females together, but I mean, some of them live in pretty high densities. So like, some of them, like the Drachenfels I have, live in pretty high densities. So I haven't had a problem having colonies
Well,
of
that's
them
nice.
together. I do see Akaya said, "Hello. Seems like I joined at an interesting time in the stream. It's always an interesting time, man. Come on."
Every time on our stream is interesting.
Yeah, man, it's always interesting. Someone said earlier they hated when people tried to use they look like a stingray to like sell the fish. Does that bother you?
Yeah.
I do kind of like when people. That's what I was ranting about the CPDs the other day about that. Like people are like, it looks like a mini trout. I'm like, shut up.
I'm just kind of like,
You know,
can't you enjoy the
To
fish
each
on its
their
own?
own.
Yeah.
No.
If you
That's
think
where I'm
it
at
looks
with it.
Each their own.
if you think it looks like a mini stingray and that's why you like it, awesome.
I mean, to be honest, that's part of what attracted me to them in the first place. I mean, it is. I mean, you call them flappy flaps, call them stingrays, call them whatever the hell you want, but they're adorable. No ifs, ands, or buts. Their behavior is fun. You know, you get a group together, 6 or more, you get some of the best behavior. I mean, some are not as big on groups. Like my lepidogasters don't, or lepidogasters, however you want to say it, they don't hang out together. Not
So I
like you would
guess
see. I don't know, say most of the Soalias.
So I think what would get me about calling them a mini stingray is, are you trying to get them because you think that looks cute, or are you trying to get them to replace being able to have a freshwater stingray? In which case, I would be like, okay, that part I don't get along with because I think you should appreciate these little flat flaps on their own. And they're
I do agree with
completely
that.
and they're completely different from stingrays.
Absolutely.
But they are like, yeah, you get a lot of like the dark with spots, and they're definitely little flat flaps. And I think as long as you love them for being, cute little adorable things, it's when people are like, oh, well, you can't have this fish for a reason, so I'm going to sell you this other thing. Like, granted, I don't
it's
think anybody's
absolutely not a replacement.
Yeah, like CPDs aren't a replacement for trout. Like I grew up fishing trout. They're I never looked at them and went, "Oh, aren't my tiny little adorable mini trout doing great?" But I do appreciate the similarity.
About that the other day. Like some people really say that they do. Like you see, Jeff said CPDs they look like trout, I would hate them just to hate them. So apparently Jeff thinks they look like trout. Look at that.
Yeah, like they look like a very specific certain type of trout. So I can kind of see where people went that way, but they sold just fine without people saying they look like trout.
I think that's what bothers me about it is what it's just like. You're just saying it so people buy it. Like in the chat you said, yeah, that bothers me. My first bad experience was a bala shark. Just the word shark got me excited.
See, that part gets me. Red-tailed black shark is like all-time one of my favorite fish, and I know they're horrible aquarium fish for most people because they get huge. In no way am I getting them because they are a shark, and I do think the freshwater shark thing is like, that is a sales gimmick. That's a hardcore sales gimmick. Because you're trying to get people who want to be like, I have a shark. Granted, they will eat everything in the tank like a shark. They will eat everything in the tank better than a shark would, but that's kind of, that one plays on some people's ignorance a little bit, but I could kind of see how like a Soalia looks like a cute little sea flap flap.
Yeah.
I definitely see it. I do see it.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think it's interesting. Some people, they really do need that like comparison in order for them to understand the appeal of a fish, which I just find interesting. Like some people, they're looking at it like, then you say it's like a mini stingray. And they're like, oh yeah, you're right. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, but if that's the difference between them buying it and not buying it, then I'm like, did you really love it in the first place then? That's
right.
I mean, also, I'm gonna say, like, don't fall in love with a picture on the internet.
Wait, they say 80% of love is right?
Man.
So maybe they just needed to get the commitment up, and that's fine.
That is something that drives me nuts, is how saturated photos are online.
Oh yeah, and then you get people who are like, I expected this, and I'm just like, that photo is not anywhere realistic to what it is. Or they fall in love with a fish they never see again. They put in their tank and it's gone.
Yep.
Sorry, folks.
I have succumbed to that. Not gonna lie.
Oh, I have too. I mean, every single person who's gonna warn you about that has falling in love with a photo on the internet.
Like what photos have you guys fallen in love with that it wasn't?
So the one that really gets me is when you have, this is especially with the African tetra stuff, people will fall in love with a photo of a dominant male in a tank. And then that dominant male, just like Jodi was saying, the photo's super saturated. So it's hard to tell what that fish is actually able to be. Or rainbow shiners is another one where I've seen rainbow shiners in full regalia. They're absolutely stunning fish, and everybody should see them in person at some point in their life because they really are stunning. But they're probably not quite what you guys are used to seeing on the internet, and they are certainly not like that all year round. And the females are honestly stunning on their own, but they're also not the same as what you would normally see on the internet. So it's not really fair to fall in love with a particular photo on the internet and then realize that's like 1 to 2% of your fish at a certain time are going to look that way, and that just really sucks. So do you think that, like, and I don't want people to be disappointed.
Do you think that like places should include like, this is what it looks like in this condition, this is what it looks like when it's not in this condition?
It's hard.
I think they should give accurate photos.
Accurate photos, accurate adult photos, and preferably
accurate videos, because those are just as bad.
So the point I was making about turning Jodi into the American version of Aquarium Glacier is that they never have just one photo. And they explain this is like a colored up dominant male, or this is like the males typically get like this versus like a female or something like that. And I think we need
Right.
a lot, especially in the age of like crazy AI photos. We need more accurate
Yeah.
information out there.
And they do have good
Yeah.
photos of like pairs next to each other a lot of the time.
Yeah, and you have a better expectation. This is what a group looks like. Some of them look really, really good in a group. You know, pearl danios, when you see them in the store, often are these little kind of like grayish fish. They don't look that great, but man, when you get them into a darker background tank with some water flow and they start maturing, like they're beautiful. And instead of having all the lights just at the top, you can get it a little bit from the side angles so that and this is true of any iridescent fish. Don't do it just from the top. Do a little bit where either you pull it to the front of the tank or you get a little ambient light from the room.
Yeah.
That's how you get those rainbows.
People need to get
And
more, some light, like light mounts that like tilt it towards, you know, like
Yeah.
down and towards.
Yeah.
Like that would be nice.
That's why I like mine being tubes. Like I can just kind of rotate it a little. But I've had people who saw, like I was just feeding my pearl danios just at the top, and they were just seeing the iridescence once they hit the top of the water, and they're like, "Wow, those are really beautiful danios. Like, are those rosy danios? Or those some rare thing?" And I'm like, "No, man, they're pearls. Get them for $2." And they look like crap in the store,
Interesting.
and they look crap. Like you don't quite know how to interpret like what you see online, but like that one dominant male recently when I was up in Frederick getting him, that one dominant male in the tank was like, he was dark blue, he was showing off for all the girls, he had beautiful orange fins.
Let's go.
And like granted Chopre were a couple of tanks down, but like Chopre are really cool, but like that though there were a couple of mature females, and that mature and dominant male, like people were watching him going, "Oh wow, this is really cool." And I'm like, "Yeah, but that's one of the cheapest basics that you see, but if you put them in like a brightly lit blue tank, they look like crap."
Okay. Hey, we started some controversy, man. We got some conflicting opinions in the chat about the CPDs. William said the first time I saw a CPD, it reminded me of a trout. And then Bear Bomb Bratton said my trout Gadeids look more like trout than CPDs. But then a couple fish comes back in and says my cousin that trout fishes every weekend. The first time he saw a CPD, he said, "Holy shit, that looks like a trout." Like William says, people who don't
It
think they look
depends
like
on your
trout.
experiences with trout.
He said people that don't think they look like trout just haven't seen many trout. Like, oh my gosh, the CPD trout defenders are like out here, man.
Okay, so true. Like, so I'd say that like the people who haven't grown up like trout fishing, I can understand them going like, trout what? Also, there's a difference between what type of trout that you're fishing, because a lot of people who've only ever seen a rainbow trout are going to look at a CPD and go, "What the hell are you talking about? Trout don't have spots." But you get into some of like the not mass produced and seeded trouts, like some of our smaller native species that get some of those beautiful spots and everything. You can see it, but it's also like, what do trout mean to you? And then your brain will make that association.
Interesting.
But like so I didn't grow up. I grew up with rainbow trout. I didn't grow up with like some of the brookies or anything like that. And they kind of look more in the brookie brown trout side of the trout family, not the rainbows. So growing up with rainbows, I grew up with stocked rainbows, and I looked at a CPD, and nothing about that fish said trout to me. Like their shapes are a little bit too short and bulldoggy. And then the colors didn't scream to me, but then I had a friend who was teaching me fly fishing, and he was showing me like brookie pictures and everything, and some of the really less common like wild ones you don't get to see that often. And I'm like, "Oh, no, I see it.
So wait,
I
which
see
side
it." I
are
mean,
you
I
on?
still think
Now you're on the pro. They look like trout side.
No, I'm on the same side I was before. It depends
Oh.
on you, man.
Oh my gosh, man! Look at these fence sitters here.
Just like the little flappy flaps. What it means to you is more important.
Okay. Flowers with Horn says photo enhanced male photo aqua Arizona garden. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Love my female
But-
shiners.
but to be
True,
fair-
photos misled. As I said.
To be fair, my colored up males, like, granted they're not colored up right now, but like what they were this morning. I've shared photos of my CPDs on the forum, and the males are super like deep with their color. So not all of that is like some of it's aged, like a lot of the ones you see for sale on the internet are not sexually mature, and some of those males
Right.
will get that super deep blue with a little bit of iridescence on it, and I've got that fiery red orange on the fins. And I do feed Chroma Boost TDO a little bit to them, and I feed them a broader range of stuff. So something that really lacks carotenoids in the diet, like they can be blander, but like it was night and day once they hit maturity. Those males colored up so hard, and you're not, by giving them carotenoid foods, you're not like doing anything artificial to them. They'll express that carotenoids as much as their genetics allow.
Interesting.
But they are flashy boys.
You said I fell in love with Hillstream Loaches due to their behavior, and what got me was setting an appropriate bio. Having a shallow riverbed aquarium is so beautiful.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a lot of fun to see them, and that's where you get like the Stiffidons and some of the gobies and stuff with them. It's just so nice.
How
Throw a
shallow
couple
could
in
you
there.
go with a tank? Like, because a shallow Hillstream tank sounds that's a biotope I can get behind.
So I wouldn't do it like in inches, like keep it like a foot deep, but like a 20
Yeah.
long is plenty, like deep. Like a lot of their especially once you get into some of those riffle areas, they can be very, very shallow, but you're usually still going to get like a foot or so. And plus, also when you want to put like a sand base down, you don't want to go too shallow. But that's why like a 10-gallon tank, it's not long enough to get a really good Hillstream looking tank, but a 10-gallon tank is still not too shallow for them.
So 20 long is the perfect starter Hillstream shallow biotope.
Oh, I think so. 20 longs, man, are super underrated. Like anything
They
with
are.
like Danios that like when you get like that water flow going, Danios, some of the plecos from South America, anything that really likes a lot of water flow, man, 20 longs are where it's at. If you want to work with some of the natives like the shiners and stuff, they would also do great in a 20 long as long as they're some of the smaller species. I know 30 people were saying 33s were like the golden stuff, but I think that was also partially rarity. It's a very good size, impossible to find these days, unless you're talking like I think the last ones we saw were like what $180. Ugh, and I gave mine away.
Johnny got some controversial opinion. He said pearl Danios are better than any rainbow fish. Hold on, man. That's crazy.
I would agree.
No,
I would
sorry.
agree.
No, you know how many rainbow fish there are?
I would agree.
There's a rainbow fish that beats the pearl Danio. You got luminati. You got all the
okay.
gills. The pearl Danio is not beating every rainbow fish. This is.
Then you haven't seen a good pearl Danio, man.
No, I've just seen good. There's just a lot of rainbow fish. Like this sounds like pure delusion.
So do you remember where I got my African tetras from? I've been to all Oddbod. Like Eric and Regina, if they don't have the best looking rainbow fish out there, then I don't like the only other person who's going to have better rainbow fish is going to be Gary Lang.
Have you been to
and
Australia?
Even saying that.
Come on.
Have it? No.
Come on.
You pull one of those out of the rivers there, and they're going to immediately color down. You're not getting them in full display.
Dude, the rads.
So,
like there's all sorts of cool rainbows with different colors, different sizes.
Eric and Regina have some of the best rainbow fish, and some of them were stunning and gorgeous. But like, also the other thing I want to bring up, you're talking about different kinds of color, because a lot of the rainbow fish are actual like color pigments that they're manipulating, like reds, yellows, oranges. With some of the they're not as iridescent. So if you're going to take a comparable rainbow fish, you're talking about praycocks or the red lasers. Those are going to be the only ones who actually are doing the same kind of color.
But that's why
as
I think you can't say
pearl Danio.
The pearl Danios are better. I think the rainbows have too many different options. Like you could find.
I think you're comparing apples to, unless you're doing like the praycocks or the red lasers, which I cannot pronounce their genus name.
Johnny's the one that said the pearl Danios were better than a rainbow fish. I didn't bring up the comparison.
And I will say this to Johnny's face. I think it's not fair for like the larger rainbow fish that are doing the actual like pigments themselves. You're kind of doing apples to oranges. If you're going to compare a rainbow fish to a pearl, orange to orange, you're talking the praycocks or the red lasers.
Okay.
And then at that point, and I've had both of them, and I would say that is one of those where yes, that's going to be your personal preference on like body shape and stuff like that, on which one you're going to like better. But those, if you're gonna have some like that pearly iridescence, and you're gonna try and knock somebody's socks off. Those are the two that, yeah, you would
Oh
absolutely
man. Oh
have a
man.
That's gonna be personal preference to tell which one are actually
Brandon
better.
said pearl Daniels are some of my favorite fish. Their little whiskers are so cute.
Oh, I love the Daniel whiskers when they come. Oh God, they're so cute. And then you realize they're super long too, and you're like, where are they hiding them all the time?
Interesting. You just can't see them when they're swimming around.
It's it's like they like tuck them in like their mouth something, and it goes like underneath their eye. But then when they're actively like looking around or something, you'll see that they just kind of drop down like these really long mustaches.
Right.
And then I'm like, oh, I remember like that's part of the whole Danio thing is that they have those little are they barbels? Not really. I don't know what they're called
I mean,
officially,
I
but
like mustaches. That sounds
they
distinguished.
look like they just look like a really long like Fu Manchu like mustache thing coming off of them. And it's like super hilarious every time I see it. I do love that.
Bob said, I'll never forgive CPDs for being called Galaxy Rasboras.
I would prefer if they were called Galaxy Raspberries over Pearl Danios, like Celestial Pearl Danio versus Pearl Danio.
Yeah,
I
but
actually,
Galaxy Rasbora is very wrong. Isn't that the one that's wrong?
how is that? How is that wrong? Is there something else called a Galaxy?
They're not a
Well, okay, the
Rasbora.
Rasbora part.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
come on,
Galaxy
don't,
Danio.
come on. It's just not the
So
same.
we, so they look okay. To
Oh
be
wait,
legit,
everyone.
they looked when they first came in.
Wait. I'm picking Procatopus eggs. So pick your guesses for how many Procatopus eggs in the chat. Continue.
23.
Okay, 23.
Seven.
Go with
7. God
23. I
damn
made
it,
it
Jodi.
23.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
Um, yeah, I don't know why they called Rasboras, except they look more chunky, like what we thought a Rasbora looked like.
Well, this is a
We've got a
video.
couple of.
This is a video I need to finish, but like, if you read the paper that re-describes them, it's basically
Mhm.
just the scientist being like, yo, the guy that described them before was incompetent. He didn't count these fins correctly. Like, he failed to
Mhm.
do this. Like, so it just seems like they were described like kind of quickly for, selling purposes. And like, he invented a new genus for them, like Celestius Magnificus or whatever. Like, he tried to invent a whole new species for them.
Yeah, but he doesn't have. I don't think it was because he was trying to sell them. I think it was like there's still the whole thing of if you describe species, that is a bit of cachet to your name. So, and there's
Well,
also
he wanted to
people
be the
forget that, like,
first. He wanted to be the first. Like, I think
yeah,
there was a
yeah.
time
So,
crunch involved. Is basically one. Yeah.
yeah, because sometimes you get people that are trying to see who can describe it faster.
Yeah.
And not everybody is at the same level of like how diligent they're going to be about some of the description stuff. I mean, that's definitely happened a number of times where you're just like, hey. But I also like I'll give a little bit of credit here. They're weird. They're really weird. If you just looked at like a photo without any context of
I
like
think
their
it's a mini
history,
trout.
especially yeah. Well, besides the mini trout, like they're like chunky and short and small, and you're like, that fits a lot more Rasboras than it does Danios. Like short and chubby Danio is not usually, we like the Pearl Danio photo that you have up is like they're long and slim and they like to go fast, and this is like the exact opposite of that. They are like, no, we are short and chubby and want to go slow, unless there's food, in which case they will go fast. Um, yeah, I would not have put them as I can kind of see it, but like yeah, also like the person describing him probably should have spent a little bit more time trying to figure that out.
Yeah. They
So
re-described it
I
pretty
think they
quickly.
should
I
be
think it was like within 2 years it got re-described.
I think it's valid to so also the whole Danio group in general was going through a lot of taxonomic changes at the time, like Danio albolineata versus Brachydanio albolineata. They're still working a lot of that out. But man, those I would prefer to be a Galaxy Danio because a Celestial Pearl versus a Pearl. I hated that I said I want Pearl Danios and they're like, which one do you want? And I'm like, I've already got CPDs. I want pearls. And the guy looked at me like I was on crack. He's like, why do you have the more expensive one and then you want the one that's $10 cheaper? Because arguably they're prettier.
This is just crazy. So like, are you starting?
I like them for very different reasons.
Are you, Jodi? Like, do you think that she got a secret Pearl Daniel farm coming up next? Like, what's going on here?
I mean, that'd be cool.
I want
I have not
to.
kept either one.
I want to. My plan for both of those species is to BAP them. Um, the CPDs have value for like breeding commercially. I really want to get some of the. If anybody ever actually imports them again, I'd like to get wild caught pearl danios. I think some of the pearl danios coming in, like I've got one. I've gotten two different batches, and there's always been one that has some deformity that has more to do with how they were raised, because they are commercially raised in mass in Asia, and they're one of those species that like they're super hardy, so a lot of people aren't going to be judgy about them, but they get the same deformity in their face that the rainbow shiners get, and it's a how they're raised like is lower quality, and I don't like it. But at the same time, they're $2 fish. I can't like if I supplied Jodi with a whole bunch of them, they cost me more to produce than they would to sell,
the way they're
unfortunately.
raised, does that have to do with anything? Like Geek Boy said, my two groups of CPDs look very different, even though they're from the same fish. I got from Pebble and Foxy. The group in the 14 have incredibly bright red fins. Like, do they just
I would
have a
ask how old they
maturation?
are.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
No. I would ask how old they are, because if the less colorful group is younger, they haven't hit sexual maturity yet. Because it was like somebody flipped a switch. Because so I was in an apartment at the time when I got these. I had them for a couple months already, and they're next to my coffee pot. This is why mine are also so bold, because they were right next to my coffee pot, so they saw me multiple times a day in the kitchen. And so they would always come up and beg, and then like all of a sudden there was like one that was very like orange on the fins, and then all of a sudden there was like four that were very orange on the fins like 3 days later, and I'm like, what the hell just happened? And it was because they hit sexual maturity.
I see.
So one group might be all female, and that's why you're not seeing a whole bunch of orange, or they may just not have hit sexual maturity yet.
There you go. I'm like, bro, we get so every single thing that gets brought up, we get on such a long tangent. Like I've never been.
Yeah. Well, I was being very good. To Bob's point, Celestial Pearl is based on the name of the river that they came out of, and that's related to why they were called that.
Oh, now we got the chat
Galaxy.
open. Here we go. Here we go.
I had it open the whole time. I just wasn't looking at it. I dragged my screen back over. But the galaxy is because it looks like stars on the side of the body. The Celestial Pearl, my understanding is it had something to do with the river that they came out of.
Okay.
Or the wait, or the mountains.
Couple fish at 20 longs and 33 longs are goated sizes. I can't tell which one.
Yes.
The problem is that the 33 long is just so much harder to fit in somewhere. Like, I feel
Well,
like
and they're also stupid hard to find. So.
well,
Yeah.
Fish and Friends has a bunch. If you're in PA, he's got a bunch of them.
Oh, but they were $180.
Well, yeah.
No, I know. It's like
Yeah.
it's gonna happen. I know it's gonna happen because I want to put rainbow shiners in there. It's just I gotta raise a lot of shrimp, man.
You do, man. This second Procatopus mop, by the way, this is where the eggs are at, man. I'm up to 9. Right
Have
now.
you gotten
More than 7 then?
Yeah, I'm up to 9. The other one was like peanuts, but this one's like,
20, 23, still
see.
sitting on 20. Did I say 23 or 27?
you said 23.
I
Hold
think you
up.
said 23.
Okay.
Calm down. It's not that good yet.
Hey, I'm still happy. Like my number's still possible.
Yo, you said they got their.
I'm still the
Hillstreams
closest without
in-
going over.
Oh, really?
Price is right.
There you go. At 85-gallon shallow. I don't know if I've even seen that before.
Ooh.
We'd need to have dimensions on that one. I can't tell if that's like a low boy thing going on.
Yeah,
Okay,
that'd
so
be cool, though.
I've seen the low boys, and what was it like? What was it, the 40 low boy or something like that? Splashy Fish has some of them, and he uses them for like grow out of like red root floaters and some filtration stuff. And
Yeah.
every time I see one of them, I'm just like, I would argue those are a little bit too shallow unless you have like no substrate on there. But I would
Yeah.
still be the moron that's gonna put a whole bunch of fish that jump in it.
So I got four 28-gallon low boys, and I forget the size it is, but I do think that they are like a little bit shallow to like really
Yeah.
do some stuff. I think, grow out some silicate stuff is good. But Jesse had a tank that was like, it was basically one of the low boys, but slightly taller. And I think that is like they're just a little taller, just a little bit than. I think they're
Yeah,
shorter
it's
than
kind of why
20 longs, even.
they are, and that's where I was like, so I think 20 long is like my magic height number to be able to do substrate, hardscape that they really want, and still have that really awesome like it's long enough versus its height, and that it works really well for that high flow situation.
What's the
I'm gonna
the biggest tank you got loaches, a bunch of loaches in right now, Jodi?
230.
Damn. Okay. Didn't play around.
I have some in my community tank.
Yeah.
I have 4 in my community tank, and that's not something I'm trying to breed anything in. It's just for my eyeballs. It makes me happy, and it's very diverse. It's got fish from probably every continent by now, so
Nice.
don't judge.
I'm not judging those. Sounds great to me.
You're not submitting it as a biotope tank. I'm not gonna be
Yeah,
judging.
no,
Nope.
listen, we're talking biotopes, but
Not even close. It made my eyeballs happy, and that's why I put it there.
sounds
Yep.
good to me. That sounds totally good
Other
to
than
me.
that, 80 gallon
Yo, you got to put the
is
dimensions
the
for this
largest.
85 low boy. Pearls are up there with African tetras. Jesus, Johnny, I can't rock with this. This is too much Pearl Daniel glazing right now. It's one fish.
All I'm hearing is the correct information
No,
coming in.
you're comparing one fish against like entire category. Like there's so many African tetras like that compete, in my opinion. Like when we got
So
the jelly bean
I think you've
tetras.
triggered
Like,
Nick, Johnny.
no. I think he's talking about the bigger, like the ones that I've got, like the Congo and the closely related
it
genre,
doesn't. Look, he
because
just
they're
said African tetras, man. I'm just saying that's a big category, man.
okay. Then we need him to come back and clarify. Is he talking about like the Congos and the closely related, or some of the smaller guys that come in?
Does Rasbora have an actual meaning? It's the same as a tetra, Johnny says.
Like the word Rasbora?
I think so.
It's just a taxonomic group.
Like, is it the same as a tetra?
So Tetra is a taxonomic group, and a Rasbora is a taxonomic group, and a Daniel is a taxonomic group.
Okay. So you don't think it's the same?
So they have pretty defined, like there's a family associated with each one of those.
Gotcha.
So that is the common name for a distinct taxonomic group.
Jose said Jodi on the other lovely voice on. So confused. Jodi. Wait, no, not Jodi. Wait, there is Jodi. Jodi's here. She's here.
Hey,
Who does the voice belong to?
just trying to accomplish some tasks at the same time.
You can't see either of our faces, so this is not helping.
It's funny.
I should live properly. As I said, can't wait for next summer when I have more tanks and bigger tanks. Y'all are talking about a lot of my favorites: minnows, danios, and loaches.
Yeah.
Where's the line
Good
between
taste.
danios and minnows? Because I kind of feel like they give me the same vibes.
So there are different taxonomic groups, but they are convergent evolution, where they are fish that evolved in a similar geographic niche.
Okay.
So they should remind you, because that's just one of the joys of convergent evolution.
See, I'm glad. I like when I'm not crazy and I'm like, okay, this does make sense. Okay, I'm not crazy.
Yeah, no. You're just seeing like evolutionary pressure from like living in basically the same environment, but in totally different continents.
Yeah. So I feel like on just a quick Hillstream care thing, like I think still the most common thing I hear is like the high flow, the high oxygen thing. Like, so is that what is you called it? The fancy word for the air thing?
Oh, Venturi.
So is that like what people should start learning what it is for their Hillstream tanks? Like, is that just an easy way to just be like, yep, your Hillstreams are going to be fine, high oxygen?
Well, it depends on which hill streams you get, because like we said, like that's a common name for a group of loaches that may or may not require high oxygen.
Okay. How many of them do either of you like? Do you know like what percentage actually do need high oxygen? Like, is it like most of them, or is it like we're overestimating?
I mean,
That made
I'd
me.
say the majority of them need high oxygen,
I'm
but
also
I
gonna
mean,
say like the stuff that's been
so do
bred.
most.
Yeah, yeah, so do most fish. Um,
What?
because like again, we keep a lot of Danios, and they're also higher oxygen fish. Come on.
But no one cares
The other
about them apparently, because that's kind of like how I
the
feel about the betta fish. It's like hill streams. At least people care about them enough to ask these questions, because like you don't hear those
yeah,
questions for other kinds of
I'm gonna
fish.
put it out there until Jodi starts breeding the crap out of a whole bunch of these and has articles to go along with them. If you see a hill stream that is commonly available as captive bred, it is probably a more tolerant species for the levels of oxygen we typically have in tanks
In the U.S.,
in the
your
U.S.
captive bred are generally going to be Soelia, but not all Soelia. Not all Soelia are easy to breed.
And not all Soelia are lower oxygen species.
How many Swellia
Yeah.
are easy to breed? Would you say, Jodi?
Well, like Lineolata, Albasuera, Marmorata, Brevirentralis. I probably mispronounced that, but we're going to say I was confident while saying it, so it counts.
There you go. Oh, I just hit
Um,
23 eggs, by the way, but
those
I'm gonna
are
go over it.
Damn it. Okay.
nice. Um, those are probably the four most common that I've seen, or spotted. Spotted is another one. So SEW01 is the spotted. Um, that's another easy breeder. So Speciosa is another one, which I have 21 juveniles growing out, and I cannot wait for them to grow out because they are really cool. And then, so like an analis, somebody can chew me out for pronouncing that wrong too. Um, those would be harder to breed. I don't think there's been any reported cases of those being bred captively,
Jeez.
Okay.
and you do not see them very often.
So the
Yeah, and
Swellia
I
is not
kind of
necessarily easy button. Some of them you might find
Correct.
disappointment.
yeah, some of them
Yep.
absolutely are. Like I've bred Lineolata. That was literally a sponge
Yeah, I
filter in a
mean,
10-gallon.
like they're almost like guppies. You put it in water, and like the only other thing is you give them a pile of rocks, and sometimes not even that, and they're so happy. Feed them, and they will make babies for you. They're just not hard.
So I have a question for you, Jodi.
Hmm.
How many of these not being bred do you think have to do with like us not realizing like a need for like a cave or a pile of rocks or something that their babies need?
I would say probably a good majority. I mean, but then there's also some that, somebody's tried all these things and it's still not working out for them. The other thing is gastromyzons are a lot harder to sex. So how do you know you've got both sexes unless they're
Mm.
colored up males? And you're seeing colored up males. It's really hard.
That's a good point. How many of them is just like someone got unlucky
And a
and
lot
there's
of
all
them don't
males?
even reach sexual maturity until they're 2 years old.
Wow, I didn't know that.
And most people don't know how old their loaches are.
Yeah,
That's not true for all of them, but some of them.
that's
And
crazy.
it's like you've got to buy. So now you're committing to buying a whole bunch, and if these are some
Let
of
me
these
tell
loaches
you, I have
are,
a lot of long-term projects.
yeah.
Well, like, do you think that like I don't say they're replaced, but like how competitive are loaches with like the fancy plecos? Like what's the pros and cons of either? Like
Mm. So I do have some Calatenas, Aramyzon Calatenas in with some plecos, and they don't really seem to bother each other at all.
okay.
I mean, it's another well-oxygenated tank. I mean, Calatenas are climbers big time, and they'll like keep your lid on because they will jump out. They will climb out. Even keeping your water line, an inch or two down, that's nothing for them. They will escape.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
but I don't know.
Like,
I don't think it's an issue. I have a lot of other loaches in a holding tank with some snow white longfin bushy nose, and everybody's pretty friendly in there. But I also feed enough food that nobody's starving, nobody's fighting for anything. The plecos are meaner to themselves than anything else.
Right.
that's pretty common.
But what do you think as far as like which ones are, better to keep? You know what I mean? Plecos versus Hillstreams. What's the pros and cons of them?
Oh, me?
Yeah. Like, do you think the different colors of the loaches can compete?
What are you into? I mean, honestly, there's some loaches out there that look like they belong in a freaking Lisa Frank coloring book. It's ridiculous.
So true.
It's hard to say. I'm like, for me personally, it's going to be Hillstreams. Plecos are cool, and I'm a sucker for long fins, but it's loaches for me. Behaviors are much more fun to watch. I don't know. I even just sit and watch them eat. I mean, you watch them rasp on, algae on rocks, and their little pectoral fins just go nuts as they're doing it. I mean, they're sifting through sand. I don't know. To me, you can't beat them. That's what really draws me in is their behavior, and
Yeah, it's gonna be
especially in a
personal
larger
preference.
group. Yeah, so I don't know that that's really a fair question. Like I can't say everybody should choose Hillstreams over Plecos. Everybody's got different preferences, but Hillstreams are mine.
A poll just as we were talking. I just started a poll to see if people think loaches or plecos, which ones can win out. So you guys put some votes in there. Let's see. I have a feeling we have a loach bias right now. Featherfins asks, has anyone
Probably.
bred serpent loaches yet? Has anyone bred serpent loaches?
Serpent loaches, like the lizard type loaches, are you talking the Vietnamese?
I'm guessing, let's say Serpenticobidus octazona. How about that one?
No, not that I know of, but I've also not heard of that one. So that'd be a new name for me. So maybe somebody else out there has information on if that's been bred. I don't know.
I don't even know if that genus has really been bred.
Fishy Jersey asks, has Visurus been captive bred before?
Which one?
Versus Virosus?
Viriosis.
Viriosus?
Probably over in the West, but not here. You'd be surprised that, a lot of Gastromyzons are bred over in China and all that without issue. So, we're way behind.
You said, yes, most Hillstream loaches with high food behavior acts differently. So do you think that could be a missing thing with breeding? Or?
Probably. I mean, and then there's some, like, say, Gentiaea sinensis, they come from very torrid waters, and it's thought that they release their eggs mid-water. They're not scattering them in eggs or depositing them down in the substrate. So it's thought that their eggs need to be carried downstream.
Mm.
And I don't think they've been bred anywhere ever, unless a couple of fish can tell me different.
Okay. That could be interesting. Fish Josie said, I think clown loaches have started to be farm bred. That would probably...
Clown loaches have been farm bred for a long period of time, but they're stripping them.
Okay. Because Featherfin says it's not economically viable to farm clowns yet. That's what Featherfin thinks.
Well, it's not economical in the U.S. because they've been farming those for a long time in Asia. So
Gotcha.
It's kind of like why I'm not going to bother with breeding pearl danios on a commercial basis. They're being overproduced somewhere else. So unless I have some way to bring a whole bunch of extra value, then I can't beat their prices.
Right. Chris said there's yo-yo/clown loach hybrids now.
Yep, they strip eggs from one and strip sperm from another and mix them.
Wow.
Do they look cool, or is that?
I haven't seen it, but you got to remember, like especially in Asia, they've got a very different look at like when you have something that's like a one-off and super unique. So
Hmm.
hybrids, short bodies, deformities, like just look at like the most expensive arowanas are what we would consider a highly deformed fish, but they're considered uh, one-off, like super expensive stuff. So
Wow.
Yeah.
also Asia is where almost every like naturally occurring hybrid like angelfish or saltwater fish goes to. So like you always hear it's like, oh, this really cool one got like collected somewhere and then was shipped to like Japan or something like that because somebody's paying a lot of money for that unique one-off fish.
Yo, they said
Hmm.
fixture that. Yo, thank you for the 2. William donated 2 to say fixture Mike K fake. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I need to get the actual lab thing. This thing is like, okay, I'll put a hat on or something. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Thanks for the 2. You didn't have to do that, man. You didn't have to, I would have read the chat. Come on. Come on.
Do you have the little dead cat thing that goes on it?
No, it's just because of where I have it clipped. It's like, it'll go into my neck.
Oh, okay.
It's fine. It's fine. We're good. We're good. Is this better? It probably is better. I bet.
Nice.
I bet it's better. Okay, anyways. Besides that, yeah, deformed stuff. People like deformed stuff. Sorry about the mic thing. Oh my god. You know, everyone's so picky. They want to actually hear you talk. Like, I just don't. Just listen to them. It's fine.
They'd rather listen to you than see you. Even on
Whoa,
YouTube.
whoa, whoa! Come on, man. Come on. That gotta sound crazy. You just said I had a face for radio. That's crazy.
No, I mean that's YouTube. No,
You
that's
just-
YouTube saying that.
No, no. You just said they'd rather hear you than see. No, no.
At YouTube official guidance, man. I'll have to send you the video later. They're like, you
Oh
you
my.
can have your video look like absolute pixelated crap, but as long as they can hear you, people will still watch. But if
Oh
you
my
have something super
No.
super crispy, but they can't understand your audio, they 30 seconds and they're
Yeah,
out.
the mumble mic is annoying. You can blame Corey for this. I'm only using this because of her. I blame her. That's what I'm
I
doing.
specifically said for him to use lav mics when he had more than one person talking. I have a headset on
You're
because you
I
don't
do
need
talking.
to
too.
hear. Yeah, you don't. If it's just you, just wear a headset, man, or what, or like as long as you're standing in front
Fine,
of
I'm
the
switching I'm
computer,
switching.
it doesn't matter.
No, I'm switching. It's fine.
No, see, I was
No,
jealous
it's fine.
because I pop on to a stream and there's two cool guys having a conversation behind him, and I can't hear anything because they weren't mic'd up, and I wanted to know what cool conversation they were having
It's
when
a
they were over at your house.
secret. It's a secret. Come on.
If you can see him on the stream, it shouldn't be secret, man.
Uh, you gotta stay, you gotta keep, it's called mystery, you just like, you tease people with the information. Like, you know, you never really know. You gotta keep people on their toes.
Yep, yep. What are you doing up there?
Hardest
No.
working, let's go. And I don't know what is going on right now, but I just can't even think. I can't even process. Oh, the final egg count for the Procatopus was 28, by the way. 28.
I was close.
You're
Did anybody
close.
get 28 in the chat?
I don't think. I think people are too busy debating. Everyone's debating this stream. There's debating stuff. CPDs, Rosie Barbs, like, oh my gosh, man. All this discussion.
There were Rosie Barb debates?
Missed that one.
Yeah, totally missed that one. I was listening to the head of the live for once and not looking at the stream unless I wanted to terrorize him that
There
one
you
time.
go. Fishy
Yeah.
Jersey asked Jody, have you ever imported from Otto Boy?
No.
There you go. They love
Nope,
one-word
not yet.
answers. No. All right. Next.
I mean, what more did you need? It was a yes or no question. I have not
I
imported
know,
from
it's
them yet.
beautiful. Wait, Jose, we answered you. It's Jody and Corey. No one reads the title. I shouldn't even make titles anymore. Every stream is people asking me information that's in the title. And the thumbnail. We're talking with Jody.
I mean, okay,
We're
to
talking
be
with
fair, my
Jody
name
and
isn't super
Corey.
obvious.
Yes, it is Corey.
Yeah, but I also had a best friend in school who was also named Corey, but he was a guy.
Okay, but
I
it's
understand. It can be confusing.
no. Okay, you give people grace if you want. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not.
I've been on stream before. We should give no grace.
That's what I'm saying. You are the very well received stream. Like, people need to get some respect on
I'm
here.
like nowhere near the camera, so I can't blame anyone right now.
Oh my
But your
gosh.
audio is still amazing because you have a headset on.
You know what? I think that both
Too
of
bad
you.
StreamYard hates this thing.
I think both of you are too nice. That's what I think. I think both of you are too
Because you
nice.
haven't heard us talk under our breath about stuff.
Oh my gosh.
That's going to happen, Jodi, and it's going to be glorious.
It will be glorious. I'm going to be sitting there giggling, and you're going to be sitting there straight faced, and I'm going to be looking like the asshole.
No, I'm going to have a giant smile on my face. I'm going to have a giant smile on my face, and then just when people are like, what? And I'm be like, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Okay. I see. I see how it is. I see how it is. I mean,
You can
Okay.
join in too.
I'm nice. I'm being nice. Listen, it's no meanness November. You know,
I'm also being nice.
I
no
don't
meanness
know if
November.
anybody can see these. There you go. Baby Amanos.
Brian said I once dated a
I'm
girl
way too
named
far away to get
Kyle.
up and look.
Not gonna lie, it was a little weird.
Huh.
No, man, my freshman roommate was Kyle. So now I'm wondering if they're the same person.
I've never met a girl with the name Kyle. That is a little bit more
So
non-typical than
imagine
I've
this.
run into.
How about a girl with the name Michael?
So
Wow.
I have the name
Okay.
Corey. She has the name Kyle. Both of us went, oh shit, did they like make us room with a guy for our college dorm?
That's
And
funny.
then we're like, when we saw each other, we were like, oh, okay.
That's funny. Yeah, I
My
can
sister had
understand.
a best friend named Michael,
Yo,
a female.
okay. So it's a thing. Come on,
Yeah,
Brian.
there's the thing.
Hmm.
Uh, Fishy Jersey said,
Yeah.
"Were you in Thailand, bro? Come on." Uh, Someone did that on purpose. I mean, every name is on purpose, I guess. So sure.
Yep.
Jeff said, "I recognize Jody and Corey, but I didn't recognize Mumble Mike." You know what, Jeff? You know what? That's fine. That's fine. I don't need to talk anymore. It's fine. You guys take over. You guys take over. Mr. Nick had to go back and open further on more to see the only and last word, Corey. Jose, you know what? It's not, look, the best things in life, you got to get a little bit more effort into them. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's like the little secret nugget at the end is Corey. My apologies. Okay, my apologies. Blame Jody for having a
No,
long name now. Okay, Jody put Tropical
no,
Fish
and
What
Co.
I do? What
description.
I do?
I say your
You had a
name
long
is long.
description.
Oh, oh yeah. It used to be short and sweet.
Well, but then you had like the whole Hillstream. You had your title go along with it. I'm about to do like the scariest part of this whole thing.
Okay, don't do it yet. I'm coming. I want to see. But
Okay.
I'm gonna be a second. Just hang on.
William said, "No, I meant someone put them together on purpose. You don't get me anymore, Nick." Oh my! Everyone's dramatic today.
All
Everyone's
right.
dramatic. I
So these are
ruined the
these
stream.
are
I
the
get it.
larvae. So there's my larva, Jody. All of these are supposed to be as colorless as possible, and they are in salt water, and I'm
Wait,
about to
wait, hold it up.
pour fresh water.
Wait, hold up the larva one more time.
But
Come on, give me a
So if
second.
shit hits the fan, will they just explode?
Oh
so
yeah, you can
no.
see him.
That's cool.
That's the really crazy part about it is that they have two times in their life where they are like super resistant to exploding because of osmotic pressure. And one of
Okay.
them is going into salt water and one of them's coming out of salt water. Like this is not normal. Like living things should not be able to do this, but Amanos
Right.
can. So Avatar Aquatics was the one who originally was like, yeah, you could drip them, you could do whatever, and then he's like, yeah, no, now I just pour them in. So they're in salt water right now, but as you can tell, like there's almost no salt water in there. And I'm just pouring. This is both like a mix of like it's half RO/DI and half tap water that's been dechlorinated.
Here we go. Here we go.
Yeah, so that's scary as shit moment.
Well, they haven't exploded. How fast do you know if something went wrong in this scary moment?
Oh, no, if they were gonna explode from osmotic pressure, it'd be immediately. Like they literally would just keel over and die.
Wow. Well, that's a neat
Yeah,
trick.
osmotic pressure is not pleasant. Oh, this is giant willow moss. If you're wondering like why it is extremely large.
You got the fancy moss with them. I respect it.
Be right back.
Absolutely
Um,
respect it.
Catherine grows it a lot, so I get a lot of it.
Guapa, guapa things, man.
Yep, yep.
Fishy Jersey asked, "Have you ever had them explode?"
Nope. They should, by like all methods I know about, they should explode, and they definitely do not.
Uh,
I have a whole
the way that
bunch
you
here.
said nope kind of sounded suspicious. I'm not gonna lie. You're kind of like, nope, yeah, nope, nope, no exploding
I
here.
no,
No.
I expect them to explode, and this is them not exploding. The first batch, so this cup that I just poured out is actually a batch that's been in here over a week already. They
Okay.
did not explode.
Okay.
I had one death originally, and the other thing about this cup is that I was actually initially pulling stuff out and adding it to them. So I've been adding them to this cup since the beginning of the stream. So I don't know how long it's been, um, and they haven't exploded yet. So
So how many you got in this?
and now they're do what?
How many of you got in this batch?
So I took a photo before I added them in there, but I forgot the fact that my little cup also had a bunch in there. So now I don't know, but I will have a minimum number.
Okay. Hey, you took a photo. It's fine. It is what it is.
Yes. And I'm gonna try and take videos to see if I can show this on the Discord that they're zooming around. Hi Discord people, they're doing zoomies after being put straight into fresh water.
Hey, mono shrimp.
Woo!
Well, I guess they're not. Are they still larvae once they can be in salt water? Or is that when they stop being larvae?
So they are officially in the first juvenile stage. So they will change to that juvenile stage while still in saltwater. And this is when they really, 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 really desperately want to get into freshwater.
Okay.
And their whole behavior changes. They stop being like the little floaty guys that are still in this saltwater. Um, so there's kind of like a stage before they change into this that they start swimming differently. So that's like my first warning that they're in the last stage of larva. And then they will change into a juvenile shrimp and actually have the normal legs and act like a small little shrimp. They still have some of the red color from being a larva, though, and you pretty much have to wait until they are completely clear before you put them in fresh water. And this is replicated the same way when they hatch as larvae. I actually keep them in fresh water for a couple of days before I put them in salt water. Because I think there's just like a certain amount of time that they're like evolutionarily like used to being in that stage, but in that amount of salt or fresh that it kind of benefits them. Like that 2 days is you pretending that they're getting washed downstream.
Okay. I like pretending about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can.
So Jose is leaving work early to go to a LFS. I just want to highlight this because this is true behavior, the kind of people we want in the chat, man. Okay. But also I got Jose said cool club, the old dudes club just need a beard. Bro. Really? You really see you were saying I was the problem, Corey, when I was saying you have to have a beard for people to think you know what you're talking about with fish. You said it was but see, in the chat.
I'm still telling you, I'm gonna have a problem growing a beard, so it's not gonna happen.
Oh my gosh, bro. JP Jeffrey says, talk about names. When is Nick with a K versus just a C? Are both from proper Nicholas? I have no idea. The reason why my name is Nicholas with a C is so that my name is 7 letters long. I wish I was, well, I don't wish I was joking, but no, I'm not joking. That is why my name has just a C and no H. It's 7 letters long. For some reason, my parents decided they wanted all of us to have 7 letter names, and then by accident, they also had 7 kids. So yeah,
That's the only reason I have just to see my name. Now I do think it looks a lot better. With the H, it just looks hideous. So I'm kind of a fan of it. But whether it's proper or not, I have no idea. Um, William asked, do you shake them up occasionally to simulate rapids?
No, no, none of my stuff actually. So what you're not seeing with these guys is that I actually have airline tubing that goes into their setup, but this is when they're it's called pelagic. It's when they're just kind of floating around in the ocean as plankton. But you don't need to simulate um, anything about going about rapids. It's just a salinity thing. And as long as the water is decent conditions, they should be fine. They just aren't feeding on anything during that stage, so they do have a timer where they will, if you keep them in fresh water too long, they will actually starve to death.
Oh, there's so many like nice, convenient ways to kill these things, man. Like it's like
Yeah, yes, don't I know it? I've gone through pretty much all of them.
it's like yeah, this is how you can kill them all. Okay, you can if that doesn't work for you, here, try this. Try this.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of why it's like, I even thought about doing it as a business, is like it has a barrier to entry. Um, no, it's not to say that you can't do it. If anybody wants to go do it, Avatar Aquatics has a great video where he lays out his entire process of doing this, and that's what I started with. I really haven't modified that much. I'm basically playing with different parts of it, and I didn't have to go through the sorting that I just did today. I've got two complications. One,
Mm,
I'm still not very good at judging where that like perfect stage is to move them from salt to fresh. So I want to purposely spend a hideous amount of time staring at them to kind of judge like is this too early versus too late. And the other part is that I actually have three different ages of larvae that are in the batch that I have. So I basically had three different dates that the larvae are transitioning over to, which is not
wow.
helpful.
Okay.
It would have been a lot nicer to keep them like by batch.
You have them real mixed up.
Yeah.
Okay. And Captain said, do you have any siblings born on 7/7/1997 or 2007? Don't know about 2007, but I was born on July 11, 1997, so it was close. My mom did want me to be born on 7/7/7. I think that was actually my due date. Maybe. I forget. But maybe she wanted me to be born early. I don't actually remember. But yeah.
Yeah,
And
well, I
and
know I was supposed to be
there's
born
a
on the
7 in
4th,
our
and that
address
didn't work.
too. What'd you say?
I was supposed to be born on the 4th of July, and I ended up showing up on the 10th, so I'm not any
Yeah.
better.
See? Yeah. Just too late.
Yep.
Any case that I had a kid on 10/10/2000. Oh, that's a good number.
Nice.
That's a good number right there. How is 7-Eleven embarrassing, Johnny? Johnny, you're really trying me this stream, man. The Rosie Bar, the Rosie Daniel shilling, like they're better than everything apparently. Like just the most beautiful fish, better than entire species of every other fish, apparently.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, no. This is like some serious. I don't know what kind of collusion is happening, but I feel like I'm being trolled heavily right now.
Okay, I'm gonna make people sick for a second. Do you want to turn my stream off for a second while I adjust, or?
No, you're fine. You're
Okay,
fine.
well, hi people.
Whee! Yeah, look at the
Oh my
back.
God, let me not have the light right in the face.
What, you got
There we
the ring light?
go. I mean, a light like that. Holy shit, that is bad.
For a second, it kind of looked like you're getting mad.
I have this set on very yellow to get it like color corrected. This,
Okay, I see.
this is,
Oh man, everything's
there we
so
go.
exact. Look at that.
Yeah, what you do is you find a really nice light that goes on super sale because the new model comes out.
Super sale. What the heck?
Yeah.
Super sale. Jeff said, Nick, my oldest
Yeah.
daughter was born in 97. Damn, Jeff, you're ancient. You're so old. Old, 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 old. You're old. No, I'm joking. I'm just joking. Trolling. Trolling. You're
How did
young.
I have this set up before that actually worked?
I mean, this works. This works. You know,
I don't
Jody,
know
while
why it's so
Jody's
pale.
gone, there is one bullet point that I think that we don't need her to talk
There we
about.
go.
Okay.
What is that?
Uh, Legolas versus
the name I misspelled.
Aragorn, you
Yeah.
bastard. Uncultured swine.
What? Oh! I'm uncultured because
You
I'm not
you
simping for Aragorn.
Yeah, well, when you misspell it that badly, obviously you're a Legolas fan.
You know what? I'm not a no. I go for neither of them. You know who's better? A Ragan.
No, Merry and Pippin. Forever and always.
The whole different book series. A Ragan.
No, Merry and Pippin forever.
Okay.
Merry and Pippin at the end of the book, not at the
Everyone in
beginning. At
the
the
chat
beginning.
so far is saying Legolas. By the way, Johnny said I have Lord of the Ring
Okay.
opinions, but I won't share those here. Then shut up, Johnny. You're sharing every other bad opinion.
So the other thing, you brought up a good point. Are you talking book Legolas or Orlando Bloom Legolas? Because
That's what I was
that's one of the
saying.
other.
Yeah. But wait,
I can't. So
you're a team Aragorn.
yes.
What?
Because I like both the book and the like movie version. But the thing is, I got poisoned against Legolas a little bit in the movie, particularly because this was like when Orlando Bloom got like super popular and people were like obsessive over him, and I had a friend who was like that, and I'm like, wow, I can't no.
I mean,
Like,
he
yeah,
dated Katy
he's
Perry. I get it. Bad decisions, right? But
no, it's just like Leonardo DiCaprio back in like the Romeo and Juliet and Titanic days. It's just like for a while there, he just every time somebody mentioned his name, I wanted to gag because it was this obsessive, like, oh my gosh, he's gonna be my husband, and I'm like, look, he
right,
doesn't even know who you are. Like, can we
right.
be real here?
Well, maybe he could if we're
Um,
just grinding enough. You know what I mean? Like you just gotta
no,
find out
no,
his home address. Park outside for a bit.
yeah, because that doesn't happen all the time. Um, yeah, it just I don't get with that whole like obsessively being in love with somebody who doesn't know you exist kind of thing. So. But I like Aragorn, the character. The actor is also like a legitimately cool person. But I like Aragorn, the character, as well.
Hmm. I think Captain brings up a
But
good point. Legolas has the best quotes, man. They're taking the Hobbits to Isengard. Come on, man. Come
I
on.
don't know. I don't know if I agree with that one. There,
What?
granted,
He's
there's
got
some.
some great quotables.
Yeah, but like Aragorn also does all the like the really inspirational speeches.
Okay.
I am not feeding you, Daniels. Go back. Go
Okay.
hide.
He does do some inspirational speeches. I'll give you that. I'll give you
Hmm
that.
hmm
That's true. That's
Yeah.
definitely true. Aragon was a great book. The sequels are horrible, Captain Critter said. Like just the
Which one is?
uh
Oh, the Aragorn. Or no,
Arag yeah.
Dragon one. What? Yeah.
Yeah. Like are you saying like
I
the
don't.
books after the first one were bad? Because the movie was just terrible.
I was
Um
so sad about the movie. I
the
like the
movie was
first book.
terrible.
I don't know if I've read any of the other books actually.
They're all right. I mean, they're definitely towards a younger audience than Lord of the Rings, but
Yeah.
uh yeah, the movie was bad. I read like any book that had dragons in it when I was a kid, I would read, basically.
Dragon Riders of Pern got me started on dragons.
Yeah. Dragons, what is it? Dragons in Our Midst is another book series I liked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, anything to do with
Wait,
dragons.
wait, 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 wait. Is this a fish stream
Bro, it's
or
in
a
the
dragon
bullet
stream?
points. It's in the bullet points, okay?
We addressed that bullet. I feel like we're going off topic.
That's fine. It's fine. It's just a little, No, it's not Dragons in Our Midst. That's not the one I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of something else. That is a series though. Um, I read MTG and Warhammer Fantasy growing up. What does MTG stand for again? Yo,
Oh, yeah.
she just wants to talk about fish. Oh my God. I just want to talk about books for
I
2 seconds.
I was brought here to talk about fish, not talk
Okay,
about my whole like
I can't talk about the
sci-fi
Mistborn
fantasy
series,
shit.
I can't talk about anything for a second. Like, oh, Magic the Gathering. Oh, Magic the
Oh
Gathering
yeah.
books.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, because I
okay,
was reading. I'm sorry, I can't speak to that one, Johnny. I was too busy reading Dragonlights.
okay. You said you bowed to no one. There you go. Okay. What about a fish book? Come on, think about that. That's fish related. And
I
some,
have I have several.
okay.
Fool of a Took, yes.
Is there like a, because everyone you always see at the auctions like the old books, Or like sometimes the fancy plant book will pop up, like there's
Mhm.
but like are there any like fish books you're like this is underrated, people should read this, it's like very attainable in your local library or something? I don't know, like are all the good ones
Like
hard to
for
find?
setting up a tank?
Just in general, just aquarium related literature.
I don't know. Because I mean, I was definitely the kid that like went to my library a lot and did the because there was that it was after I got into fish, but I know not aquariums for dummies, but there was another one that came out that wasn't that bad. That was that same vein.
Mm,
Um, but I was not as into reading aquarium books because they kind of did the same stuff over and over again, and we're seeing like the same. I don't know. There's like a whole bunch of just like, freshwater aquariums, essential beginner guide and stuff like that. But there was
yeah,
one
yeah.
that I recommended a lot when I worked at PetSmart, and I'm trying to find it.
Oh, the
Um,
PetSmart recommendations, that's what you're giving us,
no,
but
no, no, no.
I can't
While I
talk
was
about
while I
dragon
was
books.
working, no, while I was working at PetSmart, I
Yeah, but
was
I'm saying this is a
recommending the.
recommendation from a PetSmart employee, technically, if you think about
I made my manager order it.
it. Okay, fine,
Sell a $3,000 setup on your first day, and your manager starts ordering whatever you want.
fine. Did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? Dumbledore asked calmly versus the move versus the Harry Potter series has to be one of the most egregious for differences between the books and the movies. Like because my whole family we would go to the midnight releases of the Harry Potter books. That was like a thing. We go to the library at midnight, like as a movie, and stand in line to get the books and like the cardboard box and stuff that has special print on it. But yeah, those are egregious differences. Johnny says he bought Corey and Pleco books at the class, showed a friend who I was planning on gifting it to in the future, and he called it trash.
There's
Oh,
there's a lot of books that aren't super great. And at this point, like I don't want to like recommend a book that I'm reading now because it's not helpful to like somebody who's starting out. I cannot find this book. Holy crap. Um I honestly like there's so much junk out right now. Um Partially just because it's gotten so easy to publish your own book, which I think is good and bad. And then also partially because AI is making stuff anything worse. And I really wish there were more like a basic introductory book, especially one that's been written in the last 20 years. As I'm like looking through this list, going like, oh, books are old.
Well, it
Um,
don't gotta be introductory. Like it could be like a specialist, cichlid book or something.
yeah, let me walk over to my books because I
Okay.
think my headset can go.
Featherfin said the
I want to.
slopocalypse. So true. That's so
Yeah, but
true.
that's a whole other topic. I was trying to
Joy
decide if I
Fishkeeping
was
said,
going to
"What is
bring up or not.
Corey's channel name?" I think your little brown
I do not
frogs.
have I do not have a channel. You guys, if you friend me there, I'm never going to post there. So have fun.
Oh wow,
That's why I
this is
keep
like the
coming on
most
here.
unfriendly.
No, man, I'm just going to come
Don't
on
text,
on
don't
Nick's
call,
stream.
don't, don't send me a postcard. No, I haven't. Listen, I'm
I,
fine with that. I got the exclusive Corey YouTube appearances.
yeah, I'm like looking through some of my books, going like, that's not in print and that's not in print. God, none of the good stuff stays in print.
Chris said I was just looking at all
So,
my fish books and realized most of them are 20 plus years old. So
yeah, because there was like a different level of quality of books that you can get. Okay, story time.
okay.
So not quite the answer to your question, but like I got books. I got books and books got
Oh,
stories.
so you're gonna go off
Um,
topic now. I see. Okay. You're not
it's
even gonna
still
answer the
fish
question.
books. All three are fish books. No fantasy or sci-fi. I went to a different section of my library.
Okay.
So because one of them I had kind of brought up on stream before, but I didn't have it with me. So I grabbed three books. None of which are in print. At least one of which is still easy to get though. So this was my first aquarium book.
Let's see. One second. One second. I gotta pull up the.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hmm.
the Tropical Aquarium.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a good book.
What?
I was just gonna say.
That's not where I
No,
thought that
it
was going.
yeah, no, it's one of the what is this like TFH? It's a Tetra Press. Okay, way back in the day, Tetra Press book. That the kicker is that I've had it since I was a kid. So this is my handwriting from when I was a kid. And if you'll notice who is in the top right corner or top corner,
Is that the Pearl?
Pearl Daniels.
Second, I'm making a
So this is how I
big screen for you.
this is how I fell in love with Pearl Daniels. And this is the only photo I saw of them for like 20 years. And I never had them. I fell in love with this photo. And I will actually say that this is one of the few times the photo actually did like kind of live up to reality. So I didn't actually own this fish until AGA 2 years ago. And this is a fish I'd wanted since I was a kid. So this was like my first fish book. Like we got it when we got I want to say like a 20 or 20 gallon tank. I mean, it's got some like really old school stuff in it, right? And this is stuff that was reprinted in these books like over and over again until like many, many, many years after this book was originally published. So sure, it's got the information there. A lot of books around the same time were just publishing all the same stuff. They the information is so general, it's kind of hard. And the fish that they mention in this is like, sure, it's stuff you'll come across, but it's so confusing. Like this book, I realized I fell in love with a whole bunch of fish that never should have gone together, which is part of the reason why my very first fish was a red-tailed black shark in with guppies and a beta and an upside-down catfish.
Hey,
Oh,
come
snap.
on, man. There you go. That sounds like perfect. It's
And this
perfect.
is the photo of the splashing tetras that got me obsessed with them, and I still want to work with splashing
Ooh.
tetras.
Which ones are
It's
those?
ugly. These guys right here.
It's ugly.
It's ugly.
That's fine.
Looking at that photo any closer doesn't make it make any more sense.
That's
They're up
fine.
on it's a pair that jumped out of the water up onto a leaf to lay eggs, and they splash
It's
water on it.
fine.
So those are like the two things I take out of this book. Like that's why I still have this book a
No, that's
billion
pretty
years
cool.
later.
I like the old photos too. Sometimes it's really dope. And
Yeah,
Featherfin says there's nothing like reading ancient internet posts about fishes. I agree. I love the old forum posts quite a lot. Um,
but if you
Chris said I used to spend
trying to think,
hours with the TFH books at my LFS growing up. I've been slowly collecting all my favorites.
yeah. And here's a fun cichlid one for you.
Ooh, ooh, look at that. Look
Yeah.
at that. Crebensis,
And we were
Pelvicochromis,
talking about the
Nanacara.
Nanacara recently.
Yeah, Nanacara in
Yeah.
there. Look at
Yeah,
that.
so it's like when that's all I knew about Nanacara because I saw it in this book and I never saw it for sale up until until recently.
Yeah,
Um,
they've been bringing them in quite consistently. I'm kind of curious to see what people have been thinking of them, but the stores keep bringing them, and they seem to
I
sell fast.
I think they're pretty, but they're probably mean. And
Yeah.
I like this one
Ooh, the 101 best freshwater nano species. That's a nice little
I
color
like
book
it
too. Oh, yeah.
because Rachel wrote it.
Rachel Leary, you said?
So yeah, Rachel's one of the
Hey,
authors.
oh, that's cool.
So that's why I got it, and I got it when she did a signed edition for people. So it's cute. I think it's a lot of fun the way they organize this. They've got like color tabs on the side. So you've got like peaceful. What is like the as you're like flipping through like the tabs, got different colors with different meanings. So it's a pretty good variety of like just stuff that stays on the smaller side. Um, and this was also written at the time when Rachel, when was this published? Was still very active. So this is 2014,
Mm.
and she was still doing like imports and stuff like that. So of course, I gotta shout out to the Rhinogopius.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, pretty
Featherfin
boy.
said the book I read most as a kid was Aquarium Fishes of the World by Dick Mills.
Yes, so same as the Tropical Aquarium book that I had. He
Okay,
was very prolific.
okay.
I think you mentioned these guys earlier.
Oh yeah, there's some pseudomagills. So that
Yeah,
Fricatus on the left
yeah.
hand. What is that on the right?
Is it Luminata? No, Fricatus and Gertrude.
Okay, very cool. Johnny said the
Yeah,
way I
and then
found
it
out
got some.
about pearl danios, we ordered other fish and there were 8 contaminants. Didn't bother pulling them out to feed mouth. Then one day they had colored up and matured. I'm sorry, you called a
And
fish
then all of a sudden
mouth?
you're like, oh, they're pretty.
I think he just said that there was a
See,
fish named Mouth.
oh
Like
yeah, Um, so the splashing tetra I'm looking for is the true splashing tetra. It seems to be only like that one species that does the behavior, but man, people keep trying to bring them in and then they get something else that's kind of related that has the same
Yeah.
shape, or it's like the red spotted one. And so if they ever come into Tropical Fish Co. as a contaminant, I really want them.
Mm.
They're
Um,
beautiful fish. If you look up the photos separately, they're very cool fish on their own. But I want them mostly for the behavior, so I can have them in a pollidarium. Trying to see if I can get
So
my thing
Jody,
to
you
be
say
like
you
less
still
fun.
here, Jody?
yeah, I'm still here.
You're really focused in, man. You're
Can
working.
We're letting
yeah,
her get work
sorry.
done while I talk.
No, yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine. That's
Okay,
fine.
one last book. And this is a little mean because I know people can't get it, but it's still one of my favorite books.
Oh, culturing live foods. Look at that. A step-by-step guide for culturing food. Man, that looks like a fancy book. It's a nice little cover.
Yeah, it's a great book. It's just really, really good. He's a great author. I think who like even if it was like editors and stuff like that, it's just um I really wish this book was still in print. The problem is that this is it was printed by TFH, much like the Rachel O'Leary book. They suck at keeping stuff in print, and now I don't even think they exist. Like, I think technically TFH still like Tropical Fish Hobby is like the publication may exist, but their book section does not. So there's no possibility of getting this book like republished or a new edition done, which really sucks. And it's
Do
one
you,
of those things where like
do you
there's
think
just
there's
there's
an
great information.
advantage to the book, like the lab culturing thing? Like, is there stuff in there that like you won't get online, or like it's just easier to digest?
So I think this book, one of the reasons I still really like having a lot of these books is that it's an all-in-one resource for you. It's a lot quicker than trying to sort through the internet, especially now that we're getting like more and more that's just shit. Like a lot of people replicating something that when they don't have the experience. So like that's a lot.
Yeah.
Are you going to focus? So it's kind of like this is most of the stuff that we've talked about. It's very diverse. There hasn't been a whole lot of new things that have been introduced on the freshwater side. Um, and it's basically like I know a pretty standard way to do all the species that were mentioned because of this book. And I think we should always have something like this available because if you're trying to breed fish, I think live foods are often one of the things that you really should at least try, probably for a lot need. I think they're very nutritionally important and they're very good mentally for the fish to go chase
Right.
and kind of show off that natural behavior. Um, so I think live foods, do you have to always have live foods? No. But should you try to have live foods if you can? Yes. And it's really a matter of figuring out which ones are easy for you to take care of. Like, one or two things, just one or two live foods that you could at least keep alive a little longer after getting them from the store or culturing them continuously for yourself, which is way, way, way cheaper, would be a lot more helpful. Like I love Daphnia and Moena as a live food, and it's a little bit easier for me to like get in the grind of that. Whereas like some of the worms, they're in a
Yeah.
container, they sit on a shelf, and I forget about them.
Yeah. I'm hoping the Daphnia, I can continue to scale it because it fits my laziness. Johnny, by the
Yeah,
way, says Nanocar are assholes, which yeah.
which sucks because they're pretty. And that was one of those like I fell in love with that photo, and then I found out when they were
Yeah.
finally available that they're assholes, and I'm like,
So I
not
don't
so
have like a
much.
lot
Okay.
of books. I've mostly just picked them up like randomly. I saw Temperate said his fish club has a fish book library, which is something I want to do at
Mm.
ASCM. But this is like a random one I got because it looked old.
Ooh,
It was an auction. It looks
it's
very old.
Metaframe.
Yeah, it says Tropical Aquarium Fishes, George Custon, Graham Cox. Oh, freshwater and marine, metaframe. And what I like about this book is it's got nice big pictures. And there's one of the Larvis in
Oh
here
yeah,
and some killifish.
those are pretty.
So and that immediately made me be like, oh. I like this book. It's
I still
got
think there's gold mines in some of the older books.
yeah. I mean, I think I actually did. There are some like helpful photos. Like you can see a
Mm.
crib there. Um, Featherfin said, "Isn't
Yeah,
the
like I've been.
only oh there's a physiology section. I need to actually read this book all the way through
Oh,
again.
nice.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. But Featherfin said, "Isn't the only quote unquote new food black soldier fly larva?" That's like a newer one, but honestly, like Daphne and stuff is doesn't seem new to us, but it's like new to aquaculture. So I feel like Daphnia and copepods are the new food right now.
Um,
You know,
I would say like Daphnia is getting broader use in aquaculture. Um, Freshwater aquaculture does not have nearly as much of a share as saltwater, so it hasn't had a lot of funding or anything in it. And I'm trying to figure out, Daphnia has been used for decades and decades and decades. Like everybody who raises fish, like you go around Florida and they're using Daphnia and mosquito larvae. Um, it's just the getting down to like the nutritional value of them and how to manipulate the nutritional value is new in aquaculture. Black shol black soldier fly, I know it's very popular in some of the foods. It's not something I consider particularly reasonable for like the home person to do. I know people who do it.
if you got chickens, come on, got
Yeah,
chickens.
but you're basically composting and letting them act as a composter. It's better outside. It doesn't kind of fit like the narrow at a hobby level.
It's not as
I don't
small
think it
for
fits.
sure.
Yeah, I don't think it's small enough to be like really viable for a lot of people in the hobby, particularly. Um, freshwater copepods though are new. The fact that there's any even commercially available right now is kind of shocking. So we knew that there was a lot of saltwater copepods have been breakthroughs for like some of the smaller larvae, and we're trying to figure out freshwater fish have a hard limit on fry size that we've hit. Like a lot of people just can't get babies past a certain like um, small size when they start because at that point you're like, oh, infusoria, and like hobby wise, we've been saying infusoria forever, and most people don't even know what it is. So when you're trying to get to the very aquaculture specific, like you feed this at this size, and this at this size, and then this at this size. Infusoria might as well just be saying we don't know. Um, Saying you feed green water is the equivalent of saying you don't know because they're not eating algae, and that's why some people's green water works and some people doesn't. Now the thing is, there's a whole slew of photosynthetic little green microbes, and green water absolutely the right green water will work for rainbow fish and a lot of fry. The problem is if you call it algae, you're probably wrong.
Mm.
Like euglena is something that's a lot of people suspect is what's actually in green water that they're actually eating. It is not an algae. It does have chlorophyll. It's There's a section of euglena that basically has stolen chlorophyll from algae and are using it as their own way to photosynthesize. They do not descend from algae. Most euglena are not even photosynthetic. So euglena is actually one of those things that I'm looking at going like, it's like the
But
red
then does it need
photosynthetic
the
bacteria.
green? Does it need the algae to steal from in order for you to like? Is
Nope,
that
nope.
you can like it's
It
still
it
useful
bas
even if it's not green?
Oh yeah, it reproduces and will make new little chlorophyll cells for like the new baby euglenas. So yeah,
Okay.
it's super easy to grow. If you didn't know the nitty-gritty, you would be like, oh, it's an algae. It's just an algae that can move on its own. It's very phototaxic is the word, like it's attracted to light. So if you have green water and you notice a whole bunch of your green water is going to light, it might be euglena. And euglena is also really nice because it's larger than most algae. So it fits a really nice size range
So
for a
would
lot
that
of
make
fish.
it? Is it a more like would rotifers not crash the culture like people have issues with green water or something like that? Could that be a benefit?
Possibly. I don't really know. I'd have to do size range. I think most euglena, or at least the adult euglena, probably are large enough that if you have the right species, that they may not get eaten by rotifers. But that's not to say your Euglena culture doesn't have algae in it. It's kind of hard. I'm investigating Euglena to use instead of freshwater rotifers.
Okay.
Rotifers are just a pain in the ass and they get everywhere.
Yeah,
Like
they seem.
Euglena getting into a culture means your culture is going to turn green. And they may outcompete some food sources. A rotifer getting into a culture means they may actually eat all of your green things or starve out your Euglena or eat all the baby Euglena so they can't reproduce, even if they can't eat the large
Right.
ones.
Well, how does it
Um,
compare? Do they compare it nutritionally, like the chlorella or the other kind of things that are getting
n- okay.
attention?
Do you really want me you're gonna make me go down this lane?
Well, I can't talk
Um,
about anything else. Like I could try to talk about books and
no, no, no,
dragons,
no.
and you say I want to stay on topic.
So
So come on.
it's a welcome to FishTube, man. Let's talk about dragons. Uh,
Have you listened to the fish
so
streams? They be going off topic all the time. Come on.
so Euglena, here's the thing that we have to realize. Like freshwater side is just starting to realize the glory of a variety of algae and microbes. Let's just call them microbes. So instead of calling everything an algae, just call it a microbe. And I'm going to throw like paramecium and stuff into that as well because if you need a microscope to see it, paramecium and euglena are kind of like visible, but let's be real, even with perfect eyesight, they're still really hard as hell to see. So when you're getting into these microbes and you're looking at nutritional value, they're not created equal. This is where like variety is the spice of life. And chlorella and spirulina are true algae that live in very different habitats, and freshwater chlorella is more nutritious than saltwater chlorella for some reason. Because while their euryhaline, I think, is the term where it can handle a lot of salinity difference from freshwater to saltwater, or like a ridiculously large range that does not make sense for the average critter.
Okay.
So chlorella varies on its nutritional value depending on salinity.
And you said what?
There's
Which one is more nutritious? Saltwater,
freshwater,
freshwater?
freshwater
Oh,
evidently.
interesting.
Like it's saltwater people don't really like it, but freshwater people do. Um, there's also spirulina is also just weird. It has very weird nutritional, like to grow it is like you need additional things on it, and it's too much work. I'll never touch that. I'll just use powder. Um, it's a little more well known in saltwater. So like I'm trying to come up with a recipe for my Amano shrimp larva, right? And like if you feed one thing, you're always going to be nutritionally deficient in one thing.
Right.
So if you do a variety of things, you can kind of round it out. So in saltwater for the larva, I'm looking at like a green algae of the right size, which is Tetraselmis. We already know that one. A
Oh
golden
yeah, yeah.
algae, which is
I know that.
actually yeah, golden algae, which is technically a kelp, a single cell kelp.
Ooh,
So I'm looking at one of those. When you open it up, it does smell like kelp.
is that
That
bad?
was weird the first time. So that's going to be
Is it a good smell or bad smell?
Tiastochrysis.
Because I don't really know what kelp smells like, just from memory.
It it just smells like kelp. I don't know. When
Okay.
you're over, I'll make you smell it, and you'll just be like, "Ah, seaweed."
Okay, okay, fair
Um,
enough. That
it's
sounds
one of
that's
the
cool
seaweed
though.
smells.
Like I like the live foods that like, oh yeah, look at this. I got my Daphne and my fairy shore. It's got a cool factor.
Yeah,
Look at my single cell kelp. Like, come on, man, that's a
yeah,
flex right
yeah.
there. That's different.
I grow kelp, man.
Single
Um,
cell kelp. Wait, how small is that thing?
so it's a single cell.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying, like, how big?
Get a microscope, man. Do
Um,
you in microns? In
yeah,
microns?
the
Because that's how I start my stuff.
How many
Shit, you're gonna make
ums?
me look. I'd have to look that one up. Probably around 30, I want to say, but I feel
Okay,
like that's too
30
big.
ums. Let's go.
Um, a lot of them I was trying to get like not the nanochloropsis, which is like 5. That's too small. I
And
know
what's that?
tetraselmas can get up to it's a plague algae. Nanochloropsis is the most common green algae that saltwater people use to feed their tanks. It is a it is like the ultimate green water if you're looking for something to go green super fast and pull nutrients out. It is like the ultimate green water for that. But it's also super, super tiny in its cell size. So it's often too small. So with the Amano larva, they need something that's like 15 to 30 to start out. So the Nanochloropsis, if I fed Nanochloropsis to them, their water would turn super deep green almost immediately, but they would starve to death.
Mm, yeah.
Which is what I suspect has happened to a lot of people trying to work with it.
So would
So
golden
you've got
pearls be something if you had a small enough golden pearl? Because
the 5 to
that's
50 range golden
okay.
pearls is what I was looking at
Because
trying,
like
but like
that was made for
it's
shrimp culture, right?
mhm,
So
yeah.
I guess it kind of would make
The
sense.
and then you just get into the problem of like because it will eventually break down in water, you got to clean it and stuff. So like
Okay,
I
okay.
like the live algae because I
Yeah,
get less water changes.
that's a good point.
Um, can't really you can overdose it if it gets too dense. It can actually drop the oxygen in the water.
Mm.
Um, so when it gets too dense, you have to do a water change, um, which actually isn't that hard once you learn the trick. You for larva, the best way to do a water change is to take airline and an airstone, drop it in there, and actually do the siphon through the airstone. And then just make it like do I'd tie a knot in it just like when you're doing like
Siphon through
drops.
the air stone. What? Yo,
Yeah, I learned that trick and I was
my
like,
brain took a second to like process what you were saying,
you're
and I'm like,
reversing
oh
it. You're
my
reversing it with
god,
water.
oh my
Yeah.
god, that makes so much that's so useful. That makes so much sense.
I have no idea where I picked that up, but it was like
S-
the
Si
everyone who's just
oh
like, "Oh
my
my
god,
gosh."
yeah. Now I'm about
And
to use that for so many things.
this is an Awaze airstone because I have Awaze air pumps. So these are the airstones that yeah, I'm pretty sure I picked up one actually last December. Um, so this is the one that comes with Awaze. So it's really just got this one filter pad that it's coming through. So let me just see if I can.
Yeah.
So all of this is black plastic except for this light gray ring, which is a piece of felt or something very similar to it. So this one in particular, because it's one of those that you can kind of take apart and it's got very little surface area that it's pulling through, I just suction it to the side of you can't really see it. Uh, this is a 1 gallon jar. So I've been breaking them up and raising them in 1 gallon jars. I'll probably move up to maybe like a 5.5 or 10 gallon to try. But stick this on the side, and then I just tie a knot in it, and I basically drip it out of the tank, and then I drip fresh water back in. Um, as long as you don't have like a super amount of like tension, like trying to make it like pull a very high rate very fast, it's great. So yeah, if you've got very fine fry and you have to do a water change on a
Yeah,
container, try it.
I'm gonna have to use that. So how do I figure out what green water I got? Because my tanks keep turning green, and I'm not sure why. Like,
So
come on, man, you should
I'm
be able
gonna
to just tell me from this Discord call.
uh
Like,
yeah, no. Um,
come
the only
on.
way I know it's in my containers is because I get them from a very specific place who's very like anal retentive about making sure he knows exactly what strain is in his containers. That's the only I start knowing what it is. I have 6 freshwater green water strains. Um, I have no idea what they are. I know that some of them have different stuff in them. I don't know what they are, and I'm
It's
not
like
gonna go.
if your
I'm
tank
not.
goes green, like you're like, oh, I've been wanting to do like, is anything that's making your tank go green probably a viable like green water food source for stuff? Like, is it
So it depends on what you're feeding, and
okay? So throw like Daphnia and like brine shrimp, I guess, is my application.
um well, your freshwater green water shouldn't be working for your. You mean the fairy shrimp?
Yeah,
The freshwater fairy shrimp? Okay,
yeah,
so
but I've
yeah, I
been
was
putting
gonna
it in
say
the
not gonna
brine
work for
shrimp
brine
one.
shrimp.
I've been putting in the brine shrimp thing too for them to eat, maybe.
Um, but then doesn't it die off really quickly?
I mean, I'm not putting that much. I'm not turning the whole. I'm just doing like a little.
Hmm.
Like I just took this picture. I'm just doing like a little
Mm-hmm.
picture into both of them.
Mm.
Is what I've been doing. I have
They
no
would
idea if
they
it
would love
works.
the stuff that I have, man.
Okay, I get it. You got the
It's
best stuff, but I'm trying to work with what I got, man.
no, no,
Come
no.
on.
I'm
Don't
just
shame me.
making mental notes to myself that no, I'm making mental notes to myself. The next time we hang out, I gotta give you some. Um,
Captain said in my tank's microscope. Yo, that's one of the big purchases I need to make soon is a nice
so
microscope.
here's the thing. I'm getting a microscope or at least a dissecting scope because I need to see certain things and I'm not a microbiome person, man. I studied frogs. I don't like
I
single-celled
studied
things.
frogs.
Yeah, like
What's wrong with the frog? Why do you say that like it means you don't know
I
anything? Like
a
I studied
microscope is not
frogs.
gonna a microscope is not gonna help me identify anything. I'm gonna be like, cool, that's the thing under the
Really, you don't
microscope.
look at like frog pores or like there's like,
It's
oh,
incredibly
you
hard.
gotta look at their left toenail under a microscope and see if the cuticle is like 3 inches to the right.
It's no, you're counting teeth on tadpoles, but
Okay, that's it. Something.
it's incredibly hard to identify microbes. So if it's not something that you like are willing to, so you can absolutely learn. Anybody can learn anything. I have some very deep buckets I go into, and microbes is not one that I'm all that interested in learning. I don't want to learn how to ID microscopes. I'm willing to buy somebody who can get a pure culture. I will happily do that for you. And I have Captain's Green Water. The Daphne are doing great on it.
Yeah.
My whole thing is like if I'm trying to replicate what something in a paper said with aquaculture, and I'm trying to replicate something like that to get it nutritionally, like what I'm doing with the larva, certain algae are like just notorious for having this but missing that, and I need the whole thing, right? Like pizza isn't pizza without like you have cheese, you have a sauce, and you have the crust. If you don't have that, you don't have pizza, right? Um,
Yeah.
I like eating cheese, but that's still not a pizza.
Right.
So the catch is like with the freshwater green water, I'm flying completely blind. I eventually would like to get to the point of like starting with now that freshwater is doing more research saying feed this type of algae to Daphne, it does this. Now that we're finally getting some of that research versus we fed green water to Daphne and they were fine and the fish were happy, we don't give a shit. Um, like I have some green waters that failed to feed Daphne but worked with Molina. That's probably because they could have been
Interesting.
too small.
Well,
Um,
there was the one thing I was reading where I think it was yeast that was saying one of the reasons it doesn't work with Daphnia is because like it's got too many amino acid chains or something like that, and they can't break it
oh, it's
down.
it's hard. It's hard lacking and stuff too.
Yeah, but
If
like that was one
so, the
thing they
DAF.
listed. So like, could it be that some
Mhm.
different green waters is something like that? Like it just has too many of whatever protein chain. I don't know anything about that, but like, and then it's just harder for them to digest properly, and maybe the moina actually can digest whatever that is. Like,
So some algae, I think in this case it was a size problem because I didn't have. It's a lot harder for a larger Daphnia to eat something that's really small. Um, it could also just be a filtering preference. That's another awkward thing to deal with. I think there's also just something wrong with that culture. So that's not like the greatest example. The Some of the things I've noticed is so one of the things I look for when I have six strains and when I'm evaluating them for how well they work for a Daphnia or a Moena, um, what I want to see is them clearing the water. And if they're not clearing the water, one of the things a microscope would actually be good for is if they're not clearing the water and you're seeing algae growth, but you're also seeing your Daphnia really full because thankfully you can see through them. It's really nice.
it is nice.
So you can see through them. They're eating very well, but there's still an algae bloom in your water. It's interesting to kind of look under the microscope to see before, like the sample that you put in, and then after. And the mistake a lot of people do is like, oh, this algae that's in the after is the one that we want to culture, so I'll take that and culture it. But that's actually the one they're not eating.
Mm.
So what you want to do is find out what they are eating and try and select that out, and then try and get rid of everything that they aren't eating. Nutritionally, we still don't know what's going on, but if they're eating and they're doing well and you're getting a booming culture, cool. That's still pretty damn good. That's still better than a crappy fish flake when you're feeding your fish. Cool, we'll deal with it. Um, so right now, that's kind of where freshwater is. We're just starting to find out about certain strains doing really well, and having like certain nutritional packages with them. Yeast was very easy. Yeast and kind of like some other really cheap things to carbs to give Daphnia, we're finding out could give them like booms, but nutritionally they suck.
Yeah.
So algae are kind of where it's at. But unlike salt water, where I can make a nice little recipe of various different algae. We're not there yet with freshwater, but that's where aquaculture finally is.
That'd be cool.
Aquaculture's finally gone.
So you're saying, and so real quickly, shout out overtly overstocked Oscars. Thanks for the membership. Welcome, friends, of the pod. Let's go. That's the power of Corey. But so in saltwater, you're saying like they can tackle, like you said, you feed a variety of things. It's going to be better. They
Mhm.
can culture multiple green water things together, or you're just like when you
Separately.
separately, but then they're mixing them together. That's the recipe part for feeding
Yeah,
them.
and then you get this ugly purplish looking thing that looks disgusting, but it's great. Yeah, so what you're kind of doing is like you're taking little samples like this in different colors. This is Tetrasomus. It's the only one I have in a small container right now. Um, so you're taking like the green. You're usually starting with the green, gold, red if you can culture them. They're a little bit harder, a diatom usually. And then you're being a little picky about size range because what you're feeding probably has a size range. Daphne and Moena have smaller size ranges where the Amano larva had a larger size range or size preference that they want. Um, so you're taking in size, you're taking in like nutritional content is why I choose different colors. Worst comes to worst by doing the different groups, you're getting a very different nutritional profile. So hopefully they'll balance each other out. And then as more and more strains are researched, you find, oh, these six go together really well. I should do those. Um, so if we're getting really in depth, my ultimate Amana recipe is probably going to be somewhere between like 4 and 6 algae, which include diatoms, and 2 bacteria.
Okay.
One of which is going to be the purple non-sulfur, um, and another is probably going to be the bacillus, which is they both kind of act as like probiotic, but also the purple non-sulfur um, is a carotenoid it's not chlorophyll. They have their own special way of doing photosynthesis with something that makes them look red to purplish.
Okay.
Um, and then yeah,
Red
that's so
purplish photosynthesis. Let's go.
yeah, so I think Captain's red photosynthetic bacteria, I think is within the same fam. I haven't done the research on it, but I think it's within the family of the purple non-sulfur bacteria. So Captain, the reason I got that from Captain's was also to kind of do it for freshwater. Not only is it really good for like a sludge destroyer and good to live in your filters, but
Ooh,
also
sludge destroyer. Ooh,
that's what
okay.
it's used in wastewater treatment. So
Really?
it's supposed to break down some of the larger, yeah, it's
Man,
supposed
we
to help
need a
break down sludge.
PSB stream. What? Come on.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Is that what's in the
So
sludge destroyer bottles?
I suspect. So I have to compare the groups listed in Captains versus the purple non-sulfur that Hydrospace PNS has. Hydrospace PNS is a commercial to the hobbyist retail version of stuff that is used in aquaculture specifically to break down and use in filtration and be probiotic. I saw Captain drop stuff in the chat. I just haven't
Okay.
found or haven't looked enough for those specific genre
Oh,
to
we
figure
over.
out what they do.
Oh shit, Jose with the 4.99. Thank you very much for the super chat, Jose. Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on. We
Yeah.
see we're doing a good job. That's why because we talked about the dragons. See? I told
Yeah.
you.
So I think all the nitro that Captain has, there's like it's all really good stuff, and I think it does a lot of the same stuff. I
Yeah.
just don't know like nutritionally what it is, but I know at minimum it's got some really baller carotenoids because um, I I think everybody's familiar with the purple non-sulfur. Shall I bring it
Let me
out?
put Captain's website with the PSB in there
Yeah,
so people
do
can
that, and
look
I'll
at
let me grab it for a second.
it.
That's that's
You
not
know
attached to an
it's
airline,
not a
so I
good
can.
stream unless we turn into a Captain's Critter shill commercial. It's like you're
Yeah,
what's that TV
well,
channel where it's like just ads constantly? What is that called? There's like a
yeah,
TV
well,
channel where it's just like
Commercial.
if Captain wasn't selling all the stuff we really like,
oh,
so
yours is
this is,
super red. Man, you've been taking care of that.
I haven't done anything. It's wonderful. So the thing about this, it's not quite this red in real life. This is super blown out. I think this is probably a more accurate color.
Still, that looks like a health potion.
It's we call it forbidden fruit juice.
Yeah.
So the thing is, I am not opening this up. So the nice part about this stuff is it requires like no care. So this lid is shut and it stays like that. Um what I think Captain said, like do this like at least a couple times a week. But yeah, like I need to start feeding it out. I'm also going to use it. I've got 10 gallons down here. These are new 10 gallons from the Petco sale that I have to set up. So this will go in
I
there
saw that.
also
I
to
was like,
assist with the
wow,
filter.
something that isn't gallon like jars. This is like, what's happening behind there? Like,
These are the brothels. So these are going to be the 10-gallon
excuse me,
brothels where I'm going to.
bro.
You thought I was kidding.
You play too much D&D, bro.
Do I though? Do I? I haven't played in months, okay? Yes, so this is another thing that like it's super easy to care for. It does have a smell. Anything that does like it cheats, it doesn't use oxygen. I'm trying to remember if it uses sulfur or just it plays a lot with sulfur. Um, so it does have a little bit of like a rotten egg smell. And it does eat like non-traditional things that we don't always
Non-traditional.
love, but it's not
Like
like
MSG.
fertilizer.
Yeah, yeah. There you go.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
oh,
know,
one
it's
second.
Asian stuff. I'm not that surprised.
Big Steve, thank you very much for the $5, Big Steve. Big Steve said, "Work harder," which is hilarious.
This isn't working harder. This is easy.
Yeah, come
Um,
on.
that
Thanks, Big Steve.
Jody, that reminds me. One of the Euglena papers that I was reading as like a super easy way that's like basically take a bottle of something that's red and you put Euglena in it. They're using unsalted tomato juice. Where do they come up with this? I don't know. I never would have thought to do that, but that's what they're raising Euglena in. And then it just like slowly turns
Interesting.
like from red tomato juice to like this because it's green. It's really the
Right.
Euglena gets this very disgusting color and then it turns green and then they harvest it.
No kidding. So
Yeah.
isn't that, you would think that'd be awfully acidic for them.
You know what? Microbes are weird. I'm not going to judge. Like but I mean, they're not an algae, so and Euglena, the green Euglena are really weird because the photosynthesis is like a secondary thing, and since most Euglena don't photosynthesize, like they're clearly using something else to do and I'm too brain dead today to remember what the rest of the Euglena were doing. I'm only interested in the chlorophyll ones because they're a little bit easier to um raise because you can do it photosynthetically, uh, and then feed them to fish. I think they're like, I'm, I'll be honest, I'm trying to find an alternative to paramecium because while paramecium are amazing, they also smell because they also like rotting
Yeah.
things.
I don't have the patience.
So,
Like every time I get a culture going, I forget about it. Like you said with the worms, and I'm just like, whatever.
Cool. I gotta cut it short. I gotta go.
Okay, well, Jody, thanks for hanging out with us. It was good to have you. Good to have the
Yeah,
warehouse.
sorry.
It's good that we get to
I'll
see that
be
you're
doing a
actually,
tour of it one of these days.
yeah.
glad
That
we could
would
help out.
Hold on. Hold
It's
on.
nice to see
Let me
that you're
back up.
actually
There we
you're
go. Now I
working
can
on the
see my whole self.
business. Like you're not just holding
Yeah.
out the loaches from us. So like we get proof that like that something's happening here.
I don't
No, I'd
know.
like to get more in soon.
Those tanks look empty. I don't know. I don't believe it.
Okay, fine. Hold
It's all
on.
AI.
I'm just kidding. Oh my
Real
God.
quick.
You showed us this
So,
funny. Ooh, angelfish.
yeah. Manicapurus, the redbacks.
Ooh.
Whoop, there we go. That's better. Sorry.
Oh, those
Uh,
are pretty.
Agassizi fire reds.
Wow.
Yeah, look at those flashy boys. Oh my gosh. Even the girls
Blue
are
marble
flashy.
babies. I did see one in here has little nubbins, so he might get
Mm,
adopted.
mm.
We'll see.
Up for adoption listing
I,
section.
don't- I like this. I like the
Um,
shape of the first guys better for whatever
yeah,
reason. I guess I'm a wild type
these
person.
guys are hiding.
Of course they
There
are.
you go. So these guys, they just came in yesterday. They came in really rough. The
Mm,
Epistogramma benchis.
mm.
So we'll see how they end up doing.
Johnny said show the green lasers.
And
Laser.
Okay, hold on. I gotta take it off the tripod for that.
And Auntie K said, "Stop
Otherwise, you're
judging
just gonna be staring
micros."
at the floor.
Stop judging micros, Auntie K said.
Okay.
And Critter said, "Corey shaking that bottle is reminiscent of someone casually playing with a bomb."
So I'm saying you
Well,
get the right
damn it, there
plastic,
it goes.
get the right plastic bottle, and it's a-okay.
All right. There's the green lasers.
Oh, they look good.
They're pretty good size already too.
Oh, look at them.
They
Yeah,
got,
that's a nice size. Holy.
well, they got bellies.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they're
Mm.
not tiny at all. I'm watching.
Nope.
I'm peeping.
That's probably 1.5 inches.
Jeez.
Yeah, I think maybe some of them you might want to have be adopted. I don't know. Like, I'd be willing to help out.
Only if you're
Friend.
gonna breed a lot of them and send them back. Ooh.
Yeah. These are pretty little killies. Northo. Somebody pronounced this correctly. Rackavi.
Ranchovi
Location
or
here.
Oh, yeah, Ranchovi.
There you go.
Hey,
Rachovi.
there you go. And some Northos.
Sure.
Let's go.
Yeah. They're
God,
pretty.
those are pretty. So pretty.
We got some blue Galaris.
Hey, look at that.
Ooh.
Worry location.
Look at that. Woo! Yeah, they fast. Fast. How's it going,
Oh,
man?
look at that.
How's it going?
Yeah. I mean, there's not spectacular lights all over these tanks, so it's not like they're going to show off super well.
I mean,
But
listen, man. Don't
we
make
got-
excuses for the fish. They got to work harder. Come on.
Longfin cherry barbs. These guys are just little right now.
Oh, they're little, but they're that pretty, and they're all. It looks like they're also sexy.
As
too.
they get bigger, you'll
Get
be like
crazier.
amazed how red they actually get. I have
Mhm.
some in my 230, but I have a cheat code with my Chihiro's lights on that one, and they pretty much just glow. So,
Mhm.
yeah.
Brian
Heroes will
asks-
do that.
Brian's asking Jodi, have you heard from Marcel at all?
Not yet.
Ooh, Emperors. Here we go.
Those are nice.
Man, this is great. I didn't expect to get a fish tour today. Let's go. Let's look at all these
I like
fish.
the bellies on that.
Cockatoides, double reds.
Hey,
All the Epistos came in kind of rough yesterday, so.
rehabilitation. That's like you were saying, like until you see it in
Yeah.
person, what it's like bringing the fish in and stuff. Ooh, look at that.
Still pretty, though.
That's a triple. That's 3 fins. That guy's a triple red, man. Increase the price.
These guys up here, I'm not even going to try and pronounce. So
What in the world?
you can read that. Tundalamia Nairii, Python Island.
Okay. Whoa.
I don't even know what kind of fish that is. Is that a cichlid?
I think it's a cichlid. It looks. Oh, that one looked a little glowy for a second.
So.
Yeah, I've never read. Okay,
Yeah.
someone type that name out in the chat. We'll have to look that up later. As it just something
And then
different.
McMaster eyes are all hiding over here.
Okay, I see the red though, looking good. Johnny says a Lake Victoria cichlid. Okay, cool. Torrent Aquarium said I'm waiting Marcel too. Wait, what's everyone waiting for Marcel from? Did you get some loaches in or something?
No.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
The
what are
black
these?
cores.
Yeah. Schultz
Nice.
eyes, black Schultz eye, black Venezuelans.
What do you think? The black
Schultz eye, air
Venezuelans
quotes.
or the orange Venezuelans? Which one wins?
Orange.
But I do like the blacks. They're cute. I actually have some in my fish room too. But
I'd like to do a black themed. My brother gave me the idea of doing a black and white themed aquarium, and I think it would be really cool to do those with black quarries.
Oh, they're so pretty.
We got some gardener eye.
That is.
Classy.
Bubbles are in a really bad spot.
Bubbles are right where
No,
the callus.
We've been talking about some oxygen. Like the fish, they're thriving, right? They can breathe for sure in there. Look at that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, man. Would you drink the tank water like if someone like gave you like $50?
No.
Is that because you know what meds are in them? Because for $50, I would. I've done it inadvertently enough times.
You would drink take water like
Oh, these are
for 50.
As long as it wasn't
no,
medicated, yeah.
Napoensis.
Pretty.
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
those look cool.
Look,
Australs.
are those the
Let's
Goldens?
Yeah. Oh,
Nice.
come on, guys. Why do you point towards me?
Because they're begging.
They're glowing. They're glowing. We're good.
They are glowing.
Captain said, "Never forget when Nick Googled black Venezuelans and was surprised."
I saw that.
Bro, it's because I Googled
Then
orange
we've got...
Venezuelans and it was the catfish. So then I didn't think.
Oh, there they are.
Well, what? Are
You
those
know what I
Amanos?
can't do is zoom, so these are Snow White Amanos.
Okay, 1 second. I'll make you bigger on the screen anyway. I can do that. Hey.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that is.
Yep,
Look at
yep.
that.
There.
If any of them have really nice stripies on the back, I'm interested.
Okay.
Ooh.
Santa Maria Endlers.
Damn it! I was gonna guess that, and then I was like too scared to guess it. But I could have looked like I knew a fish. Man, that was my chance.
These are nice looking.
Yeah.
I could only tell Endler.
And here's the gold Amanos.
They like.
Get my face out of there.
Yeah, we got some questionable people in the chat right now. They're saying they'll do drink tank water for anything basically.
You think the questionable people in the
thanks.
chat when I said I would drink it for 50?
No, they're saying that.
I do have to go.
Okay, take it easy, Jodi.
Bye,
Thank you for
Jodi.
the tour.
Sorry, guys. See ya.
We'll handle the mayhem in the
See,
chat.
it was
for
your
you.
guys' fault. She was fine until we started talking about drinking tank water. So.
She had to go anyway. She stayed later than we thought she would.
Yeah. But no, Brian was saying he said I'll boof tank water for 50, and Steve said I'll beer bong tank water for 50. They're like trying to take it to a whole nother level.
So I claimed it first, and I didn't even have to give a show. I'm just saying.
Okay, that's true.
I just said I would drink it. So.
Oh, that's true. Hey, Brian's always trying to show off in the chat, man. You mentioned a fish, you're like, yeah, I bred this fish. It looked good. He's like, mine are the best. He's like, I bred the most beautiful ones I've ever seen.
Oh my gosh.
And then he sends me, you know what? I'll leave it alone. It's joking.
Well, hopefully she'll get to do more of those like walk-arounds as tanks start filling up.
I bet. Frisk needs to get over there, man.
Mm-hmm.
Frisk and Johnny. She got, where's all the help?
Yeah, running her ragged right now.
I think she said she's in there like 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. or something like that. I was like, jeez.
Yeah, I think that's something that a lot of people, and hopefully we can have like Jodi back to when the guys show up, to kind of realize like I think a lot of people, especially when you only see like the face is like one person, you don't quite realize the amount of effort, even with a whole bunch of automations and tank filtration and stuff like that. It's still so much work, especially when you have an import.
Yeah, that's why
like
sometimes
imported the Wild West.
With fish stores, sometimes I don't really judge like dead fish in certain stores. If one, I know a shipment just came in, so they probably just came in and like all died. But then two, if I know it's only like one person in there and they got like 300 tanks and like you got a busy day, like you're just not gonna have, you know what I mean? Some stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's why it's more like the places where they have a bunch of employees. It's more like, why is there dead fish everywhere? You guys have like 10 people in here. That's when I'm more like, what's going on? But
yeah, and when people are asking me about like the scale of my Amano setup, like it's gonna literally be, this is a 4-foot stand behind me, this is a 4-foot chrome rack that does like 5 gallons and 1 gallon jars. So I'm gonna have like 4 10 gallons behind me that are the brothel breeding tanks, and these are gonna be like grow outs or like some of the fancies that I'm like either selecting or something like that, and having like just the larva jars up at the top. People are kind of like, oh, that's not very much. Like, when are you gonna like expand? Because I have like this side of the room, which is like my desk and one of my bigger like 50-something gallon rimless tank that eventually like my African tetras are gonna go into. And people are asking like, oh, that's not very much. And I'm like, this is more than enough to overwhelm me, especially with another job.
Yeah. That's very true.
Because we're talking like 20 adult Amanos in each one of these let's just snowball that, right? And what your preferred sex ratio is usually what, like 1 to 4, 1 to 8, one male to those females. And if
Damn.
those females conservatively give 4 batches a year, and that's not what they're capable of. They're capable of much more, like every 6 weeks if you really pushed them. But like, say they only do 4 a year, start doing the math on that.
Yeah. You're gonna have
Um,
a lot of sorting to go through.
Yeah, so there's not only is there like, yes, these are you can see I have the dark in the very back of them is a Hamburg Matten filter. And I've got this is actual box filter also from Swiss that I can pop in if I feel like I need that they need more filtration. Um, on top of just having like the sponge filters I can pop in there that are like 3 or 4 inches square. The reality is this is still a huge amount of water changes, even if I try and conserve water and reuse as much as I can by, using it with Daphnia and algae and stuff like that. You guys saw me sorting larvae on this stream. That is a step that I have to find a way to not have to do, or else this is not a viable business. It's obviously possible because there's multiple. I now know of 3 different countries that are breeding Amanos. Um, so like it's obviously like doable at a commercial scale, but like it's a ton of work and I'm only one person. And while it's in my house, I'm not having somebody else come over and work. Um,
Right.
it's a lot. I think people kind of forget that, especially
Yeah.
when you're watching a stream, how much work some of this stuff is. So
I mean, even like
it,
for
and
me
if I go,
to produce fish as inefficiently as I do, like someone was joking the other day, like, see, when you stop streaming, you actually can breed fish. But it's like, no, like even like to just make
yeah,
like a couple fish since I'm incompetent, like it does take a lot of time in my free
yeah,
time. You know what I mean?
yeah. So the question is, are you going to be a YouTuber that also breeds fish, or are you going to be a fish breeder that happens to YouTube?
I think that I the fish breeding and stuff is what I do for fun. So like I don't
Hmm.
ever want to breed fish primarily for business. I just enjoy the breeding fish thing. So I'd rather be a YouTuber that breeds fish. Like if I could make money off of like the fish industry, it would be content because I think once the actual living things like become what's generating the money, like that's when you become like a MD fish tanks and you're making like a new tank. Like I have
Hmm.
all these tanks. I don't have tank setup videos posted. I'm not, I don't need a video to make me want to set up a new tank. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
That's what I do for fun. That's why it's not really on stream most of the time because I'm just enjoying doing it. So I think like educational content, I think is something that has value that's worth doing that I would do, you know?
Yeah, and that's why I kind of like joke that if you guys try and follow Little Brown Frogs on YouTube, like nothing's going to happen there. And yes, part of it is the business name is not Little Brown Frogs. So if you wanted like shrimp content or something like that, it wouldn't be on that one anyways. That's my personal one.
Right.
But the other thing is just like I don't have time, so I would much rather like occasionally come on here and have fun, or when stuff gets a little bit more set up, have Nick over do videos of some of the stuff.
Yeah.
Um, because I don't, I thought about it. I have all the video equipment. Like we have uh, the equivalent of like a video studio worth of stuff.
Right.
Um, I mean, obviously, like because I have a whole streaming setup even right now. But I decided I had to spend more effort on actually like breeding the shrimp
It's time
and turning
consuming.
that into
Like
something.
part of the reason I haven't made like videos is because like, well, one, if I'm gonna make a video on a fish, I want to at least have kept it and bred it a couple times before I make
Hmm.
it, so I actually have something unique to add to a video about them. But two, it's like I'm doing the club stuff. I'm doing this. I decided I like the stream
Yeah,
stuff. Like, I'm just doing the things I enjoy. But video stuff I is coming. It will come. But
yeah,
it
yeah.
is like
I
you
think
do have to
people.
sacrifice other things to get other things done. You can't do it all. Now, if I could get an editor, oh my God, I film stuff all. I have many videos filmed, but I just don't have time to edit
Yeah.
them.
So, for the people who don't realize, both of us are presidents of local chapters of aquarium groups.
Oh, that's true. That's
We
true.
don't talk about it because I think we kind of just nerd out too much. So, because
Well,
because
I don't
I'm
want to be
president,
I don't want to talk about it because then people try and hold me accountable. I'm like, Be like, wait, why aren't you a better
Well, I mean,
president? Wait, why is the
no,
president on stream for 6 hours?
it's it's
We're
a
waiting for the
volunteer
email.
organization.
We're waiting for the email. No, don't
No,
use the
because you
volunteer thing, bro. That's an excuse. Come on. You
you're s-
signed
you
up.
were s- you did YouTube before you became president,
That's true.
and your YouTube is not for the club. I'm not coming on YouTube just for Guapa.
Right,
Will I
right, right.
plug Guapa stuff? Am I being subtle? No. Um, and if we have events or something like that, absolutely. But I think people have to forget, like, yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. Uh, I have to make a choice between. So like I do have a full-time job. This Amano stuff is trying to be a business. I'm also president of Guapa, and I'm trying to keep that going. So
Yeah,
that's a lot right there. So like, yeah, um,
yeah.
I saw it asked, like, am I making content somewhere that I'm not telling you about? Yes, it's called Guapa. I've done multiple talks there for Guapa. I do not have the capacity to do talks at any other clubs at this point. I have to turn those down, unfortunately. So I'm not doing a
Damn.
whole lot of travel. Hopefully, I'll get to more events in 2026, but like no guarantees with the way things are going, especially if this is taking off. I don't have people to take care of stuff necessarily. Um, so I'm not hiding anything. I'm actually using Nick to do some of the content that I had wanted to
No,
do.
hey, it's a mutually beneficial relationship. I get to learn a lot,
Right?
and I guess we could do the content thing. Like that.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I like about the live streaming. And like, if I had an editor, and like, I think
Mhm.
a lot of fish tubers, like, if you want some content game, like, bro, all these live streams, like, I'd have someone cut them up into segments. I have my second channel.
Yeah.
Like, eventually, I'll do that. And then, like, here we'll have, feeding a mono shrimp. That's a video on another
Yeah.
channel, and then you have a it's not low effort, but you can just get on stream, have a real
Yeah.
conversation, get off, and you don't got to worry about everything else. I think as like a
Yeah.
business, that's something that's achievable because you have employees, but as an
Yeah. Because
individual, it's
because
harder.
I joke about the fact that like I love coming on the stream and talking, but I can't listen to the stream
That's
because
funny.
yeah, well, I have an auditory processing disability. So for me, like listening to a podcast is like the worst thing ever. Will I read the entirety of Lord of the Rings as a book? Yeah,
Right.
but it's very hard for me to listen to live streams. That's why I'm like, I appreciate going to Discord, going like, okay, so you guys are commenting about something on the live stream. Can you like timestamp it, or can you like
Yeah.
summarize it for
I
me
mean,
or
you
something
gotta
like
know your
that? But
strengths, man. You gotta know
yeah,
yourself. You know. For me, it's
yeah.
like
So
I do I watch back my own streams sometimes, depending on what I talked about, watch back parts, but it's
mhm,
like partially I want to remember what I said, but then also like I do kind of treat it as like how do I improve the stream? It's not like as much about like,
yeah,
you know, because I'm into like writing, I'm into like we're talking about going to the pet industry stuff. Like, so it's also like if I'm having a
hmm
conversation with you, it's like, okay, when am I interrupting someone too much? When am I not letting them finish the question? You know what I mean? Like I kind of
yeah.
look back for that stuff.
Oh, and three people on stream is really hard.
Yeah.
I was noticing that today. Because it is one of those things where like when you're used to talking, especially if you're used to like virtual meetings, like you kind of like stop to see who's going to talk. It's so much harder with three people. It was just like, oh man,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna shut up now and let
Yeah.
Jodi talk.
That's why it's good when it's some like if you know people like I think me, Aaron, and Ross the other day like that was good because we know each other, in real life and we chat
Yeah. Well,
verbally.
which is
You
kind
know
of
what I
what we're
mean?
doing here too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
We're,
We got a good rapport. Our rapport is fine. Yeah, it's
yeah.
fine.
So sorry, people. If you see us talking in person, this is the same shit. Like,
It's
it's not
fine.
that different.
Although at Guapo, you were like,
Yeah.
why aren't you being energetic? What's your problem? Why aren't you being
Because
loud?
I was being president. So yeah,
Why should you be
I had to
loud?
run a workshop. I had to run a workshop and be like professional.
I know, but you're like
Um,
making fun of me for being quiet. I'm like, I'm just attending, man. I'm waiting for instruction. Come on.
it was that was fun. I had to razz you a little bit.
Yeah, no, it was good. That was a good one. I do want to make a talk. I want to find something I could actually make a talk on that would be worth maybe someone would want to hear at a club or something. That's something I've been thinking
Mhm.
about. I mean, obviously, I could do isopods. I think I probably would broaden it to be like, macro invertebrates
that
Hmm.
in applications of them in the aquarium, because then I could go like, oh, here they are. They're actually all around us. So, because a lot of people don't know aquatic isopods are everywhere. And then here's where they fit in the food web of some of these fish, and
Yeah.
stuff. And, I could do the isopod stuff, but I feel like I'm talking just aquatic isopods kind of be, I don't think it's mass interest yet.
Well, so here's a fun thing to think about. Um, you have a chat right now with 31 people watching. 30 technically, because I'm one of them. Uh, Chat. If Nick was going to give a talk, what would you want to hear it on? I just realized.
We got a very biased chat though. We got very biased. Like for instance, the Loach poll, like Loaches versus
Yeah.
Plecos, it was 40 votes, and Loaches won 40. It was like 80 something percent, by 80%.
Yeah.
But that's the problem. Also, there's not a lot of things I know a bunch about. I think I'm pretty good at compiling information, so I feel like there's a lot of things I could make a talk where it's like I'm not totally speaking out my ass, but
Yeah.
um, you know. It is what it is. William said live food, nutrition, and culturing. I'm not that great at. Captain needs to do a live food talk. That's what we need. Ross
Well,
said you
so
you can talk on
I'm going to
anything you
cut you off,
breed.
man.
Oh God, here
I'm
we
going to cut
go.
you off.
Here we
I'm
go.
cutting you off.
Here we
Because
go.
here's the thing.
We
I've
just talked
given
about
talks and stuff.
rapport. Here you go.
No, no, I'm cutting you off because this annoys me because it's somebody who also like coaches people who actually are giving talks as well. You know more than you think. You're good at presenting because you're here presenting a lot of that information and you're really, really good at research. So one of the things that is really good about having a speaker, especially if I'm like looking for anybody to speak, is even if you don't know everything, you probably could research something like looking at a book to round stuff out or gather other people's experiences to round out your knowledge so that you can kind of fill some of the gaps that you don't feel qualified for.
Right.
And you can also say, hey, here's the whole list of things that are live foods. And I'm going to concentrate on these things because these are the things that I have the most experience with and feel like I get the most out of. And that's totally cool.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things where I think you're better at doing the speaking thing than you're going to give yourself credit for because that is a harder set of skills to learn and have some of the confidence about. And from there, it's like you can totally give a talk on live food and with some of the nutrition. And remember, like freshwater is the Wild West. That is a topic in and of itself.
Yeah.
Here's some of the cool new stuff coming from aquaculture. You and I are reading the same papers.
Right. I mean, if I get the fairy shrimp going, then maybe I might have something to talk about. You never know. You
You
never
see,
know.
that's the thing. You already have something to talk about because you've got the summary of it and you're actually keeping them. You don't always have to be successful. Like
Okay.
Becca gives Becca gives a puffer talk because she's kept several freshwater puffers. She's like, these are some other ones that I haven't kept, but they're freshwater.
Yeah.
But, she doesn't talk about breeding puffers because she hasn't done it.
Right. And shout
But
out
she's giving her experience.
Ross says you can do a talk on anything you breed heavily for a while, in my opinion. I appreciate that. And then DJ Smithy, this is crazy. He said, hey, Nicholas, scored 6 female scarlet baddest off your shipment to me. Damn, bro. Damn. That's, whoo, you got a great haul from
What?
those. See, guys, this is why I have them listed unsexed because I don't have time, but this is why I buy them unsexed. They may not be that bad. I think he bought 10. I think I sent 11. And
I
six,
still need to get some
six.
from you.
Yeah. DJ, he commits a lot of space to stuff, so I'm sure he'll breed a bunch of them. So that's exciting, man. I'm glad it worked out.
I still want to work with him. Especially once I get like more stuff out of the fives and back into the 10 gallons.
Yeah. You could do I bred the baddest in a 5. So you could definitely do them
Oh
in a
yeah,
5.
like I think
You
they'd
know?
be great. I just have to like actually do it. Like actually get everything set up for it.
Just rock
Because
pile, moss, and a pair.
well, well, right now I have something in each one of these tanks that would probably either predate on them or they would predate on the larva that I really need. So that's kind of like I have so for anybody who was paying attention at the beginning of the stream, if you were on at that time, I was sorting Amano larvae that are not from my shrimp because right now all of my adult breeding shrimp are in with something that's eating their larvae.
Right.
So it's like my CPDs are very, very fat, but they're also in this cycle of eating the larva from the Amanos, and then they lay eggs, and then the Amanos eat their eggs.
Yeah, I
So
can confirm.
it's a vicious cycle.
So that's my issue. The baddest, they breed in any tank I put them in, but I keep needing
Mhm,
more and more tanks. So like I had a dedicated tank for them, but now they're like
mhm,
mixed with a bunch of stuff. So I do still have a bunch. Like I have a 20 long that has a colony that's producing,
mhm.
and then there. But I will confirm, like if you got a mop, they're in the mop
Yeah,
eating the eggs. They're micro predators. So like if there's something
yeah,
small in there, like even snail eggs, they'll eat those sometimes. Like
yeah.
man, they're sneaky. So they can. I had them in with a blue Galaris pair and
Hmm.
Nanostomus and Pistogramma Hongsloi, and they had tons
Didn't
of
breed any of
babies.
those while they were in there.
They had, no, but they had tons of the baddest had tons of babies while those things were in
Oh
there.
yeah.
So like they can persist, man. They're good.
At some point, if you ever get some females, I'd like to actually have just like a couple of females to start a group so that I can do like wild males and get fresh genetics in there. But
Yeah.
I don't know if you ever hold on to some of the babies long enough. But that's just me going like,
No,
oh, I want to make sure you get new bloodlines
I got
in all
females. I
my
just have to
free
sort them,
time,
or I just have to catch them. I
in all
got a
my
bunch of baddest.
in all my free time and free tanks.
Yeah. Yeah, come on, man. You got those 10 gallons. You can put some fish somewhere. We need some
All
fish, okay? I'll get more bamboo
all of
shrimp.
these 10 gallons, all of these, one 10-gallon goes to the African tetras because they have to grow out on their way to larger tanks. Everything else is going to have
Mm.
Amanos.
Oh, by the way, I got some Congo Tetra Fry finally. I think I got a couple. So, um, I'm
Yay!
I'm ending my ridiculous experiment of the 2.5 inside. It
Mm-hmm.
worked. It did work, but like it's like just silly because then I have to take out the whole, like it's silly, but like it worked. It was fine. We'll see if eggs hatch in that this time. But I collected some first. I've been doing the egg scatterer mop method with them like the other
Mm-hmm.
ones, so they do seem to spawn
Mm-hmm.
in the mops. So the mops are good for like spawn here. They'll spawn in the mops.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of eggs fall down, but you can like put a net under the mop, shake the mop out, and get some that way.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I've been doing so far. Yeah,
Interesting. Yeah. So they don't like the marble version, or you just haven't been trying it?
marbles in the bottom of
Like,
a.
yeah, like marbles in a container, because
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what the African tetras are breeding in.
Like you don't put a plant over it, you just put marbles and stuff. And
It's literally just
oh,
it was Eric just had a container with marbles in it. I think I showed a picture.
that's probably what I'll
Um,
do next. I haven't put the container in there, but I think that
trying
simpler
to,
like that is better. Like I just think I'm gonna give the auto egg collector one more try, but like
hmm.
I do think the auto collectors are hard to scale, and I think that
Yeah.
realistically it's just so efficient to just have a container, all the eggs land on, you take them out. I have three
And
Lowell's
then
egg
yeah.
collectors. There's a lot of issues with them. And you said in his video he says some of them himself, like the limitations of them.
Yeah, I think so is this the Lowell size ones? Well, honestly,
I have all the sizes of them. So I have like the big one and the
uh,
small one.
but even the bigger one, I don't think is
I haven't tried the
I'm
bigger one
not
yet.
sure it's big enough for Congos because they're big fish. Because I don't
I don't know, it's pretty big.
hmm,
This one I haven't tried this one yet. It's big.
I
Um,
would try that one because I think one of the biggest problems that we've had that you've been really having with like the Congos is just you're using a size egg collector for much smaller fish,
yeah,
like CPDs, zebra danios, any of the smaller danios.
yeah.
Um, I think
I
it
just,
works. A lot of the tetras, like it's not going to work for a 2.5 to 3 inch long fish
yeah.
though, because I think they just move too much.
And the eggs go like if they've dropped the eggs and then they're flail like the eggs are gonna go
Hmm.
a little. That's why
Yeah.
the mops are kind of nice because if they do the eggs in the mop, like it kind of they hit the mop and then fall.
Yeah.
But I think the limitations with the collector so far has been one, like if you have any snails in the tank, they're gonna get in the tubing and clog it.
Hmm.
So I mean, yeah, okay, I get it. Start a new tank, bare bottom, whatever. Like that's not
Hmm.
an excuse. You shouldn't have snails, but like realistically, that's a totally possible thing. And then
And
two,
I always have snails in my tank on purpose. They're my
th-
cleaning crew,
there
so
you go.
that's not
There
negotiable.
you go. And also shrimp will go in it. They'll end up in the breeder box. So there's disagreements on whether or not shrimp eat the eggs or not, but still, like shrimp, if you're trying to use them as
Amanos do.
cleaner pool, yeah, they'll go into the tube and end up in the breeder box. And then the one issue that's really frustrating is that as it gets like mold on it, or just in general, like that sometimes the eggs
Mhm.
don't fall down, like they'll
Yeah.
just, and that's the one. So regardless, I'm still having to regularly go in there and like turkey baster it clear or something, and
Yeah.
you know,
I think even Lowell kind of like he admitted it on his video. He's just like these are really good for very short term. Like you
yeah,
fatten up your
yeah,
fish and you're only going to have them like if
yeah.
it's set up for 2 or 3 days, that's fine.
Because I
But
had I had
anything
it where I
beyond
got
that,
like a ton of eggs from it. It's definitely more
yeah.
like the long term over time. There's issues, but
Yeah.
yeah, you're 100% right. Like I think that's how I'd use it. Like so, I think I'll have like a spawning tank, maybe like a 20 long or something in the future, and
Mhm.
then I'll just set it up with the auto collector for a specific thing like that, where I've separated the males and females and I put them together, and
Yeah.
then I know I'm gonna get like 100 eggs, and then that's kind of worth it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, 'cause that's Select Aquatics. That's what he does with his Odessa barbs, and it works. Like it just works. There's a couple of different ways to get like them to stop eating their own eggs, but I think that whole separating the males and females, really priming them, especially the girls, and especially as you're like getting more Daphnia and worms and stuff up and running. Um, and when the girls are ready to go and they've had just really, really good nutrition and they haven't been just kind of doing eggs here and there because they've been breeding with males, I think that's you're only going to want to breed them like once a year because your output is going to be stupid.
Right.
Like that because that's the professional method of breeding is like a lot of the places are, you separate out your girls and boys and you keep them separate until you purposely want to breed them. And
Right.
then, you're making sure the girl like you either pull out your best colored if you're selectively breeding for something or like whoever's like clearly got eggs, not just fat, and then breed them. Yeah. It's just I love everything like all of Greg's videos. I wish he did more of them, but I know they're very hard for him to do. But like he's also the reason that I wanted to do the synodontist because I was thinking about doing one of the Lucipinus, the small guys.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Small
Well, I
3
was
inches.
talking about
Um,
synodontists that I'm trying to figure out which ones to breed last night. They were yelling at me for wanting to do Petricola. They said it's too mainstream. It's too mainstream.
so well, but which Petricola? Like so Lucipinus is now back in Petricola, which is annoying. These so I like the
You
smaller
wanted to
ones
be
just because.
special. You were no, it's not. It's not Petricola. It's Lucipinus. It's special.
No, so I agree that it's a variation of Petricola, but I don't want a 6-inch Petricola. I want the 3-inch Petricola. So I'm still gonna
Mm,
call it Lucipinus because everybody knows like that's the dwarf Petricola. And there's a couple of there's at least one color variety, which I was thinking about doing. And since they take so long to mature, I might as well get them now because they can live with the African tetras in the same temperature and everything. So I was thinking about getting
nice.
some of them as cleanup crew excuse, but also every time I watch Greg's stuff, I'm like, I can breed that. I should do that.
Yeah. Featherfin says it's just a
Except for,
smaller Petricola. There you
yeah.
go.
Yeah, and I also Petricola, like, they're so pretty. They're so pretty. I love that pattern with like that white edging and the spots and
That's what I'm saying.
my big yeah, the only reason I wouldn't do like the larger Petricola is just size. I have to put a hard limit on like 3 inches, and the only reason I even got the African Tetras was because I kind of made a pact with myself saying that those are fish that desperately need somebody to breed them so that they're available to the U.S. hobby because they they're just not it's not just that they're not even available. The ones that are available, like several fish per fish that survive have died on that path because there's just not the infrastructure. um that's why they're so expensive is that there's not the infrastructure. There's some really really cool fish that if you get the captive bred version like the Ngoku are super easy as far as it comes to like breeding and
Nice.
just as far as an African tetra go, they might as well be a Congo tetra.
I need to next time
um
I go up to Jesse's if he's got any Africans, I'm probably gonna have to I'm probably gonna have to
Yeah,
join you.
I there's some legit very difficult species that it looks like, and they're gonna stay expensive because they're not gonna be easy to breed. But there's a couple in there that are just like, there's no reason that this fish should be staying expensive when they're reasonable to breed. They're attractive fish. They're hardy once you like
This
get them
fish is
set
hot.
up.
This fish
Yeah.
is
I am gonna be like stupid and get some of the ones that I know people are not breeding very well
No,
or
that's
at
what you
all.
gotta do, man.
Yeah, but
That's
that's lighting your money on fire. So I have to
uh
basically be like, I'm gonna, when you're talking somewhere between 40 and $75 a fish, and you have to get a school of them, and you're like pretty sure it's gonna take you years, if ever, to breed them, that's lighting your money on fire. So I'm not ready for a light your money on fire project.
oh my gosh, come on. This is the perfect
No,
hobby
well,
for lighting your money on fire, man. You like
it is,
gambling?
but I have to have money coming in before I can go light some of it on fire. So the
True.
Amanos are gonna have to pay for some of
That's half
that.
the reason I put so much in the auctions, because if I have like 40 items in the auction, even if they all sell for $2, like that probably funds my auction purchases, you know? So it works
Yeah.
out.
Yeah. I'm just like, I want to get some of the fish that I think like really deserve attention in the hobby more, which is like probably providing them like captive bred. There's a couple in there that I'm willing to play with just because like I'm still a little offended
You and your
that,
Pearl Daniels, here we go again.
well, no, it's not even the pearl danios. It's the other fish, the rainbow shiners.
Yeah.
If you actually asked around, it sounds like when I asked about rainbow shiners, they're imported.
Yes,
They're
they are.
imported from
Yes.
Asia.
Yes.
And I'm like, so we're importing rainbow shiners
Well,
from
even
Asia.
some of
And
some of the Elasoma are too, and that's why you see like the $40, Everglade eye, because they brought them in from
yeah,
Europe. I
I mean
don't really understand
and
that.
I can believe it because well, I mean, Europe loves American fish, evidently. So there's like the more red and the more blue shiner that's in Europe, because the rainbow shiner across this range does have some variations. And I'm just sitting here going, like, I know it makes sense that a lot of Nanfa people do not want to share like breed commercially, and I understand it. It's a conflict of interest. It gets weird when with some of the whole like if you're collecting and breeding and stuff, but if anybody's working with like US bred, and especially if you're collected or know who collected them and you're working with some of these like rainbow shiners or some of the
Yeah.
other shiners that have, doesn't have to be exact locality, even like Bama Blues or something, like I want to get US based stuff. And I'm not going to lie, one of the things I want to do about them, if you don't know about conservation fisheries, CFI, like they're doing such good work. I want to breed like US based rainbow shiners and have all the profit go
Yeah.
to conservation fisheries because they're the only reason we
Oh,
have some American species.
there you go. Look
Yeah,
at
so
you
that's
and the
not a
good
breeding for
cause.
profit thing.
Yeah.
Like I don't like that. And the rainbow shiners coming in from Asia are not doing like they don't look good. Like they have the
No,
head
they don't
deformities and
look as
everything
good.
because they're kept to a too high density and stuff like that. Like there's some minimum requirements for them that are not being met, not being met, and I just like I'm a little offended by it, and I give to conservation fisheries every year, and I would absolutely breed some of the US stuff on a commercial basis, which is already like
Let's go.
a little weird anyways, because there's some limitations to that. But man, like if you want to see like Tropical Fish Co. have some like really nice rainbow shiners in a couple different localities, like I that's one of the ones I would want to breed for them and use the profit to help CFI.
That'd be cool. I'll breed you
Yeah.
some Elasoma, but I'm keeping all the profit. Good luck.
Yeah. I don't have like I kind of want to try them, but like I when it comes to like the US native fish, man, for some reason I'm like a shiner nerd. Like
The shiners
man,
are really
they're
cool. I mean,
just
bro, I'm so bummed that I lost my shiners. Like, I think I let the oxygen get too low because the tank had kind of been turning
mm,
green, and I
hmm.
think that my air wasn't turned up enough because nothing else in the tank had an issue. So it kind of seems like it
Yeah,
was. And I
there's
just
still
changed the
higher
water.
oxygen stuff.
I just changed the water on that tank
Yeah.
like earlier in that day. So like
Mm.
I know it wasn't like a water quality issue. You know what I mean? So yeah,
Yeah.
I messed that up. But right now I'm
Yeah.
collecting
Well.
some the Galaris eggs from the Galaris Steve got me.
Ooh.
Yeah, it looks like I got
I've
some.
already done all my fish work today. I've fed my I've fed my fish, and you guys watch me sort my
I
shrimp.
don't, you got it all done. I still got some stuff I probably would want to. I got most of the stuff I need to do done earlier, but
Yeah, well, let's be real. I'm not actually breeding my fish. Most of my fish are for fun. So I've got the pearl danios, I've got CPDs, I've got the African tetras, and I've got a couple of like pygmy cories and some Barreras in a bin that uh
mm,
was left over from house fire stuff.
no, it's and Steve, yes, I should be there Sunday. I started listing stuff in the options, so I'm intending to go. I'm definitely intending to go. Oh, we got some good eggs here. I'm about to set up the egg thing for these guys properly, but
Ooh.
so the first time that I bred, and bro, if anyone has Frank Cowherd's line of dwarf red galores, but I bred like a bunch of pairs, like enough that I took some to London Town, um, and then eventually I just wasn't paying attention. I kind of fumbled them and I oversold them. Anyways,
Mm.
he taught me doing the Galaris eggs and having them lay in sand
Hmm.
and collecting them that way. And like when I first did them, yeah, I collected a bunch of eggs from sand and I water incubated them and I got a ton. So these guys, I wasn't even intentionally trying to do it, but I left like a pile of sand just to see. And sure
Mm-hmm.
enough, they're laying in the sand as I expected. So I'm gonna have to collect all the sand and put it in like a container. But yeah,
Interesting.
it's still, I keep
Or
telling
just do
people,
it next time, do a container of sand.
yeah, no, and then for the way Frank did it, I've never had it work for me perfectly, but he was like, "Oh, you just like twirl the net around in the container of sand, and the
Mm.
eggs will kick up and get caught." I've never managed to get it to work that magically, but
Oh, so
in
it's a
theory,
buoyancy difference.
yeah, in theory, it's pretty easy. Um, but it's not like I chose it this way. Mine just refused to lay in mops, so like even if I wanted to do mops, they always go to the sand first. But
Interesting.
yeah.
So yeah, they prefer substrate versus plants.
All my Galars have heavily like they will only lay in the sand. If there's sand around, I mean they'll lay eggs like just literally bare bottom too, but like if there's sand around, they'll lay their eggs in it for me 100% of
Interesting.
the time. But
I wonder if we did that with like other fish, what other stuff would be really interested in doing that?
I mean it's a good question. It's one of those things you just gotta try stuff, you know? Yeah,
Yeah.
Featherfin said someone breed chub suckers and you're out. And Jody, no problem, man. You got work to do. We understand. Ooh, oh, let's go! Let's go! There's a good amount of eggs in this. Let's go! All right, I'm gonna pull up the phone
More than
camera.
23? More than 23.
Possibly, and also a lot easier. All right.
Yeah, that
There,
was not that hard for.
no, it's really look, bro. I'm not even doing it the best. Like, so this is like at the end, so I can reveal all the secrets. Like, it's fine. Uh, so like what I do is I'll just do a net through the sand,
Hmm.
shake the
Hmm.
sand out so the eggs remain, and then I just twirl in a circle, right? Let me see if I
Hmm.
can get the angle right to where you can see. But basically, what I can see that you can't quite see is that the center is just a bunch of eggs. So
Jeez.
what I'm
Not.
gonna do
Yeah.
right now is I'm gonna just turkey baster just a little bit from the top of the sand here. And I think when it's just the eggs in this cup, you'll be able to see them better. Let's see. Okay. Eh, it wants to be horizontal. That's why it's bugging out. Okay. This Discord automatic horizon switching is crazy.
Uh,
Okay. So you see, there's a few sand grains in there, but the stuff all at this corner,
yeah, but still, that's pretty nice.
if I shake it up, yeah. So there's a good amount of eggs in there.
Jeez. No, that's
Um,
way easier than some of the other.
yeah. Let me get them in a way where you can see them easier, and I'll go back to that view. But that's how I've been doing it with the Galaris. So if you have fertility issues, you know, that doesn't solve that problem. But these look like a lot of decent eggs to me, so I'll take
Well,
a
I kind of
picture.
wonder if that's their preferred substrate. Like that just kind of goes back to that zebra danio breeding like beach thing. Like I wonder if that's actually more their preferred substrate. So like the way that they're, sperm and egg and how they're moving around in that substrate works better in sands, whereas like maybe they get caught a little bit in mops and it
Yeah, I've wondered
not
if
mixing as well.
fertility issues could be improved by like because then like also is like the milk table to like soak into the sand a little
Mm-hmm.
bit more, and move
Mm-hmm.
around in that. Um,
Yeah,
but that's why killifish like sometimes the location is important because I think you can have the same species, but then their spawning preferences can be different based on
I could see
location.
that.
Um, so you never know. But yeah, so if you do this
Makes
in
me want to like
actual container in
makes
the
me wonder
tank,
if that could work with like some of the tetras like the Congos.
they lay in sand. Just like if the eggs land in the sand, like they get
Well,
mixed
or do
in.
they
Or...
go up on the edge of a sandy river and mix together in the sand a lot like what these guys are probably doing?
It's a good question. I mean, also then with killifish, you have to ask like, okay, are they? I mean, they're whatever they call semi-annuals, but is this so the
Hmm.
eggs can survive being dried out because they're in the sand, the substrate.
Yeah.
But then again, I think another thing when I was looking at some stuff, it's like their substrate is more like milty and stuff, which is what got me on the
Hmm.
cocoa core. Because my thing was, well,
Yeah.
maybe I'm not getting passive breeding as much with the Galaris because in the sand there's not enough air or something, so the diapause is activated. Maybe if it's in the core where it's more aerated
Mm-hmm.
and loose, the eggs can hatch and the fry will. So that's one thing I've thought about because
Hmm.
sand is a little different than like mud. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's would
I'm talking to
certainly
the
be easier to
geographer.
find the eggs in. Yeah, yeah.
No,
Well,
you
no, but I'm
tell
also
me
just
what is the
thinking like,
difference like between the sand and the like? Would there be that like the fry could get it out of the mud but not the sand kind of a thing? Like, does that make sense to you?
so you could, I mean, yeah, just think about like not even as a geographer, like think about the weight. So like the weight of the sand versus the buoyancy of the eggs is what's making it so easy for you to separate it right now, but that may not be to the benefit where also like are the eggs sticky? Do they want stuff to stick to the outside so that it like camouflages them from something that could swim by and try and eat all of them? I think that's why some of the like peat and coir like mulm stuff. Like they're in that area because it's also like a good disguise for the eggs, and they probably get if they're sticky and that covers them, that could be another thing. But that's also super annoying for us because then we can't tell if they're fertile or not.
Damn.
So this
Sorry,
the
sorry.
sand might be easier. I can't tell if you're like dropping something
No,
off
I'm
screen or
excited.
like
There's a lot of I can't help it. That's how I react. Like there's a good amount of eggs in here, man. This is
yeah.
sorry. I'm just
So now
happy.
you got to see if they're fertile. Like
I know.
it's
I'm
one
gonna
of
take
those
a
things where like
photo in a second, and we'll see.
if it works for one species, I think like I never would have thought to do sand stuff, but like now that I'm thinking about like, oh, if the zebra danios really like if the zebra danios have better fertility and better egg rates to the point where like zebra labs are now making this beach style breeding box for them, now I'm thinking like, what if sand works for a lot of stuff because that's what it simulates. You don't necessarily just have to have that like where the water meets the water line or like kind of triangle. Maybe it could also like just giving them a bit of sand could work as well.
But like, is this like okay? Egg scatterers, like their eggs are landing in the sand and like
Well,
sinking in some, and that's what it is, or
it could be like a good spot where they're like when they're making contact with the substrate and it's something that kind of splashes around a little bit. I think you're kind of right where like the milt has a better contact with the eggs. And if it's a light colored egg and a light colored sands, it's still pretty camouflaged. And
Right.
if it's near the water's edge, like maybe some of the species that would prey on their eggs can't get to it.
Right. No, that makes sense.
Or they have so little water at that point anyways because they're breeding like crazy before the water dries up or something that maybe that's just kind of like the best place anyways. Because some of those like the water's edge that kind of has that water level that goes up and down might be one of the better incubation areas. Like
Yeah.
that doesn't necessarily explain zebra danios,
I
but
mean, it could
zebra danios are also
sorry, like I was gonna say, like, well, the water's edge. Now you got me thinking, like, well, that could be like, okay, it's a warmer temperature there. The eggs hatch
mm,
faster. You know what I mean? So,
mm-hmm.
I think a lot of my
Yeah.
egg fungus problems could just be, maybe I need to make it warmer because the eggs just aren't even supposed to be trying to last that long. Like they're just supposed to hatch
Mm.
quicker. Like when you think of the implications of it being in shallow water, like, man, okay, that really does like start to make me think, like,
Oh yeah, like
is the
you're
oxygen
totally right. Like
different?
temperature would be very different. Well, yeah, I mean the oxygen's gonna they're probably gonna have a lot more um if they're at the edge of water, it's going to have a higher amount of oxygen in
Yeah.
it.
Because some
You
Killy
tend to
people are
get,
big on
especially,
shallow, hatching things in shallow, very shallow water. Some Killy people are really
Mhm.
big on that. So maybe I need to take that more
It's
seriously.
also you, try it because there's also the issue of like if they need access to air. Now that's an anabantoid thing, like gourami thing, like you making sure that they have access to air. Um, so I may be doing like a false association or something, but having lower water levels, it's less effort for them, especially if they have to feed off the surface or something like that.
Right.
And
Yeah.
also, shallower water could feel safer to them.
Right. No, I think we're cooking on that one. I'm trying to remember. Did I ask you? I was thinking about this the other day, but like, do you think it's possible that there's any freshwater fish that like in the water that they're from, like the makeup of the water, like their eggs are actually like buoyant and like float? Like, do you think there's some freshwater fish where like in our tanks the eggs like sink, but in the wild like maybe they're a bit more like floating near the top, or you know what I mean? Like that's kind of something I was wondering when I was looking at like how
If, I
some
mean,
marine species or whatever like they
oh
lay eggs
yeah,
that float.
but
Like I'm
those
wonder
are
if any close or if that lineage or whatever they're now freshwater if they could still do that.
most of those are going to be like pelagic species that the whole purpose of the eggs floating is to get them out into open water.
Okay.
Um, it's very interesting because I see freshwater doesn't tend to have a lot of that like with the eggs. It's like if they still have a larval stage, the larva will float.
Okay.
Even in the shrimp that have like the gobies will definitely do that and like they're protecting their own eggs like they're in freshwater it may be the lineages that are doing better in freshwater at least in the amphidroma stuff that I've been doing the most research in it's to their benefit to protect their eggs which is why like the shrimp are carrying their own eggs all the gobies that I know of are some sort of like protective like they're protecting their eggs. They're not doing an egg scattering.
Right.
Egg scattering only seems to be really beneficial once you're like solidly freshwater, I guess, and you're trying to you either have a different habitat that doesn't really allow for like cave spawning or you're like one of these lineages that just kind of does that, but they don't tend to have salt water immediate relatives.
Okay. Because when I was looking up like
I'm not as good with
breeding
some of the fish.
breeding the pygmy hatchet fish, like I don't. Some people were
Hmm.
claiming like that their eggs like supposedly floated. And I saw some people that bred them and they said they didn't. But like that's what made me think about it. Like, oh, I didn't even think about the idea that any of the freshwater fish could have eggs that float in certain, TDS or hardness or whatever of water.
I mean, if you're breeding them outside of their if you're eating them or if you're breeding them outside of their natural range of water anyways, I think you're already kind of having a problem. And I could only imagine if it's that impactful that you would probably already be having like massive fertility issues anyways, because that would if it's having that much of an impact on an egg that it would sink or float versus what it would normally do under its ideal water conditions, I feel
Right.
like that would impact the healthiness of the egg.
Okay.
So
Okay.
like if you're having like no fertility, but I also kind of wonder, like, because we even brought it up earlier in the stream, not just here, that like some of the fertility issues are kind of like, since all of the fertilization is external, maybe we're just not giving fish what they need to do
Yeah,
either
yeah,
like
yeah.
Hillstream, or also like one of the things we didn't bring up when Jodi was on was that like they can be very behaviorally dependent. Like they have courtship. Like some of them have like these little courtship things where they're fighting. The males will fight for like rights, and then there seems to be a little bit of courtship stuff. And with poison dart frogs, courtship is a really important thing about breeding. And if
Really.
you interrupt them during the courtship, then that whole thing kind of goes downhill.
Thinking of
And
frogs
some
courting
of
is
the
just funny.
oh yeah, like poison dart frogs take it to the extreme. Um, so I kind of wonder if like sometimes we're not allowing the fish to do like their full courtship, which is either you don't have enough of the species together for whatever behavior to happen, or you have too many of the species together for the behavior to happen, or they need like some physical thing there for the behavior to happen, and that's part of the reason they're not breeding.
Right.
Or seasonal change is the other big one. Like some of these are going to have massive seasonal changes that could be like several tens of degree changes during seasons. Like some of these are probably getting like snow-fed streams, right? So
Yeah, that's nice. Snow fed. Come on. That's that. See,
yeah,
that's
so it's like
luxury.
stupid pure and stupid cold.
See that
Um,
there's so many factors with some of this stuff. It really like even just like we're just literally just talking about they're laying eggs on like the shallows. And it's like there's like 10 billion things to think of
yeah.
that could imply.
Yeah, and I mean that goes, so one of the reasons I'm always going to be the one who's the hard ass about Hillstream is like my idea of like the geography version of Hillstream is going to be higher elevation. Me is usually where you're often finding these like raging streams, right? So like instead of like say this is the ocean, it kind of gets shallower and then gets steeper the farther away from the ocean. No, this is like overly generalized, but that's kind of where
Right.
you get it, where like the hill streams tend to be farther away and colder, and it makes me wonder if like seasonality like also plays a bit of a thing with some of our stuff.
Yeah.
Oh,
So this is the eggs,
oh, are
and
those
you can
oil
see
spots?
I think there's a decent amount of
Ooh.
good ones in here. I'm seeing there's a couple bad ones, but there's a decent amount of good, and there's some that are getting a little dark that looks like they've developed some. Like this could be some dirt, but let me enhance. But I would say a lot of them look semi promising. Like you
Oh
see
yeah, yeah.
one
No,
or
that's a
two,
ton.
and then right here. So to answer your question, they are a little bit sticky. So here, this is like a ball
Hmm.
of like 10 of them that are all stuck together.
Okay.
So I was trying to find more, but like realistically, I got most of them the first time. So like
Hmm.
that's why I was excited because this is a lot of eggs for pretty
Yeah.
minimal effort. So this is the fundula panchex suggests the however you say it, the blue galars from the funge location. So I've been looking for
Mm.
the LOE location ones, which are the blue and
Hmm.
red. These ones look like those, and it seems like someone in Florida has been breeding them a bunch and spreading them. So I don't know. Fertility seems all right.
Yeah, yeah. So I kind of feel like those being a little sticky, like maybe sand isn't exactly what they would have. It is more like you were saying, like a mulm or a soil.
Yeah.
Um, but sand is better for you for the breeding, so you
Yeah.
can separate them out like easier and you can see all this stuff. So like maybe it's like the digging action
Yeah.
and the like when they're courting each other and they're moving things to this sand or soil to the side, they can do that and get like the good fertility in a sand where they can't get it in a mop.
I probably could do like you could do a cocoa core, and have them lay in it the same way as the sand, and then just take all of the core and put it in like an egg incubation thing. You could try it. You could
Yeah,
dry them out, or you could keep them in water and then just wait for the things to hatch. Like you could do it. That
I
would
would
be
still
less
prefer
effort.
sand. I would
I
still
mean,
prefer sand because
yeah,
it's
I
like
prefer it if you want to
it's
collect them,
inert.
but if you don't want to think about it,
Yeah.
you could just take all the cocoa because they're gonna spawn a bunch of eggs in there. You
Hmm.
know they're in there, and then just toss them in and see what happens. You know what I mean? But
Like if you were putting a container of cocoa in and that's also what you're going to incubate them and hatch them in, I'm lazy. Put a lid on that, call it a day. That sounds awesome. But like
yeah,
if
yeah, yeah.
you're if harvesting is so like for Danios, for example, I would want to harvest the egg and then I'm not incubating them. So I'm going to be selfish and say I don't care about your killifish incubation. I want to use this on Danios.
Wow. Wow. Hey man,
Uh,
this is why you go to. I think I would have landed on the sand. Well, I got to give
mhm,
Frank the credit anyway. I think I would have landed on the sand just because when I put them in my tank, they're so obviously
mhm,
laying in sand and ignoring the mop.
mhm.
So, but I mean, this is why it benefits to go to some of the old breeder people because they'll show you this is like a known
Yeah,
thing, but for some reason it's like
I wouldn't have
lost.
thought about that.
Yeah,
Like
it's like a known
because
method. And if you look up the Northo lab protocols, the
mhm.
labs use sand for even some of the annuals. They use sand for them.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's why
So
I
go
like
ahead.
the lab reports because while they're often not as like efficient or something in some respect, or they you read them and you're like you glaringly don't understand some like basic thing that like a breeder like knows about like live food or something, right? They get little nuggets like that in there where you're like, oh, like I've gotten that
Yeah,
from some of the Amano papers was just like, oh, okay, so that explains a lot.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
and some of the other stuff. Chris did ask a question in the chat because I guess
100%.
I'm babysitting chat now.
Yes, you are. Honestly, you know
Uh,
what? Produce, just produce. I don't want to do any work. Let me do my shit for
so
you.
no, I was very good this stream.
No,
I was
I
very
like. I
good.
think with three people, I think I actually need someone else reading chat because then you can help know when we need to
Mm.
take a break to respond to chat. It's hard for me to interrupt people, like two different people, to respond to
Yeah.
chat. But if you
Plus,
like
we were having too
know,
much fun talking to each other.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, there's that.
Okay. So, Chris, Tropical Fish Co. Right on, brother. Good luck. Which type? Which you did answer.
Let's go.
I thought that's what you were talking about, but I've been in and out. Corey, now that people such as yourself have cracked the code on Amanos, do you see the same type process working with gobies and other things that have some type of plankton stage? And to you, Nick, there are a lot of good eggs in there, which, yeah, super exciting, Chris.
Let's
And
go.
and to answer your question, yes, Chris, that is the natural evolution of where the Amano stuff is coming. I do want to see if you guys can get more Amphidroma shrimp in so that I can play with. But I also talk about Stiffodons a lot because that's going to probably be the next one that I try. But I'm going to, the caveat being, and I think I brought this up last stream, um, it has to be a Stiffodon that both males and females come in, and you have to know that the females belong to that species, which is not going to happen with the common ones that are coming in from Taiwan, like the cobalts and stuff like that. It's got to be one of the it's not to start with like a stupid rare one, but like the ones that come in as single species, and you know that those generic striped female Stephodons are going to be that same species that you imported. That's what I need, and
Yeah.
Jodi and I have talked about it. I do want to. If you get either something in as bycatch or a Stephodon that comes in that has enough females to try and start a breeding group, I'm open to trying it. So there's also um, the sicko I don't remember. There's like three genus that start with that. I think you guys got in a what you thought was going to be a Stephodon and it turned into one of the other Amphidromus. They are also very cool. That's one of the other genre that I really want to work with because some of those are just really, really gorgeous. It's just a matter of I have to have somebody that imports a lot that can cherry pick them or pull out bycatch that actually makes a breeding group.
Yeah.
So they are in the plans. And one of the other gobies that is not Amphidromus, but is going to be a set that I work with are the Sulawesi gobies. There's two or three species that come in that are on my plan because
You
I want
you
to work on the Sulawesi Keeper project.
you gonna do those shell dwellers?
No.
Come on.
Well, I
This the
mean, technically
Sulawesi
they're
shell
shell dwellers.
dwellers. They
I
dwell
guess no. I
themselves.
mean,
I mean, they're
I'm
not
gonna give
shell
them
dwellers. Like
food.
they're not neolamprogras. I forget what they are. What are they?
Are you talking about the yellow or the spotted ones? The leopard.
I think they're like white or something. Dan had them a few times. Let me see.
Dan's had the black and white ones and the black one. Yeah, see, I can't even off the top of my head. Let me
I'm
pull it
going to
up.
the They're
Uh,
on the Sulawesi project website.
yes, Sulawesi Keeper Project is something that I want to.
I'll put the link to that in the
It
chat because it's kind of a cool website.
so it's I really like what they're doing. I know you've been doing a little half-baked work that could be part of that. I want to work with potentially some of the shrimp, uh, well, basically invertebrates, and possibly some of the rice fish if they ever come in. But the naturally some of the work I'm doing with some of the shrimp, the amphidromus shrimp, also works really well with the gobies, like the oh God, looking it up, still can't pronounce it. Glossogobius flavipinus is the one I can pronounce. That
That
is
sounds
a
like some Harry Potter
it
potion ingredient.
the picture of it is it looks like a scary fish with a giant mouth. It looks like one of those like sleeper gobies that's just gonna go. "Rrr." But
Ah,
it's a black goby with a yellow dorsal fin.
hmm.
So big mouth, but they're relatively small fish. Um, Trying to find their page of gobies. I mean, I think their rice fish are really cute, but I don't know that they come in that often. So the rest of the gobies, so there's Glossogobius flavipinus, which is the black one, and then the rest of them are Mugilogus, Mugilogobius. And I see Rexy and Adia come in pretty regularly. So one is like black and white blotched, and the other is yellow.
These are a lot of different. I'm trying to get the Flavipinus one up here, but there's a lot of different like colors going on.
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to find the better page that they don't have a ton of photos on there, so because they're more about to. So the whole goal of this, while you're looking stuff up, the whole goal of this is actually to try and make more ex situ, so like out of the wild breeding, so that the fish they're critically endangered in a lot of cases, and a lot of it is not necessarily because of overpopulation. It's invasive species that have been introduced to the lakes and just degradation of uh, the lake quality. Like they've just been having a lot of problems with that. Um, there's local groups working on it, but one of the things is if you can take the pressure off of it by breeding some of these, that would be great. But um, yeah, it's tricky because the gobies are still gobies. They're freshwater completely, but babies are tiny. So Mugilogobius adea, is the black and white one. So it's a white goby with black blotches on it. Not very big. I think it's not even 2 inches long. I think it's
Hmm.
a little over an inch long as an adult. They like to live in small crevices. Very cool looking little guy. And then the Rexy is the yellow one. So it is just golden yellow, little goby. It's a free swimming goby. Uh,
Free swimming go. So like,
yeah,
sorry,
it's
I
not
know
one of
it
the
sounded funny,
Hillstreams.
just like it's free. It's free
Well, yeah,
swimming.
because a lot of people think of a goby like the Rhinogobius or the Stiphodons that are like they're laying on something and they hop from thing to thing. But these are just no, they're like gudgeons. They swim out in the water. They don't care about you and your thoughts. They just want to eat. Um, yeah, so I, but like Rexii and so the Mugilogobius are both pretty small. I want to say they're like in the 1 to 2 inch range.
Jody
Yeah,
says
five
she's in love
centimeters.
with whatever that is. You say it.
Which one? Black and white or yellow?
I don't know. It's a name she put in the chat. I don't know which one
Oh,
it
crap.
is.
Sorry,
I don't
I'm
want
on
to say
another
it.
page.
There you go.
Uh, yeah, Stichiopterus longifinus. Stichiopterus is one of the groups I wanted to work with. It's one of I just call them sickos, and it's not a great way to name because like
Wow. Wow. That's
somebody's got
crazy.
to have a sense of humor. So because there's like Psychopterus, like there's like three different genre that like have the same first start of it, and then
Right.
like different ends, and they're all amphidromus, and I keep getting them confused. Uh, so that the Sicaropterus is an amphidromus. It's also really interesting because there actually are breeding reports for it,
Yeah, that's cool.
because it has aquaculture importance. It is actually eaten by several different islands of people as like when the gobies are coming back up the river, they actually are a specialty, so they are of economic importance.
Wow.
But
How big are
I
they?
also love their dorsal. Um, well, at that size, they're less than an inch. They're an
They're
inch or
eating
so. It's
goby.
just that
So this is a
but
one
there's
man, a thousand
millions of
fish
them.
situation.
Yeah, there's millions of them coming up a
Okay.
river at any given time if they're well maintained. So it is one of those things where there's just so many of them, and then you just fry them up, and they're just like little sardine things. Um, yeah, because I was originally like, even the adults aren't super big. Like, why are you eating them like that? And it's purely just because there's just so many of them. So I'm saying like it looks like 9.7 is the longest. Yeah, just under 4 inches as
Okay.
adults. So
I mean, I guess
they
if
are one
there's
of
a
the bigger
bunch
ones.
of them, yeah, that's edible. Sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, and they're coming in as like just young juveniles, and they're just tons of them. It's like salmon coming up to breed. There's just so many of them. So honestly, not the flashiest of that genus. You can see them in some photos. They look really good. I think most people who see them are going to be a little bit disappointed because they're just going to come in as these bland gray things. They're not as they have
That's
like
why
a blue
I feel
iridescence
like
to
this
them.
that's what the issue with Stiphodons. I feel like I mean I haven't seen them in person where they've looked like super crazy. But like I do think
Yeah.
they're one of those fish that like if people saw them at their full potential more, there'd be like a I mean I think there's a decent demand for them, but like I think
Yeah.
it would be a bigger thing.
Yeah, Stachyopteris longipennis, what it really has going for it is that crazy dorsal. Like the extended dorsal fins, that's the longipennis part, is really,
Yeah.
really pretty. But they're just kind of grayish blue bland. They have some iridescence to them. There are several other members of that genus that will blow them out of the water when it comes to colors. So they don't have as crazy finnage, but they've got like
Yeah,
the
you're
black
dissing Jody's
cobalt
pick.
body. Jody's pick is awesome.
No, you're saying it's a bland blue fish. It's gonna get
No,
blown out the
like
water. Come on, man.
okay, no.
What
If you
happened
want
to
to,
everyone likes different things? Come on. Oh my
no. So the
gosh.
thing is, look up the red-tailed freshwater goby, and you'll see why it gets blown out of the water. A
Okay.
displaying male.
Okay, but
So
does it beat the Rosie
Longipennis,
Daniel?
yes,
Okay.
and it's Pearl Daniel, but it definitely beats the Rosie Daniel.
Okay, Pearl Daniel. And it's red. You
I
said red
I want
tail.
to red-tailed freshwater goby.
Okay, okay. You're saying.
I actually want to see a Rosie Daniel next to a Pearl Daniel. At some point, I'm going to do that.
Well,
Yeah, it's
is this the one that we were laughing at
Lagocephalus,
the photo that was listed on Wetspot? Did you? I don't know if you saw that.
possibly. I
Okay.
just dropped the name in chat.
Okay. Well, I got this photo
Lagocep
off of Google. Let's see.
This is the one where, yes, I believe Jodi has a much better photo of this one. But like of the Sicyopterus, Longipennis has the best when it comes to fins, but this one has the best color.
Okay.
Again, caveat, huge caveat. This is a male in full breeding dress, and you're only going to get like one of these in a tank. So, caveat. The gobies tend to have a dominant male for at least each species, and the others will be some level of intensity below that.
Mm,
Otherwise, this is kind of like a gray and dark blotched fish, where the black blotches you see here are dark brown on
gotcha.
a kind of like grayish tan fish. But
Gotcha.
and that's what the females look like, but all the time. But the fired up male like this, you'll see that guy across the room easy.
This is the photo I was talking about. I said they should take the watermark
Uh,
off of it.
Yeah, so that's the flame arrow one. There's just something like that's not a healthy looking fish.
No,
And
it's so bad. It's a bad photo.
it's thin. It looks like it's got some like bad scalage around its or its side fin. I don't it's a and he's all clamped. Like they're not always like flared up and everything like that, but
Yeah.
it's just
But wait, here's the aqua addiction. I'll put the aqua addiction photo up next. That'll be. I've been using. They're honestly a pretty solid site. I think some of their descriptions might be like AI. I wouldn't necessarily do
Yeah.
care guides for them, but like they're pretty good for like showing photos of both sexes and stuff like that.
Yeah, Jody, your videos and photos of the flames were
But
much
this is
better
an
than the
aqua
wet spot
addiction
one.
photo of the same fish. So
But notice the genus name for that is Psychopus, not Psychoopterus. So that's one of the
uh
so like so many genre that are so similar.
oh,
But these are fun because this genus tends to have like the like one half of the fish one color and one half of the fish another. It's kind of
I
fun.
forgot to respond. Nick Levin in the chat. I did see earlier when you said I introduced you to isopods and stuff. I appreciate it, man. I forgot to respond to those, but I appreciate you guys. But Nick Levin said looks like a fancy fishing lure, and then Steve said Longipennis. That was my nickname in college. Jesus Christ, dude. Being the hottest up and coming hobbyist breeder and best breeder of Nanochromis transvestitis isn't enough for you. You gotta invent a college nickname. Yeah, Jody, you should have showed the flaming arrows. You're holding
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, they were already it looked like they were already starting to color up, and that was pretty soon after they came in, I guess. And I know Chris brought up the Stiphodon anae, is how I'm gonna butcher that. That is one of the species I suspect is gonna be of like the caveats I brought up earlier. I think is gonna be the ones that actually like fit the best. It is a very attractive species, even though it's very tiny. Um, and hopefully females come in. I know Dan had mentioned at some point that like that was the species that he actually got females to come in with. So
Yeah. I'm
fingers
looking up.
crossed.
My isopods are already grazing off of the eggs, the Galaris eggs. I just put them there.
Doing their cleaning job, gonna take care of those two bad ones.
Yep,
That
yep.
was a pretty good ratio.
I hope so. They're going. I've been
Yeah.
feeding them. I accidentally had egg crate that's floating at the top, so I just
hmm
started like putting the white worms on top of the egg crate. So I had the Congo
hmm
tetras in there too. So then it like acts like a worm feeder, and then that way the Galaris don't like just eat all the worms because they'd be
Yeah.
faster than the
And
Congos.
then be like these like very long fish with like marbles in the middle of them from their belly.
Yeah. And Jody said she sent a photo in the Discord. I'll put that up there.
Yeah. And I'm probably gonna have to hop off soon.
Yeah. No, we've been on here forever, man. I appreciate you.
I'm
Appreciate you.
trying. I'm trying.
No, I mean we're just having fun, just having
Yeah.
fun. But it has been a long
Yeah,
time, so
hasn't been that long since I've been on. My meds are wearing off is the bigger issue, so I gotta go eat some food and take more. I've got a
oh
bad
food.
sinus headache with the weather that we got through last night.
Oh damn. No, I
All
feel you,
that
man.
wind.
Yeah, I feel you.
Yeah. See, this is the bad part about getting like that. Like, oh, it's 70 degrees randomly. I'm like, oh, when is my sinuses gonna start hurting? Before or after?
Yeah,
See, that's a
yeah,
cute little guy. Oh, I
100%.
really like that little dorsal fin, the
Yeah,
flash
she
of the
said this
dorsal
is right
fin.
after they came in, so this is fresh off
Yeah,
the
and
plane.
you can already tell like we know that one's probably a male just because of like the top dorsal fin, but like the front half and the back half are two different types of gray. So like if I saw that fish coming in, and also it's got much better body weight and its scales look better and it's not like all clamped up like the wet spot one. So coming in it looks good, but I could already tell like that back half is going to color up into something really interesting. And
Mm,
and obviously we saw a photo earlier. We know it's going to color up into be a really nice orange. So it kind of depends where in the pecking order that male ends up being, but
yeah.
mwah, beautiful fish.
Hey, look, Chris is trying. They're just sweet talking us, so we keep doing long streams. But Chris said, having y'all in the background today has made doing write-ups more fun. Got a lot done and was entertained. You're
So
welcome.
those write-ups just also have to be saved because we're going to have to turn Tropical Fish Co. into the American version of Aquarium Glacier
There you go.
with all this information.
There you go.
Yeah, so we can do that, and because again, like all of these gobies, all of these hill streams, all the loaches, all the cool stuff that Tropical Fish Co. is going to become known for, there's not enough information, and I think like it really needs to be shared. Like it's not just a make the company look better kind of situation. It's also just
Yeah.
if the amount of effort that you guys are going through to identify some of these fish is just kind of crazy, and we just need to make sure that that
Bro,
information doesn't get lost.
right, right. Yeah, sorry. So it's just like going crazy. Uh,
It's okay. I also had a visitor, so I was just like, "What is our time up? Everybody's
yeah,
bugging
that's
us
what
now."
the walls start falling in. It's like there are some times where I stream so long, like when you like stop long enough to like realize the rest of the world exists, you're like, oh my God, like I
Yeah.
gotta. So,
Yeah, well,
shit.
the nice part about this is we've been streaming this long, but it isn't like midnight o'clock so with me having to wake up early the next day. So
Very
this
true.
is this is better. Like it sucks why I took the day off, but at least I was able to do something productive.
I'm glad. I'm glad you're enjoying it and always
And I
appreciate it.
sorted the shrimp.
Yeah, you got the work done. That's there we
Yeah.
go. Shit. Well, this is it. You hopping off? Let's do it.
I want to. Chris dropped another thing in there.
Oh, okay. My bad. Oh, my bad.
I'm trying to be good. Okay, no, this comment especially caught my attention.
Okay.
So Chris is mentioning, crazy how much I've learned about fish. I thought I already knew a lot about researching river systems where the fish come from, and finding water reports has been eye-opening. And Chris, let me tell you, this is why I became a biogeographer. I wanted to be a herpetologist, study reptiles, amphibians. I just wanted my cute little frogs. And then I realized that when you get into stuff like frogs, reptiles, fish, uh, it has a lot more to do with their habitat. Their habitat has a lot to, it just tells you so much more about the animal itself that's why I became a biogeographer. So if you ever want to nerd out about some of that stuff, I'm happy to. Um, so I'm not trying to be a hard ass about like what like a hillstream is. I just want you to be clear. Is this hillstream common name or hillstream the type of river they're living in?
No, no. You're trying to gatekeep a cute name for a cute fish. No. Trying to make
I'm
it
still
about.
gonna call them Hillstream. I'm still gonna call a Borneo sucker Hillstream, even if they don't live in a Hillstream, true Hillstream habitat.
Okay, I'm just checking on you, man. Hey, as long as you don't do this with plants too much, I can handle it.
Yeah.
The plant
No,
stuff
it
gets so
just
deep. I'm like, oh, when they're talking to the Discord, like I'm like, oh my God, this is ferns and
yeah.
spores, and I'm like, I can't.
Oh, the Isiotis.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I couldn't pronounce that. I gave a talk and included them, and I'm like, I don't know how to pronounce this, but it's a fern. Yeah. So it's just I'm not trying to gatekeep as much as like if you don't know that those two things mean something or that they at this point mean two different things, you're going to try and Google Hillstream and you're going to try and find research and get really, really confused. So, Hillstream habitat and then the common name Hillstream loaches largely overlap, but sometimes don't. And it would really suck to think that you're not going to get like a lineolata, a Swellia lineolata, because you think it needs some ridiculous powerhead craziness. And I'm like, no,
True,
man, it's a 10-gallon with a sponge filter and a pile of
true,
rocks.
very true.
So that's why I'm just like, you just need to know that there's a second word you have to add on there. Is it Hillstream
Okay,
Loach or is
fair
it
enough.
Hillstream Habitat?
Fair
So
enough. I guess that's useful information after all. Who knew?
yeah, the only thing I gatekeep is like, don't call a plant an epiphyte when it lives underwater. Epiphyte means air plant. It's not for that group of plants.
Okay, okay.
It's the only
There you
thing.
go.
It's the only thing that makes me like really.
I won't do it,
Yeah,
man. I won't do it. I promise.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
promise.
it's like if you take away the fact that it's underwater, I see like what people are talking about, but that's they took a scientific term and kind of bastardized it in a way that was not helpful.
All right, all you people, stop doing it. You heard it now. Now you don't have an excuse. Now you know. No more.
Yeah, but the problem is I didn't tell them what term to use instead.
Ah, that's they can figure it out. They'll figure it out. It's fine. It's
Rio
fine.
Riophyte.
You
Riophyte.
said it. What is that?
RHEO fight.
Rhea fight?
Riophyte RHEO fights. Because those are the ones that are kind of like doing that like growing on things tend to grow at the side of streams and they tend to grow on rocks.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I'm on board. Rhea fight. Let's go. Let's make the
Yeah.
change.
And Chris has very good taste in snakes.
Asian
Those are
rat.
some of
Oh,
the
he's gonna
prettiest snakes.
research Asian rat snakes. Okay.
Some of the prettiest snakes in the world.
Ugh.
Yeah. Words are hard. I agreed. um, yeah, it's Iseotes. I Isiotes is
I don't know, man. You're the one that made the
I
talk.
can't even say it with I'm like, yeah, say it with confidence and everyone will
You're the
believe
one
you. I'm
that
like,
made.
no,
Yeah.
I don't know. I confidently say I don't know. It's a fern. That's all I can tell you. It's a fern that looks nothing like a fern, which is
Yeah.
why I find it so
Now
much
we're gonna
fun.
need a whole nother stream where you explain to me what a fern is, and then we'll be tracking.
It
Then
is
we'll
a
be tracking.
taxonomic group
Okay.
that reproduces. So this is the funny part
I'm
is
gonna start answering
like
everything. Whenever someone asks me what something, I'm just gonna say it's a taxonomic group, and then I'm just gonna let it be silent. I'm just gonna let the silence just like percolate.
oh, I'm sorry, you wanted more information. Did you want
It's
to
a
know what the plant family
taxonomic group.
was? Um yeah, no, it gets really weird because like we have these preconceived notions of like what a fern is. Like with a frond and it has like lacy frilly things and everything and then like you get into aquariums and no fern in an aquarium looks like a freaking fern. Um and it's just one of those weird things that it's a taxonomic group. Like the fern that I'm trying to pronounce looks like hairgrass.
Oh, that's
Like
cool.
it's just like and like the only reason you know it's a fern and not like an Eliocharis is because it produces spores instead of um seeds.
No, that's pretty cool.
But yeah, like I find it like it's a biological oddity. So I'm like, I am all for this. I want this nerdiness in my life, even if it looks exactly like hairgrass. And people are just gonna be like, wow, that's really cute hairgrass. Except it grows like a quarter as fast as hairgrass.
But that could be the
Um,
benefit, man. That could be what is good,
oh God,
different
in my
about it,
a
man.
little 2.5 gallon tank, anything that grows slow, that is a benefit. So,
Yeah,
too slow for commercial culture? Yes, please. I will tissue culture that for everybody's little like nano pretty things that we all just want but don't want to have to trim every week. Um,
that's where I'm coming up next. I'm the all abuse and all sorts of stuff soon. All sorts. I
yeah,
don't really like Anubias that much, so
not even the super tiny ones like the
I
chilies
I
or the
mean the super tiny
jalapenos.
ones, yeah, I like more, but like I think I like Buse. I like Buse. I don't know.
Yeah,
There's something about it.
I mean,
Um,
I'm like I'm gonna agree with you on that one. And there's like I tried to make an Anubias for everyone kind of thing, but also like the reason that I like the really really tiny ones, which I know are just genetic freaks of nature from some propagation mishap or something. The reason I like them is they're basically a boost. They're a
exact.
tiny
Yeah.
boost.
Yeah. 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 100%.
Yeah,
Free a fight. Whatever. Boom, boom,
yeah,
boom.
it yeah. Yeah, at some point we can talk some of those funny things. Like, I really want to get more into some of the Asian aroid species, which that's the plant family taxonomic group that they belong to. But a lot of them coming from like Borneo and other parts of Indonesia, there is no control over that stuff, and I feel really bad about that. Like we had name just disappeared. I see his face from the wet spot.
I can't help.
Starts with a J. Starts with a J. Somebody in chat help
George.
me. No, no. Um, he gives talks on Bucephalandra,
Okay.
and he like so Bucephalandra are wonderful plants, but they are slow growing, and the problem is like farmed is air quotes, and even the ones that are not just like straight ripped out of um, a Borneo stream and shipped to you are ripped out of a Borneo rainforest and sit in a person's spot and chopped up into smaller where they grow it out. So like
Mm.
it's still like yeah, Jabriel. Thank you. Um, he was talking about some of that, and it just like it breaks my freaking heart. And it's not like there's just not enough tissue culture and stuff going on, and they're very slow to grow out.
Right.
So that's going to be at some point I want to get back into tissue culture and do that. So I've done tissue culture before. I've done aeroids before. Thought about getting into that during COVID, and then realized all those people are absolutely insane, and I didn't want to do that. Um, but it's one of those things where like some of the other aeroids that also come in like onesie twosies, I want to see if I can propagate, but it's really hard to get some of that stuff clean in tissue culture.
I mean, doing tissue that's a whole other thing. That's pretty cool. Also, a couple fish got you in there with the name and $5 for John. Thank you,
Yeah,
Johnny, so much for another five, man. I really appreciate you. Hardest working fish stream. Come on, come on. We've been in here.
working on it.
We've been in here for a minute. Corey's been soldiering it out, man. I appreciate it.
I sorted so many Amano because um I think I estimated that that was like over 100 larvae that I still have to sort,
Nice.
and I gotta check my photo to count how many larvae I pulled out today, not including the ones I pulled out before I started counting because that was dumb. But that's just me kind of seeing estimates and trying to figure out like how many are dying in the process. So
Yeah, that's all good information when you're trying to scale. You need to know the percentages, man. And Johnny said you
hmm
made my boring day better now, home and still stream. Let's go. Come on. You have a little bit of replay to go back through. And
yeah.
this is Chris's $5,000 wholesale snake on the screen. Um,
Yeah, they're insane. I have no idea why they get some of those colors. Like, 'cause they're like that in the wild, and you're just like, what is happening to you guys out there? I don't understand. That whole group is just kind of crazy. So,
Steve with another. Oh my God, you guys are kind of going wild today. Thank you so much, Steve, with another $5. And he said this was a good effort. And earlier he donated saying to work harder. So I guess we did okay. We did
I
okay. Thank you
sorted a
so
lot
much,
of shrimp
Steve.
today.
Yeah, that was a
Yeah.
good, hardest working, man. We're maintaining. There were some people worried last week because I wasn't streaming for 24 hours every day. But look, not going anywhere, man. We're still, even Corey's in here putting in work. So hardest working. Come on.
And you had three people doing work on this stream. You were pulling eggs. I was sorting them out. Jodi was setting up a whole bunch of those sponge filters. Yeah.
Chris said I
Uh,
could sit and talk to Corey for days. I mean, you guys have seen me talk to her for at least 10 hours now on live between this one and the last
and
one.
that's
So,
and that's not even like the in-person stuff.
yeah,
When I
come
got yelled
on.
at by my own people going like you disappeared 45 minutes ago and I'm like, "Well, I said hi to this one guy." And then I went back and talked to you some more. Um, did I teach myself geography as part of being a biogeographer? So no, I actually have a degree. So I have basically I'm a environmental science and physical geography as my major with a bio minor. Um, so I started off in bio and decided I like organism and larger and I like the ecosystems that they live in. So I took a lot of ecology and zoology, herpetology stuff, and then said I really don't want to learn about cells and and cut a whole bunch of stuff open. I'm out. I'm
Right,
gonna go to the geography department. So
right.
so this is what I went to school for. And I was preparing to do a master's in master slash PhD program that was either going to be integrated biology or was going to be aquaculture. And then I bailed on both because I'm too chicken shit to move to the other side of the US or to Australia.
That's crazy. You have to move it. Oh my gosh, couple fish with another $5. Guys, come on, this is crazy.
Luxury of monosaur.
Were you there when he said the luxury street? Well, yesterday we were talking about fish pricing, and I said Dan's fish's prices are fine because there needs to be a luxury like in every single market. Like he's just a luxury thing. And then a couple fish did a donation that said luxury fish streamer or something, and it was like I'm the hardest working luxury streamer. So now
Uh,
you're the
so,
luxury Amano sorting stream.
so the funny part is these aren't even the luxury Amanos. These are wild types. These aren't even the fancies. Wait until we get the fancies.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Yeah,
That's
so
gonna be lavish luxury Amano sorting. There we go.
that's going to be so much harder because the thing that I look for is for the larva of the wild type turn red, and then right as they change into like going from the larva doing this weird floaty thing to being like juvenile shrimp, which are just like baby shrimp like you would normally think of, but like at 5 millimeters, they lose all that color and they go clear. So the problem is the snows, the white ones, are clear the entire time.
Mm,
And the line bred, orange or red, depending on who you ask, those they stay red. And I'm just like, so I have to learn
good luck.
body shape and everything of
Good
all that
luck.
stuff because I'm gonna have to tell by all the body shape and movement, not by color.
That's why I'm like not trying to load up on too many killifish because I can't even breed all the ones I have now because I'm scared of mixing up fry one way or another. And some of the
Yeah.
females are pretty distinct. Like the Aphysimian Hera, I'll never be able to
Mhm.
mix those up with any other killifish because they literally that's why they're called Aphysimian Hera
Yeah.
because the females are so pretty. But oh my God, William donated $2, bro. I
I
might
was
have to make
wondering when
a
you were gonna see that.
I might have to make an Aquahuna order, man. I might have to make an Aquahuna order. That's what Ross donated $1 the other day, and he was like, "This is for the Aquahuna order because we're talking about their cheaper price." And William said, "We had to
Uh,
bully you into streaming. You guys have to bully me into streaming. Is that really how you feel? Really?
I
Come on."
I think it was actually more Jodi and I were like, yeah, we're like, let's do a stream.
I mean, no, today, yeah, it happened kind of
Yeah.
naturally. It did happen naturally today, but I'm back on the streaming grind, man.
Yeah.
They don't appreciate the work that went into me doing those in-person live streams because they're only an hour and
It's
a
so much
half.
work.
But like it did
It's
take
so
me a
much work.
while to like go to those, which is part of it. And Johnny said I enjoy watching her on the stream. Yep, yep. We always love having Cora around. They only like it when
And
you're here
Jodi.
because that's true. But I mean, Jody did abandon us, so I mean, I just felt like in
Oh,
this
yeah, as
moment.
you say that, she's in the chat. Great.
She's in
Yeah.
the chat laughing at me. Come on. No, it's
Yes.
joking. Yes, yes, we're happy to have Jody, of course. I mean, we got the exclusive Tropical Fish Co. tour. That was pretty big. That was pretty huge. People are gonna be going through the replay just for that, honestly, to
Yeah.
find it.
So we've got Jodi until the Tropical Fish Co. YouTube thing really goes live when all that gets sorted out. Borrow Nick's stream. I have no intention of starting a YouTube channel, so I'm also going to steal Nick's stream.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
there you go.
I'm on board, man. I need it. I don't want to have to talk to myself all the time. Okay, I don't want to talk to. That's like the thing I get the most when I go places and like people ask about the stream. The question I get there like,
Hmm.
how do you talk for 9 hours straight? I'm like, apparently this is one of the few skills I've identified.
So first, your brain doesn't shut up. Second, you just let whatever's in your brain come out your mouth.
Yes, that's what I tried to say. I was telling Jessica that I was like, look, I'm just saying, I'm not thinking about what I'm just talking, okay? You just have to be able to just turn your brain off and just talk, okay? And
Yeah.
talk and talk.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean,
and
it is a lot nicer to have somebody on there. So hopefully I'll be able to hop. My schedule's less crazy, so hopefully
yeah,
I'll be able to hop on
yeah,
more
yeah.
often.
Hey, anytime I'm
Um,
streaming, feel free to hop in anytime. I don't care. I don't care.
I'll pester you. Yeah, I'll see if I can get better with your timing and stuff. It is kind of fun because we're both researching a lot of the same stuff, and then it's like it is more fun to talk about some of the research with somebody
Yeah.
else.
Once I
Like,
get some bamboo shrimp where I have like males and females, I'm getting larvae. Then we'll be able to both do whatever how you say
yeah,
gosh,
amphidromas because they
aphrodromus. There you
definitely
go.
have
Yeah,
saltwater or at least brackish larvae. So you and I can like work out how to
yeah.
um the testing situation for that because there's
Because when I
still.
when I had larvae for
There's,
one hatch before, it
mhm,
was obviously a lot like the Amano. So we probably can
mhm,
do a test of like put a percentage in this salinity and this salinity and
yeah.
see what
Yeah.
happens.
So maybe one of the other streams we can kind of like break down some of the testing that is done with a lot of these shrimp to determine different settings and stuff like that because there's been a number of different papers about that and how we don't have to reinvent the wheel to figure out the process for a lot of these shrimp because it's been done before on I want to say like five or six different species at this point that you get into some of those Caridina papers and talking about all the other Amphidromus Caridina. Yeah, it'd be a lot of fun. I've already got a lot of the Fido that you would need to try for that for a
Hey,
lot of the testing,
that's what I like to hear.
and can yeah, so like we can do something like that. And if you're willing to like share some of the larva because you will have a ton. Um,
I would look like an asshole if I'm
also
on here
also
and I'm
willing to
like,
do it.
no, I will not be willing to share some larva with you, Corey.
No, when they have larvae again, you'll probably be like, "Dear God, take half, please," um, because that's one of those things where anybody who, if you've got like some of the adult like vampires or bamboos or any of the fan shrimp that are amphidromus and have larvae, um, if you're willing to put a larva catcher in, I'm willing to pay shipping to have some larva come my way to play with it. I don't have room for
There
some of
you
the
go.
adults because they're freaking size of my hand. Um, but yeah, I'd want to play with some of those. And thankfully, they give you enough larvae that you can do
All
tests
right.
in a
Everyone
reasonable amount.
everyone is now making their larva catchers and getting ready to ship. You're gonna get a bunch of random larvae of different shrimp.
Yeah. Well, one of the other things, one of the other groups of invertebrates that popped up is that there's a lot of people trying to do hermit crabs,
Oh wow.
particularly the land hermit crabs. I would not be surprised if I get in on that project at some point, but they are shipping larvae around. And again,
Really?
my larva, I let sit for 2 days before I move them into salt. So anywhere between these larvae should be able to go anywhere between 4 and 7 days. Seven probably gonna have a lot of die off, but like 4 is reasonable. So if you're close by, that's ground shipping
Yeah,
or
yeah.
2 day shipping in other
I
parts
mean,
of the
is
US. So
aren't hermit crabs like relatively needy? I feel like I remember them having a lot of requirements for like they live a long time, they get
so
old, they get
I
big.
will never have the capacity to take care of adult hermit crabs properly. I
Okay.
really love what there's like a land hermit crab association. I really love what they're trying to do. It does kind of sound like they I'm not even trying to be mean. Like it would be nice if they had like mentorship of somebody else that's also doing like shrimp or other crabs. Um I'm one of the marine hermit crabs is already on my list to try because it's the same setup, same exact larva setup. So like, why not? But I'm really hoping that eventually down the line I can be like, hey guys, try this. And if you want me to like take some of the larvae and like test some of this out in the system that we've already kind of worked out, which is a mix of like marine fish breeding and aquaculture influence, it could really step up some of their stuff too. But like right now, it would be very hard for me to teach one of them, like, hey, learn all this stuff, and then find out it doesn't even work for them. That would really suck.
Yeah,
Um,
for sure. And also,
yeah.
Bob
So
apparently friendship broker with Neorites. I'm a ram's horn man now.
a ram's horn. Yeah, I actually like both. So the Clithons, I'm really liking the little Clithons, and the pink ladies have done the best for me. I keep losing some of the other ones. Um, the two of them together have been keeping one of my tanks absolutely spotless because the rams never really like unless you're starving them, they never really seem to clean green spot algae. But man, not a speck of it when you have clithons in there somewhere. Um, and I know we had a debate in the chat about if they lay eggs or not. And I've noticed in that tank that my ram's horns are dying of old age. So clithons are also notorious nerite egg eaters, like the king koopa nerites that lay eggs only on each other's shells. That looks like
Yeah.
is because they're trying to protect their eggs from clithons. So clithons are in the same
Mmm.
family, but they're
So
not the
they
same
eat
genus.
those disgusting eggs I hate so much.
So they do eat those disgusting eggs, and I think I cannot remember who brought it up that their pink lady clithons were laying egg cases in their tank, and either I've just been unlucky or I have a what's more likely is that my density of clithons is high enough that they're eating each other's egg cases.
Right. It's nice.
So they are their own cleaning crew, but I could
I'll
imagine
have to
if you
look at
had
that.
a
I'll have to look at that because that's the only thing reason I don't have Neorites. But I mean, if the eggs are out of the equation, then I'm open to it. I'm open to it.
and the egg cases are hopefully smaller. Um, so that's where I'm just like I want to make sure like I'm not missing something with mine, except for the fact that I have six in a 5 gallon, and I regularly have to rotate one out into other tanks because they're starving otherwise. So I regularly move one of them into other tanks to kind of take care of some of the green spot, with the exception of the one fluorescent green right here. That's all green spot algae, but that's the scud tank, and I won't put them in the scud tank.
Good.
So
You got people taking notes. Also, Flower with Horns says I love hermit crabs. I got one about
yeah.
5 inches across. Um,
Jesus. Yeah. See, that's why I don't mind raising the larva, but I don't think I can do that part.
yeah.
And I'm going to qualify again, Bob. I haven't had eggs, but I also have a very high density of them. So if you get eggs, I'm sorry.
No, if you get eggs, it's Corey's fault for spreading misinformation. You guys are fools for thinking she's a genius. See, so this is what
I,
hero
I
this is where
yeah.
hero worship of scientists gets you. they give
Yeah,
you.
but it also I think they're male female, aren't they? I don't or they I think you still need at least more than one to have eggs. So maybe if scrape all the glass, if she needs the glass not to have green spot algae, maybe she should just throw a clithon in each tank.
I'm gonna have to try that. I'm making fun of Jodi because she didn't do individual hellos to everyone. She just said hello to every. I'm like shocked. They really got
Well,
to be
she's been
working her.
busy.
I know she's actually working. This is crazy. This is
Yeah.
crazy. I thought it was just an excuse to avoid us, but turns out,
Yeah, no, it's hard. I think I think getting a chance to do YouTube and showing off the fish and everything hopefully will like it seems to make such a difference for a number of vendors that we've seen. Because I think we're talking about like the social media effect earlier today in the Discord.
oh yeah,
And
yeah,
yeah, so it'd be really cool to see Tropical Fish Co. do it, but it is an additional burden.
yeah.
So
It's a lot of work.
that is yeah, that's the thing that I don't think people realize like that has to basically become like a time and business expense to do that. So
And
they're
even
just
big
not at that spot
businesses,
yet.
just like even some of the bigger fish businesses, like we've seen them try and do consistent content, and like they struggle to do it, even though they're
Yeah,
financially successful. So it's just one of those
yeah,
things. It's one of those things. You have to know how to hire for media stuff, honestly, or how to train
yeah.
people to do it. I think that's one of the big things.
Yeah, and be able to like read like the metrics and stuff like that to see what people are like, oh, that's really interesting. Like we're getting a lot of like good feedback on that. And then you still have to balance it with like what you're actually capable of doing, right?
Yeah.
Um, there's a reason that I was sorting shrimp during this and you're like doing a water change. So and Jody was like doing a filter. Like this was a way that we were actually able to do all of this and still get something done with all of our like fish projects. Like if I had done this stream and I hadn't sorted my Amano shrimp, I basically would have failed for the day because like they're a living thing. They are they have a deadline. They can only stay in salt water for so long before they starve to death and they need to transition.
Right.
So some of them were getting like because I've got different ages in there, some of them were probably getting a little like they needed to get out. So, it was nice that we could kind of combine it.
I know I'm trying to do like as much like I'm slowly increasing, but like I think the more you can like work on fish room stuff while streaming, like I don't know, it
Hmm.
makes it easier to talk in some ways, and then it just like a lot of people they listen to streams while they're doing maintenance. It's like we could just all do the
Yeah.
maintenance together, but not
Yeah.
compromise the quality of the conversation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
But
And you
it's a
can learn something at the same time.
well, it depends on who's talking.
Okay, that's the feedback I see every time I'm on stream then.
I exactly that's what I was saying. People seem to learn stuff from you, man. So
And
you
we
bet.
and we haven't even done like paper reviews on stream.
Not really. We should do the paper reviews are nice because then it's like we can just one topic it like saves so much stuff. Like oh, we can just deep dive
Yeah.
into this one thing. I think that next time we hop on, we should definitely do one because then I can ask all the dumb questions.
Yeah. Well, and there's also like the whole like how do you read a paper to get something out of it? So like there's that aquaculture paper that was open access that we got to read that had some really interesting stuff in the introduction. A bunch of stuff in the middle may or may not be applicable, but it was kind of that one was really cool because it's looking at how different changes in handling wastewater from an aquaculture facility, which
Mm,
doesn't seem like it's very connected, but I'm using a lot of that information to apply to like what I'm doing because I have a goal that's zero water, like flesh zero water,
right,
which is an absolutely ridiculous goal if anybody thinks about it for 5 seconds because you have to do water changes, right? Like there's only so much I can do filtration wise before, I'm heavily stocking tanks. I'm feeding them very heavy to get like healthy eggs from the shrimp and everything like that.
right.
It's a thing, but how can I reuse that water? How can I rehabilitate, I guess is the word, that water into being able to reuse it again for the shrimp, like
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
No,
So
I think
it's like a
because and you got like you're dealing with like salt water too and stuff like that. So
oh, I have no idea how to even deal with the salt water. I'm like I'm playing with it, but at the same time I'm like, oh crap, that's another layer, right? Because the salinity changes. Like, thankfully, these guys are very insensitive to salinity. Like, 5 ppm one way or the other, really, they don't care. So I could pretty easily measure even with like a cheapo hydrometer and get back to like the salinity I need. But like,
right.
it's an interesting mindset to start with, and then find some of these papers. Like, if people are wondering why I talk so much about like the red photosynthetic bacteria or the purple non-sulfur, this is where that stuff came from. So, yeah, it's a paper that I think if I sat there and like reviewed it and we were talking about it like on screen, that's
Yeah.
easily like a 2 hour thing.
Also,
Easy.
like I think the one thing that was nice about that is like, and if I was a better content creator, I'd do something like this. But it was like giving a great breakdown of like the different
Mm.
parameters and how they affect each other, and like how you choose like which plants and stuff go together and things to consider.
Oh,
Like
you and I should talk about general hardness and carbonate hardness.
that'd be nice. That's one of those ones that like I feel like I need to hear the explanation like 10 times before I'm able to really explain it to someone else. That's kind of how I feel about
I
that.
The reason I did not, one of the biggest reasons, besides I hate cells and like things smaller than an organism, that kept me from really going a lot farther in biology was the chemistry requirement. I suck at chemistry. I don't like chemistry. It's math with letters and moles and crap. I don't like it.
That does sound bad.
So
I don't like that.
the effort it took for me to learn the difference between general hardness and carbonate hardness and why my water was wildly one way versus the other, when it does not naturally occur like that, because my GH is stupid high and my KH is non-existent, and that's not normal for like a naturally occurring water. It
That's going to
is
be a great
very,
combo.
yeah, it's horrible actually. It almost killed the African tetras. Like, yeah, let's talk about like some stupid rare fish that I almost killed. And I found out because I took one of my clithons, and clithons being part of the euryhylene, like fresh to salt, like can tolerate a huge range, and they probably breed in brackish water. If you hear anything that's like that, like narrates it the same way, they want hard water. So when it basically slams its shell shut and looks like it's puckering because it's like it just bit into a lemon, that's usually a sign that your water is not hard.
Whoops.
and and it was supposed to be. And then I'm like, huh, my ram's horn in there also being a little weird. And then I did a
Not
water
the Ram
test.
sword too.
Oh yeah, they're not as obvious about it because they're a little bit more tolerant about lower pHs. But yeah, my pH. No, I use the Syrah like dipstick things because I don't have to constantly, like, I know my water well enough that I don't have to constantly test,
Right.
except for this time. So I was trying to balance out my general hardness. I was adding some RO and stuff like that. I'm playing this huge game, and I lost track of something somewhere, and also the effects of feeding fish and everything like that. Um, yeah, the pH wasn't measurable, which meant it was below 6.3
That's not
on a
hard
fish
enough.
that is, they're not blackwater fish. And that pink lady was like, I am not coming out. And like normally they, like, once you drop them in, they're so used to being moved around that they come out pretty quick. And then I'm like an hour later going, ooh, no, 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 something is very wrong.
Right.
Um, yeah, it was
Hmm.
kind of crazy. So that could be another like fun one to talk about because like I had to learn. Now I'm not going to be perfect about all the chemistry, but knowing what I know about like certain things about how water naturally occurs and how certain traits tend to go together versus the hell is happening with my water. And I am on city water. It is water treated. It is not like freshly pulled out of the river. I'm sorry. I live next to DC. You're not pulling water out of that river, man. Not unless you want three heads or something. It's Anacastia's gotten a lot better. Potomac's gotten better. No,
Come to the
you don't.
come to the Inner Harbor, Baltimore, man.
Are you kidding
It's
me?
got
No,
jellyfish
man.
now.
So it's gotten a lot better too. But like, man, when I was like volunteering in the National Aquarium in Baltimore, like
Oh,
it's
that's
not
got
as
to be
bad
so
now. But
cool.
like when
That's
it
got to be so
rained,
cool.
the Inner Harbor, oh, it was disgusting.
Yeah, yeah, it's gross.
Yeah.
It's real
Yeah.
gross. Also,
It's so much
I missed Jose saying Corey, Nick, Jody, great, interesting, informative. Uh, 1 hour to LFS, two or more back to New York, New Jersey traffic, watching and listening since I left. You're welcome. Thanks for hanging out. And then William said, "This is why Tropical Fish Co needs Nick on the team." And then Chris and Jody both are complaining that I won't move to Iowa. Chris said
Yeah,
Nick
see,
won't move. He's too
they
scared.
say something really cool, and then they're like, "Yeah, but it gets negative 23 degrees Fahrenheit," and then it's
Yeah,
like, "Nope,
that's crazy.
we're
Uh,
spoiled." I'm sorry.
um, Jose asked my age. Guess, Jose, guess. I am a yapper. He said Nick is definitely a
13.
yapper. Yeah. I'm 13. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, no. They want to. Nick's Lovin says they love a KH and GH talk. What do you think of what Flower with Horns is saying here about the salt and evaporation stuff?
Salt isn't too bad to keep the salinity levels the same, just can't let the water evaporate too much. Yes, so that is what killed my original batch of larvae, is that my whole thing was like, because I have two salt mentors, and they were like, yeah, it's super easy because all you have to do is just top it off. And you're supposed to take your container and draw a line and just keep refilling it with RO water to that line. I forgot to draw the line.
Mm,
And then yeah,
mm,
um, yes. So the problem with the salinity that I was referring to specifically in this case is reusing salt water. So in the reuse process, I would have to take water that probably already has a whole bunch of tetraselmis and something else in it, and basically let the algae kind of try and eat all the nutrients out of it, and then try and have something eat the algae. Like in fresh water, that's like have green water and then have Daphnia eat the green water, and then you feed the Daphnia to fish.
right.
Salt is a little bit trickier because pods, like copepods, don't clean water that fast to the level of like a Daphnia does. So I'm not sure how to get like something to eat the algae fast, short of rotifers, which are just plague. How to get them to eat the algae fast enough with water that has a whole bunch of nutrients from baby shrimp and stuff like that. So the salinity is probably the easier part, except for the fact that I'm probably mixing waters of different salinities. So then it's just the El Cheapo like thing that goes like this. It would be very easy to get it back to salinity.
A couple of fish said it snowed 3 inches in the last hour. Man, Alaska,
What?
Alaska.
My gosh.
JP. Okay, Jose guessed 23 to 25. Yeah, that's my age. I'm 28. I'm 28. I said, Johnny, calm down, bro. Calm down. Okay. We're talking about super fans of Legolas. It's like we got a fish nerd super fan in here. He's like, every time she
Oh no.
talks, I learn something.
Meanwhile, I'm just like, I have somebody to talk to. Yay. I see Jodi trying to share the perfect shrimp water.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yo, imagine if you could just imagine just exporting your well water somewhere like in mass. That'd
I
be great.
wish. I wish
That'd
it
be
was that. I
crazy.
miss being on well water. When I was on well water in Southern Maryland, it was like the best thing ever, and I miss
Really.
it desperately. I've had to, yeah. Because ever since then, I've been living like I went from really, really. I was finding American eels in the water, like in the stream, like on the land that I was on. Like the water
Wow.
there was so good. It was
That's
so
crazy.
good. I had no idea that American eels like did that until I was like, what the hell is this? Yeah, so the water there was excellent, and then like coming back and like living in like in the DC Beltway's just been like, I hate this.
I would like
But
well
you,
water, but I also like having soft. I think the soft water is what's saved me from a lot of stupid things that I do. So
yeah.
like I kind of like my soft water. I'd be scared to go harder.
It's like easier to start with soft water than it is to start with hard water. Patubird also said, I add crushed oyster shells to each tank. It keeps my levels nice and stable, leaning to the harder side, great for shrimps and snails. So the reason I want to have the GH versus KH talk
Oh
is
God,
because
here we go.
that is true. That is true, except when it's not. So when I crashed the pH in my African Tetra tank, it had crushed coral in it.
Okay.
So you have to know the difference between GH and KH to figure out why the crushed coral didn't work. And
It's
that's why I think
not
it's a good
dissolving
topic to
fast
do.
enough to buffer whatever the issue was,
It
or
wasn't dissolving at all.
oh
So that's where you get into what's the difference between GH and KH. And
wow.
it's 725. So I'm not going to start that one. So for next time, you guys. I'm just trying to see if I'm like missing anything
I
else
didn't
real quick.
realize, Chris, you were in Maryland like that. You were in Maryland for a long time, man. Let's go. You represent.
Oh, Southern Maryland. I was in Charles. I was across the river from Dahlgren. Ooh, brine shrimp, green water, salt water. Oh, Patubert, that is no. I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna write that down. It's,
What? Bride trip, green
so
water?
I do, eh, brine shrimp is saltwater Daphnia. Why did I never think about this before?
I don't know. Bro,
And
I have the
maybe
I've been having the colony going. You didn't jog your thoughts. Like,
no,
come
no.
on.
It's like how something like really obvious and
See,
like
no
sometimes you're
one
like
listens
this
to
and
anything
this
unless Captain says it around here.
and they're just like never oh my gosh.
No,
Yeah.
no, I get it.
Um
No, no, everyone only listens to Captain around here. I get it. I understand. I get it. The mod in chief.
I don't know why. I think I live so much in like the small feeders that and brine shrimp to me kind of like end after baby brine shrimp that it just didn't occur to me.
You know what? It's fine.
It's so
It's fine. You're treating me like we treat John. I feel like John in the Discord, he'll like we'll be like, man, this thing's great, and it's like, bro, I've been trying to get you guys to do this for the last 3 months in the Discord, and we're like, this is one of John's
and
project
like
build, one of the weird
the
things. Like,
stupidest thing. No, but the stupidest thing is like all like the Fido that I have is the same Fido that you use to gut load brine shrimp before you feed it.
listen, man,
I'm such a dum dum.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Johnny, see, this
Uh,
is your hero. This is your hero, Johnny.
No, and it makes no sense because I've been watching your brine shrimp thing, like, and I was talking about like, oh, well, what green water do you feed it? Like, do you have Tetraselmis or something, or do you need a bottle? Since I like, and literally that bottle of Tetraselmis that I put back over that little thing has been sitting in that container for 4 weeks, just in that container, like no air, no nothing. I just flip it over every once in a
Yeah,
while, and it's just sitting like directly under the lights over there.
that's
But it has
nice.
that cap, so it's Tetraselma is super easy. Super easy if
Well,
you're going
there
to
you
start with one
go.
of the
Come on. Also,
saltwater
Johnny says
algae.
he can't make green. He says I can't make green water. Why?
Because he's trying. You can you have too much of it when you don't care, but when you try, it just doesn't work.
Would you recommend people who are trying to do green water, like, should they just go ahead and order like a specific culture from somewhere, like a Carolina or a Captain or something, or like should they just put a bucket of
Uh,
water outside?
I always recommend buying from somebody that has already had success with it, and preferably somebody who's using it to feed Daphne or Molina. Um, yeah, so just because there are thousands of microbes that are green and photosynthesize and can make green water, that doesn't mean it's actually going to be good for the use that you want. Like, so it's also like when somebody's saying, I raise rainbow fish and I use green water for that. And I'm like, okay, cool. Get your green water for the person who's raising rainbow fish successfully with it because there's something in there that's working and replicate that.
Mm.
And that's why like I try to get a sample from Eric and I like stupidly like it did not do well for me, which is my own damn fault. But that was his green water that he used to raise baby rainbow fish. So there was something in there that was definitely doing the job. So like I'm like it's probably not an algae that they're eating, but there's definitely something in his green water that they were eating. Absolutely.
Right. And Captain said, for freshwater green water, do a filter clean. For the moment, a clear container, leave 3 inches of air from the top, Put it in warm sun, wait, profit. That's the green water. Who
I've tried that
knows?
before and I've had
Didn't
mixed
work?
luck with that one.
Interesting.
So
Uh,
because
Other look,
again,
William with you too is saying it's not worked.
yeah. So you still have to have something in there to start with. And that's why and again, what you get isn't necessarily going to be useful for what application that you want. So um, I have at least one strain of green water right now that I think either the Melina and Daphnia can't eat or is toxic to them. So I'm going to toss the whole thing. I'm doing like one more test round just to make sure it wasn't something I did that was stupid, because I'm also using Captain's strain of Daphnia now, versus I think the other strain I had was the guy from Pivas.
Hmm.
And I'm not saying that they're different because they shouldn't be different, but I was like, I don't know if this is something I did or this particular algal strain that I was doing, which came out of somebody's tank and was not actually used to feed Daphnia before. So there is a possibility that while it was green water from somebody's tank, that doesn't make it actually good Daphnia food that can go multiple generations. Versus, I asked
But
Captain,
don't
like,
they
are
know
you
it's
raising your...
green? It should just be the color. Like,
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's green, and then a couple of other microbes come along and beat up the algae and steal their chlorophyll. So Euglena is not the only one that's done that. There's a bunch that have done that. Also, that's where plants came from.
great. JP Jeffrey says Lucas suggests grass clippings. Apparently.
I've also tried hay. Again, it's like these are all really good ways that, in a number of cases, will have an algae on it that may do well in the conditions you're growing it in. Uh, but for every one of those I've seen, I've had instances where that definitely did not work. Um,
Right.
and doesn't necessarily mean you end up with what you want. So,
So it's easier just
um,
to buy one that you know will work.
yeah, if you have a known goal that you want, just go buy it from somebody who's proven. Like it's not even that difficult. And also so
Take some
LRB, and
green
I
grass
actually
and scrub it into water.
I've met LRB in person. He's a wonderful person and he's very fun to nerd with. But the thing is, he's also in Florida. I guarantee the grass in Florida, first off, right now is still alive. My yard, not so much. It's still alive and
Good. That's a very
consistently
good
has more
point.
water on it
That's a very good
than
point.
what we have up here.
Yeah. That's a very good point. He's in Florida. Yeah. Yeah, that probably has some kind of factor to it.
Patubird's recipe sounds more like some of the anaerobic
I was gonna.
microbe
This is like
mix.
The PSB
Are
secret
we
recipe.
growing? It's not quite that, but it's definitely yes, all of that will release ammonia for sure. Also, I grow all of my stuff inside. I would get thrown out for that one. I also open the PSB outside. I do not
Yeah,
open it
cooked
inside the house.
organic bone, shell food waste, unseasoned eggshells, a little raw eggs. Yeah, that sounds nasty. That
I
sounds
would be thrown
nasty.
out of my house for that. Yeah. So I'm not saying any of these don't work, especially under your specific situation, but like when the question is like, I want to get something that I know works, um, just buy it. Like that's one of the reasons I jumped on Captain's Green Water because like I
Yeah.
knew I also was getting the Moena and the Daphnia from Captain as well. So like
What do
this
you
is a
think of
proven system.
what do you think of Captain's like site like prices? You think she's in like a good niche right now? Like is this something that's like different? Because I think it's kind of interesting. Like, well, obviously I had said that she needed to make the store, so I think that it's great. But
Yeah.
like, it's just kind of interesting. There's not like a ton of people that sell this collection of stuff. I mean, there
So
are people, but like
oh no, yeah.
she's got like everything together in one spot. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So I'm kind of
And
curious from your perspective, like the pricing, the amount. Like, is it something unique here going on? Like, what do you think?
this is unique in that we don't see a lot of this all in the same place. The reason that I often push Captain really hard is, and trying to encourage Captain to like carry other stuff as well is because the only place that has a lot of this stuff all in one place on a regular basis and actually keeps it in stock is Carolina Biological, and they're giving you tiny ass little things. So like
Yeah.
I got the banana worm and the vinegar eels. So for $8 each, 8 ounces doesn't sound like a lot, except for the fact that like I put it, so this is a 32-ounce container. So it filled up to about here. I actually put them in 16 and I deeply regretted that and I've moved them since because I had it like up to here with that 8 ounces of media and then immediately had so like a 16 is not that much taller than that. They immediately crawled up the sides and over the lid
Yeah.
because it's a booming culture that you're being sent. So
Yeah,
like
very
$8
productive.
is not that much. I just poured water on myself. So $8 isn't that much. The this so the $14 for the Daphnia moena is gonna sound like a lot because you're like, oh, it's only 100 plus, dude. 100. No, I had way more.
Right.
Believe me. You're
Are the
not getting
portions of
stiff.
Daphne and stuff really that bad on average out there? Like I haven't ordered them in a while. Like, is the pricing and
Uh,
stuff?
the only place I really see them consistently available is stuff like eBay and everything, and I don't,
Yeah.
you don't know these people, right? Like some of them are going to ship great, and then some of them aren't. Um, and they're not always going to have it consistently. I think Captain should probably up the number in the listing because I don't think Captain has ever sent out a portion that's been anywhere near just 100. I think
Right.
like I got 2 portions and I'm like this needs like another 0 on it. So Captain's always been very generous on that stuff.
Captain should do scuds, man. The people be charging some crazy prices for scuds, like a lot of money
should
for
should
scuds.
send them those. I hate them. But that's just me. Um,
No, I'm like the main anti-scud person, man. I hate scuds.
I did not want them, and the only thing happy about the scuds in my collection is my croaking gourami. He's the only one happy about it.
There you go.
Um, I think some people like, especially seeing like the 500 mil, might think like the green water, the Fido and the Nanochloropsis Fido and the red PSB may seem at like $12 a little expensive, and no, it's not. So the bottle that I got is the 500 milliliters that you get, and it's on kind of like the scorecard of density. One of the things you have to take into account is like the people who are shipping it well are not shipping you at max density. That's a culture on the verge of crashing. I got sent like a more like middle to higher end where you're kind of getting that exponential growth. So that's what the green water came in as, and that's what the phytos synthetic bacteria came in as. So they were at a very good point to explode in growth and have done very well for me but unfortunately my Daphnia have outpaced their ability to reproduce because Moena are much nicer about not eating their source completely because they're so much smaller. But Daphnia, I wasn't planning to keep a whole bunch of Daphnia, but the freaking tetras are doing so well on them, and
Yeah.
they can handle the larger size that
Yeah.
they're just cleaning me out of house and home. So like I got my 2 bags of green water were not enough, so I'll probably be ordering more. Um,
You got to replicate. Yeah, I think yeah, it should definitely up the number to whatever.
yeah,
Honestly, like for me, 100 Daphne, 300 Daphne, I'm probably not going to notice the difference, like
yeah,
honestly, but but it
yeah,
does
and
help.
and all of these are very good starter quantities of whatever
Yeah.
you need.
We just needed to
I
get
got
tube effects and white worms and
yes,
so
yeah.
you think just having everything in one place is one, and also the site is like, so I don't know if you know the site that Johnny just put in there, um, but he said, "Have you ever ordered worms and stuff from Fish Guy's place?" And I looked, and it does look like it's probably got some nice stuff. The thing
Oh,
is
the killifish guy.
yeah, it's giving me Jimco vibes in the way that like, okay, there's no obvious way to buy this stuff when you go there, so like,
Oh, so I mean, but he's also old school.
yeah, no,
Um,
but that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that
yeah,
limits you.
but on it, but also like it also depends on like, is he trying to run like a crazy business?
That's true.
So yeah, so he's not going to pay for a cart. And
That's
okay,
true.
so also to be real,
That's
paying for an
true.
online cart is expensive. Like,
Well,
not only are you getting charged like at least 3% to run a credit card, you're also getting charged also to just have the ability to charge on your website. Like, it's not cheap.
yeah.
So yeah, he's doing it old school. Um, but it's like I've as a hobby level, like I don't like he's not making a ton of money off of his live foods, I can't imagine. Um, I
You
would
never
do the
know,
same
man.
thing, right? Like he's getting enough, you say, "Hey, here's my order," you email him and he can send you a PayPal thing. It was fine for me. Um, I
So
also did notice that
you have ordered worms from before.
it's been a number of years. It was like pre-COVID,
Okay,
but
okay,
yes,
but you did.
I
See, look at that.
I didn't do worms. So I originally wanted his Chlorella vulgaris and his paramecium,
Okay.
and he may have been where I got vinegar eels one time. That was a really long time ago because they last forever. The interesting part about him is that so he did Chlorella vulgaris to feed like Daphne and stuff because that was kind of a very common species. He has actually changed what algae he's using, which I find
Really?
fascinating. Yes,
What?
Manoraphidium contortum, and that is actually a species that popped up in some research articles I saw. I don't know. I will probably ask next time I order because I'm going to order it because I saw this pop up and then his site popped up and I'm like, I'm confused. Um, I am going to order like, is this like, is he change like, why did he change it or did he find out what he was growing was actually this?
Interesting. I don't know. Apparently, he sells an aquavit too, though. So there we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
When I ordered from him originally, it was through Aquavid.
I'm trying to get. I think Putu should list somewhere like on eBay too or something. Just that would be kind of fun. Although, but it is a workload thing. What you list something on eBay, like you're gonna get people buying it, so you have to be prepared to
Oh yeah, it's
to
a
ship it.
yeah. But
Jeremy
the thing is
B said
like
worms. How long does dude typically stream for? Hey, there's a live stream history. Go average it out yourself, man. Come on.
we
Hardest working
haven't.
live stream. Let's go.
Oh, we did make it. I think we are now longer than my original one. Ooh, I was
Really?
like, we haven't even streamed as. Oh no, we did.
Hardest working fish tube streamer. Let's go. Let's go. Bro, you know
Yeah.
I'm
So
lazy.
cat
Yeah.
captains is going to be one of those things where if you price compare, what you're going to find is that for Daphne and Moina, the number is going to seem low. Don't worry about that. It's a shit ton. Um, and then what you get on some of the eBay stuff is they may have like a really low price, but like some stupid high like shipping thing. And shipping was not that bad, especially since I had a whole bunch of stuff combined. So yeah, I like that like when I needed stuff, it was all available at the same place at the same time. And we need more um live food available to us because like if the only place I can like you don't want to spend $12 on something and then even more than that on shipping and get one thing and then realize you have to order something from somebody else.
That's very true.
Yeah,
I
so
still
I
laughing.
want the larger worms on there.
We went over the Reddit thread the other day where someone was like raging because they're like $90 to order two rice fish from Dance Fish. Because
$90, so you didn't try and buy a Vulcan Cory, that's what I'm hearing.
no. Now if I was rich, well, someone sells them on Aqua. I think Dan has them for like 300 or something. Um,
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that like with the price he paid and how he normally does things that that's an outrageous price. I just like for me, I'm like $300 for fish.
no, my new thing for Dan is I'm saying I think there's no such thing as too high a price. I think he's luxury fish. It's up for you to decide if that's worth it. But for me, yeah, the price is I can't do it. But if I had money to burn, then yeah, man, I got the luxury fish from Dan's Fish. Like
Okay,
this is the seller
there's
everyone feels is the
there's
best.
a
You know, like
difference.
I get it.
There's a
It's a
there's a difference
luxury.
between there's a difference between a $300 hempen citrus that can live by itself and a $300 Cory that can't, and you need to buy a minimum of six.
It's a rare
Okay?
specialty item, okay? Some people, listen, when I was in Fish and Friends, someone came in and they bought one Corey, and he was like, hey, these usually need groups or whatever. And they're like, I've never had more than one Corey. That's what the person said.
Oh, I believe it
It's,
because I've
I've
also
always
had
had,
people do the I've had people do the Skittles pack too,
Oh,
and
people
then it's
love
like
this.
6 different
People love,
species.
yeah, yeah. Pooja said, and Corey, what number should I change it to for the Daphne ammonia? I mean, how many do you think is in there? I mean, if you think there's 200 plus in there, then you should make it 200.
To do
You know what I mean?
200 plus. Yeah.
Yeah. If that's what's in there. I mean, I've seen the density of her. I feel like it would
Or
be hard.
250. Yeah.
It would be hard to send just 100 from what I've seen from her Daphnia
Especially
pulls.
especially with the Moena. Like you dip your net in there and it's like, 600.
Johnny said a lot of
Yeah.
people order one $12 fish to shipping group, pay $40 in shipping, and are happy. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's a
I
personal
can't.
thing. If it's worth it for you and it's a good experience, then the price isn't too high. You know what I mean? So I
Yeah.
can't really
It
say that like, oh, I'm outraged. Like, no, there are tons of things that are priced super duper high. You know what I mean? And it's fine.
yeah. And this isn't a bad at math thing. This is underselling your awesome product. So,
Right. Well,
uh
also like
w-
it would be different. Now, I think it's different if you're the only place to get one fish
mhm.
and then the price is like hard to explain based on what you paid for it, you know what I mean? Then I'm like, okay. But like most of the stuff you can buy other places. So if you have an issue with
Yeah.
the price, you can buy somewhere
And
else,
let
you know?
and let's
So
be real.
so I can't really be mad.
And let's be real, a $300 Corey is nothing for actual money that's spent in fish. Because if we want to talk about, like, let's just go back to the Asian market with unique fish. We don't see huge numbers because, especially on this stream, a lot of these people are probably not talking freshwater stingrays. And we're not talking about Asian arowanas, which are not even allowed in the US. So an Asian arowana, like baseline, is very much not cheap. A decent quality one is several $1,000s, and then like the really like if you want to see like what the most expensive freshwater fish that have ever been sold, easy, easy. Like some of those arowanas,
Yeah,
well
yeah,
over ten
yeah.
thousand
I mean,
dollars.
we're not even talking about
Um,
discus most of the time in here. So I mean, this is kind of a
yeah,
poverty stream. We're talking. Well, especially you got Aaron in the chat. He's like paying $20 for fish. What are we doing? Like, you know what I mean?
well, okay, so I'm better than that. Like my African tetras are worth more than that for sure. Um, They were at small fry size. Eric was selling them for $25 in a group of, I think, six,
Yeah,
for 25 bucks each, and then minimum group of six kind of things, because you really should send them together. And when you're talking about like uh, the seller that imports from Dave's,
yeah.
that
Dave
imports from
Fish.
Africa,
Yeah.
um, if you look up the Ngokos on his website, they were like $70. So I'm not immune to in like I'm
That's a lot.
no,
That's a
it's not
lot.
Dave's. It's not Dave's. Dave's is where I was going to buy some other stuff. I'm
Aquatic
not immune
Clarity.
to fish. Aquatic Clarities, yes. So Aquatic Clarity brings in a lot of the African stuff, like some of the
Yeah.
tetras I want to work with, and I think that's where he did have Ngokos listed, and they would be much larger than mine, but I think they were somewhere around $70 for them.
Yeah.
Um, but Dave's Fish, I also like to look at some of his list
He's
stuff,
got a like
and
$10 of the yellowtail Congo tetras. That was
mhm.
the alto whatever that species name is or
And
something.
the nice part about that is I don't think they're Asian aquacultured. And I mean, we could probably ask him, but like I think the nice part I like about Dave's is like if he's bringing in like an African tetra, I kind of assume it's from Africa because he specializes in like Rift Lake cichlids. So
Yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
just kind of like, oh, I'm just gonna order a whole bunch of these or something in
Well,
there.
Johnny said they are, so maybe they are Asian aquaculture. I don't know, unless he's responding to
They
something
well,
else.
so yellowtail are almost exclusively available as Asian bred. So I'm just thinking like of all the people I would think possibly bringing in wild caught ones, I wouldn't put it past Dave to like slap that on one of his orders. But I'm also pretty sure they're from a different part of Africa, so I don't know if that would have come in on one of his other orders. They weren't Rift
Okay.
Lake, but he's brought in some orders from other parts of Africa, I think.
Johnny said, I don't think a lot of retailers understand their actual costs either. A lot of places literally take price of fish, multiply by three. They don't factor in any sort of rent, labor, freight, and freight costs. I mean, rent definitely varies a lot. I think that's something I think
Mhm.
about when I go to different fish stores. Rent is a pretty big overhead. But a lot of LFSs, they don't have a lot of employees. honestly. At
They
least the ones
can.
around here. Yeah,
Um,
the ones around
yeah,
here don't have a lot of employees.
yeah, because you usually have what, like three?
House of Tropicals has the most, but that's because they
Well,
manually
they're much
water
bigger. Yeah.
change every single tank into trash cans.
I
So
mean,
you
I don't
and they
have
got salt
plumbing on these
water.
guys, but like I don't have plumbing on these guys, but oh my God, I couldn't imagine doing a store that big
Yeah, yeah. They got
without
a big
something.
store. They got reptiles. They got to change each tank. They got salt water. So yeah, they got a decent
Yeah.
amount of employees in there.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
I don't know. Capital Exotics have I feel like they might have more employees than some other
They may have
stores.
had like five, but
Five.
so I'd have to ask Nick what the
Yeah.
situation is because they're no longer doing saltwater, which
Wow.
understandable. They
Okay.
didn't they didn't
Interesting.
they didn't have the space. Have you been in there yet?
No, I haven't made it. I really need to go. I really need to go.
Yeah. It's a smaller store, and I'm not knocking it. It's actually like a cool location.
Yeah.
Um, but it is like in the realm of like comparing it to House of Tropicals, it might as well be tiny. So you get into
How's it
this
compared to
interesting thing with
CTE?
I haven't been to CT.
Okay.
So,
London
have you
Town?
been to? Yeah, it's like ugh. So Splashy Fish is is my local fish store, but that's Northern Virginia. So I'm trying to think like London Town. Um, it's a different layout than London Town, but I think like square footage that's like the most comparable. But they had it like
Okay.
it was broken up into like a front area and a back area. And the back area was saltwater, and the front area was freshwater and a bunch of tanks kind of scattered around everywhere. So it's not a huge layout, and they are also much more unlike London Town, who does not sell big tanks, so they don't have a whole bunch of displays. Um, Capital Exotics does. So they sell, I want to say UNS.
All right.
Yes, because I have a UNS tank from them. So they sell UNS and probably a couple of other brands. Um, and I think it's a really cool store. But the first thing that I walked in there was like, okay, so we've got discus, we've got nanofish, we've got betas, we've got a tank of monster fish, and we have saltwater
Yeah.
and plants
Yeah.
and high-end like rimless tanks. So it's a typical problem that you see with a store trying to figure out what its identity is. You go to
Get rid of the
Splashy
salt
Fish
water and add
and
more plants. Come on. Add more
well, but
plants.
the thing is, you need a specialist in each one of those. So like their discus guy was Chris. Their aquatic
Yeah.
plants and the nice rimless tank was Nick because he's an aquascaper. They had a saltwater guy. They had a general
Yeah.
like you had all the every time you have one of these, you have to have a
That's
specialty.
there. I do feel like there's not as many stores that have a special like House of Tropicals. They made that whole row of plants, but they had an
Yeah.
employee that is
Yeah.
a plant
And
guy.
they're
So and
big
he
enough to do
did that
that.
whole thing. You know. Yeah.
Like London Town is where I go for rare fish. Like they're gonna have rare stuff come in. They're gonna have when those come in, they're gonna have better quality because they really know what they're doing and they have really good relationships with their suppliers. So like they get good fish and they know how to take care of them once they get there.
Yeah.
So if I was rare fish hunting, London Town every time. Becca and I like Becca goes there. I went there with my friend Catherine, but like it's hilarious how that's just kind of where we've gone for like the rare stuff. Makes it very hard to go to House of Tropicals afterwards. It's huge, but then at the same time you're like,
That's the
oh
thing. It's like so. Jeremy asked, "What's the best freshwater store in Maryland?" I don't think I've been to all of them, but like the question of what's the best store is like interesting because sometimes like so people know I like London Town, so every time they have
hmm
like a lot of dead fish in there or something, people are like, "Man, London Town." They message me, "London Town's going downhill" or whatever. I'm like, "Oh God, can't have that."
they
But
they have a bad shipment just like everybody else.
yeah, but like for me, the question of the best fish store, like there's some subjective parts and some
hmm
objective parts. But the subjective parts, like, what's your taste in fish? House of
Yeah,
Tropicals, like, almost never brings in the fish that make it worth it for me to go to a fish store.
yeah.
You know, or London
If
Town, they bring in the killies and the African
yeah.
tetras and the cool South American,
Oh
tetras
yeah,
and the
hummingbird tetras
cribs,
that
like
were in
they,
perfect
yeah,
condition and like
yeah,
they were
yeah,
already like breeding. They helped pick out so my orange and snow Amanos are from there and they took the time because we
yep,
also made sure to come during a not busy day. They took the time like, you know what, you're gonna breed these, I will try and pick
yep.
out the nicest orange.
So that's
Um
the for me the thing about London Town that makes it the best store for me is what you just said there. The employees, their one of their weaknesses is one of their strengths, which is
Yeah.
that they only have like two people. So I have a very consistent level of knowledge, and
Hmm.
Adam, he really knows his shit. So like as far as like ordering fish, he's really doing the work of like going through lists, finding cool, unique
Hmm.
things. Like they bring in the Fulgans, they had all those Fulgans and they sold a bunch of them
Yeah.
super fast. So like they kind of have their niche of bringing in the cool stuff. Like they have a lot of the same suppliers as Dan's Fish. It's obvious because
Hmm.
when Dan's Fish puts something up in stock, you'll see in London Town they have the same fish there in
Yeah.
stock. You know what I mean? So
And you can see them in person. They're typically like they're not cheap, but they're less. You can see them in person. You
yeah,
can pick out which ones you want. So yeah, it definitely depends.
yeah.
I'm also going to say like I don't know that it's if they improved or not. Um, oh, since the first year they opened, then yeah, I would probably say they improved. But but
Yeah.
it's
Oh my
it
God.
so never yeah, the first
You went way
year
back. Yeah.
because I've gone recently. So yeah,
You just cut
so
out for a second, but now you're back. You cut
oh,
out for like 30 seconds.
ah,
Yeah. You said you
I don't
talked
know
to
where I was
Adam.
ranting.
You said you talked to Adam and then it disappeared. It went off.
Yeah, I think so. At this point, the last time I was there, they have really good relationships with their suppliers. It's always a shit show trying to get to know your suppliers and figure out which ones you're going to keep or not, unless you have the benefit of already like knowing suppliers from somewhere else.
Yeah.
And also just kind of feeling out what their specialty is compared to what's around them. Like if you're driving around the Beltway, what other fish stores do you have available to you? You've got saltwater ones, you've got a couple of freshwater ones that do like kind of different things. Like London Town is not competing with splashy fish. So they're on opposite sides of the Beltway,
Yeah.
which is why I don't go to London Town as often. But if you're looking for like a fancy imported beta or a some of the fancy guppies or like some of the really like smaller like nanofish that aren't necessarily rare,
Yeah.
or shrimp, like go to Splashy Fish. They're going to be cheaper and mostly stuff that you're not going to like. London Town is not going to have like six strains of fancy guppies.
No,
Let's
they
just
don't
be
do
real.
no, they don't really do guppies like that.
Yeah, so the owner of Splashy Fish is very different mentality. So he owns he's Vietnamese. He owns a farm in Vietnam, which is where they're farming fish and he's importing them from there. So he is one of his own main suppliers. And then he just straight up has like a section that's just freshwater shrimp, and then he's got a section that's just betas. And like so he's doing like the big 1 gallon jars with each one, and these are like fancy imported betas. And so they're like the higher end stuff and they're very good quality from what I've seen. It's not my thing,
Okay.
but like they're good quality because he knows his suppliers really well.
I'll have to check
And
that
then
out.
he's doing a lot of guppies, and then yeah, he honestly like he knows what works for him. Cardinal tetras and neon tetras are what most people spend their money on there. And that's great for him. And he's also one of the people that I saw pack like 800 chili reservoirs into a 10-gallon tank, which sounds horrific. But seeing that tank over several days, because he got a huge order and he put them into several 10-gallon tanks because it's 10 gallons. He's got a whole back wall that's just 10 gallons. He put several hundred into these 10-gallon tanks, and I came in multiple days after the import had come in. So I'm thinking like 4 or 5 days after the import. And chili reservoirs are notoriously bad shippers. Horrific. You're
Right.
like you normally come in and no matter what you do, like in the morning, you're coming in, the store's opening and the bottom is just littered with like bodies of the that. Yeah, no, he lost like 3 out of 1,000
Damn.
because he knew immediately to put them like they were in dark tannic water. He put them in right with what they needed. He was feeding them right. He had some rummy nose rasboras come in. Like they also evidently ship like crap. And I'm like, hey, these pound them with Daphnia and live food and like try and get them back because they ship like crap.
Yeah.
We've talked about that before. Like
Bob said
some
that
fish
explains
just
why my chili reservoirs died quickly.
yeah, it's very telling. Aquahuna on their site does not say that they have a live arrival guarantee for them, and several other of the Blackwater Barreras on their
Yeah.
site because they really need to come in and get. Oop, yep, that's 8 o'clock. they really need to come in and get like blackwater treated and get fed correctly.
Yeah,
And like it, like by all signs, I should have been just like, oh my God, that's too many
yeah.
fish for a tank. And I'm like, no, they were all looking great
But I
and
mean,
all
it's
well
like you
fed.
said, like you can't. First of all, this is one thing, Louise, which it's funny because she's a store owner, but Louise is like she doesn't
Mhm.
believe in store loyalty. Like she thinks you should shop at multiple different fish stores. And I kind of feel the same, where it's like you have to know the store's weaknesses and stuff. Like
Mhm.
Nick Lovin saying London Town only had one strain of guppy. Like yeah, if I want to buy guppies, I want to go to
Yeah.
London Town. They don't really do guppies, but I'm not into guppies, so for
Yeah.
me, overall,
Lon
London Town is the best store for me personally. They got the auto water change set up. They got the knowledge I need. They bring in the fish. I
mhm.
like House of Tropicals. They kind of got the dry good thing going on. I don't
Yeah.
really like.
Yes.
I don't really like the fish most of the time, but like sometimes they got some
Mhm.
cool stuff. If I was in the saltwater, I'd probably go there a lot. But they got dry goods. They got tons of plants. And then
There's
like
other saltwater stores I'd recommend, but so like
yeah,
Splashy Fish is where I have gone for shrimp, and who is actually going to be like he's the one who encouraged me to get into the like doing Amano as a business. So I'm getting Amanos from him, and gonna turn him around and he supply him. He also does ship online, so like also if I'm going to get like back into the Barreras and some of the nanofish, some of them I'm going to get through him because obviously like he's got quality. And then but he's never going to carry hummingbird tetras, right?
right,
I'm going to go to London
exactly,
Town for some of the rarer stuff, some of the pipefish and everything like that I have
exactly.
interest in. So yeah, balance it out. We had a store somewhat nearby here in Northern Virginia that shut down. The owners retired, and then I'm trying to remember the story. Either people who previously worked there or fish people locally um, got the space and have basically built it back up and
Yeah,
either have or are going to soon reopen the store.
yeah,
So that's really cool. I want to see what they specialize into. If I want a fancy rimless tank, Capital Exotics or Splashy Fish also carries a bunch of
yeah.
them. If I want fancy aquatic plants, I'm going to Capital Exotics, right? I haven't figured out like how I haven't been recently to see like what some of their fish stock is to see what they've kind of specialized in with that since they've done some changes. But like, I know Nick, right? Like, he's a he's a world-renowned aquascaper. Like, he hates when I say that, but like he's scored very high in some of the international aquascaping competitions. So if you want to like, he's aquascaped some stuff at Splashy Fish, but also um, Splashy Fish has really good like tissue culture plants and some of the like very good basic plants. But if I want some of the other higher end plants, that come in as bunches or something like that, that's going to be Capital Exotics. Um, stuff, things like that. Like each store in an area should have a specialty. And when they don't have a specialty or when they start getting too much, like Splashy Fish for a minute was trying to do marine, and I was just like, I don't recommend this right now. Like he's
It's
been
hard to
doing
do
very well and
both.
he's growing. It's hard to do both. I didn't feel like he really had the space, and I'm just like, Capital Exotics was already having problems with doing both, and we have several good marine stores around. So I was like,
Yeah, London Town used to have some salt water. Apparently, he was telling me that one
yeah,
time. So like, I think that it is good. The smaller stores to stick to. But yeah, I mean, I think that the best store, like, I think it really depends on like your taste. For me,
yeah,
just for selection, also consistency of employee. Like, I just know Adam,
hmm
so if stuff I can ask, like, how did this come in? How did that come in?
yeah.
I know what their treatment process is for all the fish. So like, I've
It's your
invested that.
relationship with the
Yeah, I've
store, right?
invested that time with that store, so like that's gonna be my LFS. If Louise was closer to me, then she'd be in contention too, because I love her shop.
Yeah,
She's got great
yeah,
selection and a bit more dry goods and stuff than London Town. But
yeah. I wish we had some more. And this is probably also my ignorance in some of the local shops. I wish we had more
yeah,
hard good stuff around,
yeah.
because that's just something that Splashy Fish and Capital Exotics don't have quite enough space for. Is like those big containers of just stuff to sort
No,
through.
we talk about the rent,
Um,
the rent coming into
yeah,
play too.
yeah, it's just, and they're both in very high priced areas. And also like aquascaping is a little bit weird in this area because it's like we have guapa. There's obviously interest in this area,
Yeah,
but having a large amount of space, at least the space of like my room, to just do dry goods is not something most of these places have the ability to do. And that's what a really good like just aquascaping place would need.
yeah,
So between Slashy Fish and Capital Exotics, I can get some really good stone and wood and stuff. But again, it's I have Adam at London Town, Win at Splashy Fish, Nick at Capital Exotics. So it's just that's the store relationship there.
Yeah.
I've also say what you will about Rick's up in Frederick. I've gone up to Rick's and been taken care of up there enough times. That's where most of my pearl danios have come from because everywhere else they look like crap. But that's not to say he's been perfect either.
Johnny says dry goods seem to be where the money is in the LFS, though. I mean, I think it's one place the money can be. Like, I think House of Tropicals clearly makes a lot of money off their dry goods. They have a lot of space, and I think it's got good margins. I think plants have really, really great margins, I think, for LFS's plants. And
it would be interesting to see because there seems to be some caveats with that.
What do you
stores think? So a lot of stores have problems with algae in their plant tanks.
Yeah, well, that's where the specialists come in, though, that you're talking about, like being able to.
It's actually more about if you can have higher turnover, and you have them in a system that doesn't have a lot of algae in it to begin with. Splashy Fish has their planted tank tied into the rest of their system, which means it has a little bit of higher nutrients. So even though they've got Pandagara and Amanos in there, every once in a while they get like a cyanobacteria outbreak. Like it's just it's kind of par for the course for that type of thing. But
I'm saying, like, if you have someone who's an expert in plants working at the store, you know what I mean? Then that could help with that kind of thing.
We can sell them better, yeah. Splashy Fish also, one of the other things that a lot of people don't always pay attention to that the really good stores do, a setup tank that is showing possibilities sells better than almost any person that you can have in your store. So going in there and seeing a tank set up that has fish to their fullest potential will sell the crap out of those fish. Like if you had pearl danios in a really nice tank setup where it showed off the potential of that fish, you would never be able to keep pearl danios in stock.
Right. And so I think that it's dry goods have some money in them. Yeah, I think a place like London Town where again, I compare them to Dan's Fish because they have a lot of the similar fish. Mm-hmm. It's like you're making money off the higher dollar fish stuff too. Yeah. If you can, like you said, but the plants is a question of turnover. But it's the same thing with the fish. So, like, there was a point where I was going to London Town often enough that I got a great sense of how much they were selling of different fish. Yeah. So, like, it's insane how many fish. Like, honestly, the Pistogramma coccodoides, like triple red, those sell relatively well. That's $50 a pair. They said my audio is weird.
Yeah, you're kind of buzzing a little bit. I wasn't sure if that was me this time.
I'm gonna kill myself, bro. Jesus.
Okay. Don't say that, man.
Okay, so, anyways, there's some of these higher.
I think we're just having signal issues.
That they sell a decent. My headphones are dying. That's what it was. That they sell a decent amount of volume of. So if you can sell expensive fish all the time in an LFS where you have a lot of traffic and you're in a good spot, which they seem to, then I think you can do a good amount. And they also do. They don't have a bunch of space for plants, but it seems like they're selling out that plant tank they do have pretty regularly.
Yeah, and if you have enough turnover, that helps a lot because they never stay long enough to have too many problems. Also, like, is your supplier growing submerged versus immersed? So, like, there's a couple of other things. Like, sometimes it just really sucks when your supplier grows only immersed growth and they're trying to transition and then half the crap melts because of that transition. It really sucks. It's... Oh, God. I'm gonna feel old now. It's tricky. Like, you do want to have turnover, and I think a lot of people, it is kind of crazy, the turnover of some things, because when people are going like, oh, like Splashy Fish, when I was asking, like, just trying to get a feel, because he's just like, yeah, if you breed Amanos, I'll buy them. And part of it's okay, we've known each other for a while, and he wants to support local breeders, that's cool, but he's like, no, I like can't consistently get them, please, because he's sitting next to a Forder breeder that's full of Amanos, and he's going through so many of them that, a lot of people don't realize how many Amanos that you can go through in a month.
Yeah. It's just funny. It's funny, like, so, like, this is something that, like, is still, you need to find someone talented with a camera, like, if you're online only, like, to get the fish, that you can't see in person. Like, it is fascinating to me, like, from my perspective, because like I know a lot of people that work with cameras, it's like it's hard for me to be like, man, is this hard? But I guess it really is, especially for your certain areas, you know, like I'm in like the DMV, so it's probably not as hard to find, like there's not the most, you know, but there's tons of wedding photographers and commercial work going on here, but they're all trying to get me to move to Iowa, bro.
Yeah, the funny part about the DMV is also if you want cheap equipment, this is the place to buy it.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous the amount of stuff that we've gotten secondhand, because again, like we've got basically a full video studio, like light equipment and cameras and stuff, and it's like,
for fish stuff
you bought all that
like
secondhand?
Yeah. It's crazy, right?
Yeah. There's I don't know if you want to talk, like I definitely have to go at this point because I have to eat dinner like 3 hours ago. At some point, like doing fish videography also, like somebody who does wedding photographies is not going to be able to figure that out. Like there's a lot of tricks to it. It's annoying as hell.
Yeah,
and
you're not using a flash. You're like, come on, guys, you look great. Come together. Yeah, different skills.
Yeah, man. Get yourself a ring light or something.
Get yourself. No, I think that filming. I think that the problem with like film stuff is like there's so many different. There's not so many different factors, but like I think a lot of people go into it, they don't get the basics right that build on each other, like just even just the 3 frame rate ISO aperture, and like there's some of those basic things that if you get those together and how they interact, you'll be able to capture the fish a lot easier. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'm better with like the storytelling aspect of it, because that's always been the part of filming I'm in. But like, my partner, like with what he does with lighting, and he does like fan films and like 48-hour film festival stuff. So it's like, yeah, but it's just like, oh my god, this is so technical. I don't want to learn that. Like this is why I haven't done YouTube. It's like I don't want to learn this. So there's something that's popped up.
It's growing, it's increasing. Keeping fish simple. I don't watch a lot of fish YouTube, but keeping fish simple, I think the way he does his videos is kind of the level I wouldn't try and do anything crazier than that, but like he has a cameraman. That's like the main thing, like what they're talking about. He has someone that knows how to work a camera. So they walk in these videos and they have a system.
Well, he does now.
You know? He
does now. He like that. The system that he built to do his videos was when he was still doing his own filming.
That's a good point.
And I still think like a lot of the stuff, like when he's filming in his house, that's still him. I think.
He clearly knows. He understands.
Oh yeah.
No, I'm not. But I'm just saying, like, in order to get where, and this is one thing that when I'm doing more fish room tours, I'm trying to bring a camera person, because you really need, if you want to get there and get a nice, super high quality video, you need a shot of people talking, and then you need all the B-roll. It's impossible to get both of those at a decent amount of time with just one person, and even with 2 people, it's hard. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because so like taking like the last fish room I was in, if we were like taking video, you kind of have to, the other thing to do it like one person is you have to say like, okay, I want to get like, you do the talking and stuff first, and then you kind of like as you go along write down like what fish like you were talking about at the time and do B-roll.
Yep.
And then just the unfortunate part is like you have to have a schedule.
Yep, exactly.
So
I think it's some of the production stuff, like how you schedule and plan shots. Like you can't totally do that with, you know, a natural fish room thing. But I think that's what's missing, like the planning. You underestimate how much. Like even I did. I went to Jesse's the first time, and I thought I could. I mean, I got enough to make a video, and I've been there since. But like I was like, man, I should have brought a second person, because like. Then you try to do audio, you know, if you're trying to reach a certain production quality like a Keeping Fish Simple, you gotta have a camera person at the bare minimum. Or
like
you have
all
to have
his
10
new
hours to film
the new shop stuff that he was doing, like where he was just like talking as like the new shop was getting set up, was like absolutely a second person, and it is a lot harder to do a like a fish room tour. It would be interesting, and at some point we'll probably have to do like a fish room tour together or something.
You just have
and
to
I can bring some of the productions.
Super efficient. I'm super inefficient, so I definitely need a second person.
Hang out with me long enough and I'll teach you some of the
Yeah,
filming efficiency,
I'm
because that's
ready.
what I was doing on some of those production stuff. Yeah, when your other half makes a shot list and it's your job to make
There
sure the
you
shot
go.
list
There
gets
you
followed.
go. There you go. That's so
So,
true.
and it's also like setting expectations. If you like roll into somebody's place, like say like, "Hey, Jesse, we're showing up on this day. Yeah, we're gonna go hang out and have fun," and that's like
Yeah,
somebody following you around, like doing video and just talking shit or whatever. That's really cool. But then also know like, hey, there's going to be like, do you want to do like a sit down interview thing, or do you want to
exactly.
like do like spending time on B-roll, like that kind of thing. And
Exactly.
usually, if you set that expectation up ahead of time, people are really cool about being like, oh, well, I can't clean all my tanks, but I'm gonna clean like the five that I want to show you because it's stuff that we talked about before, or something like that.
Yeah.
So
No, no.
yeah, so
I'm
like
figuring
that's
it
the kind of
out, but it's
planning.
stuff to think. And also, Johnny's looking at. He's like, Corey needs to take lunchtime. Let's not make her work overtime.
Lunchtime. I'm 2 meals past that.
Yeah.
No, he did say something else about like Amano colors. I don't know, my chat just
I think he
died.
asked if the different colored one could breed in freshwater. If any of the different colored ones could.
Oh, it's back. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find this. No, so the colors are just selectively bred or recessive genetic traits. So they're nothing special. I thought it was something like if I liked them or not. Oh, what does Corey think about the colorful manas besides the wild type? Um, I have them. Does that answer the question?
There you go.
I don't have all the
You
strains
gotta
yet.
go get you gotta get out of here though, bro. Come on, you
I
got
can
to.
let me give my little spiel.
Oh my
So
gosh.
the wild cots are going to be the mainstay that I sell to everybody. The fancy Amanos is what I'm calling the colorful ones. I'm treating them just like cherry shrimp. I'm going to see how fancy and how exotic I can get them as fast as I can to outcompete. We've got Taiwan, and now it sounds like Czech are also breeding them and exporting them. So
Yo, the Czech has
I
all the
have to
cool
get ahead of
stuff
them.
right now, man. They have a lot of
Yeah,
cool stuff.
so the fact that they're calling the orange ones gold, which is probably the most appropriate color for them because they're like lightly orange, gold and snows. So I'm like, okay, well, I gotta up my game. So I don't talk about them as much, but yes, I am also working with them. I'm just going to have them in smaller amounts, and I plan to breed them much more in the style of like the Japanese or the Germans, where you're just being super, super selective and just going through as many generations as you can to make improvements as much as you can. And of the three general colors, there's a couple of other things going on, but the three general colors, the white, the yellow, and the orange, um, all of those, I already have plans to split into at least two different lines.
There you go.
So it's yeah, there's a lot. I
She
like
likes
them.
the color Amano. She likes them.
Yeah,
She likes them.
yeah. So they're just think of that like Neocaridina, like the cherry shrimp like chart, and realize that like we're at the very beginning with like just the one or two. Like
Yeah.
I think the white is probably like a naturally occurring
So you
recessive. I haven't
could
quite
try and
figured out
find
how the
some new
yellow works.
colors and Johnny said I think selling them in a larger size would be advantageous as well. That's a good point.
It's not financially feasible, so it costs too much.
I don't like realists, man. Get out of here. I'm not
Yeah,
big on
so I
realists.
mean,
Get out of here.
yeah, it's one of those things where like the longer I have them, the more they're going to cost, and there's definitely like a certain size where it costs me like because remember,
But
I'm
could you
competing
charge enough?
against
Could you charge enough for the bigger size where it makes up for how much it costs for you to keep it longer? That's the question.
it would cost more than it would to import it.
Okay. There you go. Well, I guess I
So
see that.
larger sizes are like at least with the wild type for sure. The largers are still being imported. Check Aquahuna prices. There's no way I could produce some of their larger sizes for the
Yeah.
prices that they're
That is
asking.
what I was thinking of
Um,
when you said the XL because they do get the larger
yeah.
ones in sometimes.
Yeah, captive bred, there's a reason nobody sells them above a certain size because even for the massive wholesalers, it is the ROI on that it is non-existent. And that's who I'm competing against. So I have to um, compete against the biggest wholesalers that are producing them. So like there's breeders in Indonesia doing wild. Taiwan was where the colors originally came from. I know that Czech are exporting. Johnny, let me know which colors Israel is breeding, because I wasn't aware if they're doing colors or not. It would be advantageous to do the larger size, but I think once you see how much it costs, like I don't necessarily see it working. I will have adults from like me doing grow out projects or previous breeders or something,
Right.
but I have a feeling that's going to be low volume. I'll probably sell them to
Corey,
splashy fish to sell.
well, first of all, Corey, you got to go. You got to go. You said it was a short spiel, but come on, man. This is what I'm saying. You getting sucked in.
No, and then Johnny kept asking
I
questions.
know. That's why I said you got. But Jodi Best is making me laugh with this. I won't lie. Amano shrimp are the bullies of shrimps. How they gonna steal food from the fish mouth?
If people keep buying them, I'm gonna keep breeding them.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, see white, gold, and yellow. So all they're doing is they got the Taiwan ones and they're breeding just like Czech is. So those are the 3 basic colors, and that's who I'm competing against. So now I'm up to 4. So I'm not doing a whole lot on the colored stuff other than to see if I can do fancier colors than they can, which is about the only advantage I really have.
All right.
Besides not having to import.
All right. Well, listen. This has been a phenomenal stream, I think. Honestly, this has been a good one. I mean, it's been a fun one. The time was flowing by, but you know, all these
Nobody
people,
can complain about this one being this long, right?
They rarely do. Funnily enough, only Scotty really complained about the 9-hour one, which was just infuriating to me. But everyone said, everyone's saying this was a great one. So just based off of people in the chat, man, it's been a good time. So Corey, I appreciate you and Jodi coming on and rocking out so much, man.
That was fun. So Jodi's got to show off more stuff as Johnny gets more work done over there. Got to get the guys back over there, and hopefully Jodi will both get more stuff up on their channel, as well as get to show off more here. Yeah. And I'll be back. We've got 2 topics, like one is a paper review and one is doing that friggin' GHKH stuff.
Yeah, we'll be back for sure.
Yeah, those are not 15-minute topics for sure. Those are both going to be a slog.
I don't know if there's a topic we could only do 15 minutes on, honestly, so.
Yeah, but like just reading, that paper is so long. That's so long. But there's a lot of information in there that's fun to talk about, but.
All right.
Corridor or Corridoris?
Don't even.
And with that, I'm
I don't care. All right, and Steve with the 2 hashtag stop it already. Yes, Steve, thank you very much for the $2 in the earlier 5s. Appreciate you. But yes, Corey, it's been good. I'll talk to you next time. Enjoy your meal, finally.
Yes. I'm gonna. I'm thinking about just ordering something fancy now.
Hey, you earned it.
Yes. All right. See y'all later.
Peace. All right, guys. Holy, how long we've been streaming for? How long? Let me see. How long has it been? Oh man. Okay. No, I'm not gonna go and stream for another hour. We're gonna end the stream, but I'm closing it out. Appreciate you guys. Almost 6 hours. Yeah, this is a good stream. We really appreciate everyone that came through, everyone holding out in the chat. Johnny said, what? No confusing side off for her? Honestly, Johnny, it's not my fault that you don't have the comprehension skills to, think quick on your feet and these kind of things, We can't be all good at everything, you know all the fish names, all the Latin names, but, a sign off is what defeats you. I get it. Steve said, who do we piss off? Can't be done. No, we're done, man. I gotta eat, and I actually have some work to do still. I'm hungry. Yeah, the sign off was quick because of food. No, this has been a great stream. I mean, I had a really fun time. I got a ton of Galaris eggs. That's exciting. We'll see if any of those hatch. And, talk to Jodi, talk to Corey. Feel like we got to brainstorm quite a few interesting concepts, ideas. Hopefully you guys got something out of it. Seems like you did. And yeah, I'm going to get out of here, but just really appreciate you guys. There's a ton of super chats tonight. Like, obviously never expected, but, it's super encouraging and appreciated. And look, we're gonna put that towards some good things. So we'll keep the streams going, try and keep the quality well. We'll keep trying to bring on guests that know what they're talking about. And yeah, I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. Maybe I might need a day off too. But Saturday we'll definitely at least do a stream because the auction's Sunday. So we'll look at the listings, and then I'll probably do a stream after the auction too. So we have at least those to look forward to. But I don't know if there's any huge event happening besides that for the next few days. But appreciate you. See the replay crew in the chat. Appreciate you guys as well. And I will see you on the next time. This is In My Tanks. Let's get it started in here. And the bass comes running, running, and 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 running, running, and